Well, good morning, folks. We're just getting ready to get fired up. There was a brief delay, maybe a speaker issue or something in the barns, but our first class here at the National Western Junior Stock Show will be coming in here shortly.
Thank you.
You betcha.
Otto, where's Jakey at?
2 pins of red Angus bulls, and then he'll be up here.
He's judging?
I hope not. No, I think he's been doing the commentating down there. I think they got 2 pins of red Angus bulls they're doing.
Lukey. What do you know, Sunshine? What's up, buddy? You know, this is a little early for you. You okay? I mean, it's a 3-hour delay compared to a judging contest. I'm amazed how many players
Oh.
Me? Oh, yeah. Everybody. Oh, yeah. Everybody. At least now. Yeah, right now. And I'm not telling you guys how to take yourself or anything, but 15 classes. You're going, 40 minutes a class. Yeah. That puts us right at close to 50. And we can push stuff back. Yeah. No problem. But I think, classes that are fairly easy. Yeah. If you're going to, because in the middle, I know it's going to slow down a bunch. Yep. It should. And the other side is, kids have this counted for a year. So, 20 minutes is going to, we ran out to what, 7:50? Joe was the one. Well, yeah, they got drivers. But we can, we had a malfunction. Otherwise, we'd been right on. Guy and I were also construction people yesterday.
All right. Let's have some national anthems and let's go.
As far as, you gonna bring them in? Or what do you want to do?
No, nobody's singing. We were giving you crap. Well, I was talking with Ron. I used to do the pledge.
Well, we're fixing to kick it off here, it sounds like. A little delay with some communication issues in the barn.
We're good. What's that? You should be down there somewhere. Oh, here she comes right there.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the 120th running of the National Western Stock Show. And our event today at the beautiful, brand new Cobank Arena, the Market Steer Show, Junior Market Steer Show. Before we get started, I would ask that you rise, remove cover. Up here, we're going to do the pledge because I don't sing. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America.
And the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Sir, are you ready? Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, we will start with Class 1. Class 1 of the Junior Market Steers. First in, Wyatt Miller with a 1,000-pound steer. Wyatt Miller.
First one in the ring. Second one in the ring, Wyatt Miller with a 1,075-pound steer. Third one, Wyatt Miller with a 1,080-pound steer. Next, Carson Oliver, 1175 his steer weighs. Morgan Will, 1176. Elena Halfin with Wyatt Miller again with a 1,190-pound steer. 1190 for Wyatt Miller. Elena Halfin has an 1,195-pound steer. Bryn Kinski, 1196. Sophie Juarez leading a 1,198-pound steer. Katie Ramsey, 1199. Adelie Letterman, 1205. And rounding out the class, Aubrey Sturgeon with a 1,209-pound steer. Ladies and gentlemen, this is your first class of the market steers, junior market steers, first class.
Hey folks, first class is in the ring. 15 classes today. That would be up 2 classes from last year. I believe there was 13 classes. Entries, I think, are up. I can't recall exactly how many entries last year. I think there was around 130. This year, I'm showing 171. So a few more entries in the new arena and new facilities and new surface, new venue, and it's very, very nice.
Worked here at the National Western after this class. But right now I want to introduce the 3 judges for today. Mr. Brent Murphy resides in Houstonia, Missouri, where he owns and manages Murphy Cattle Company alongside his wife, Dieta, and 2 sons, Cole and Ty. Their operation has always consisted of registered Angus and semi-Angus cows with a seed stock focus, but recently they have been committed to growing their club calf program. Although Brent was not raised in agriculture, he joined 4-H and grew a love for beef cattle. He has now had the privilege to judge cattle shows across the nation, including the inaugural show, Steer Junior National, National Western Stock Show, Arizona National, Keystone International, American Royal, and several national junior breed shows. He strives to make it a positive experience for every single exhibitor. Brett enjoys attending cattle, goat, and swine shows across the Midwest throughout the year with his family. If you would, put your hands together and welcome Mr. Brent Murphy, and then I'll introduce the other 2. Thank you. Our next judge is Miss Kendall Reitzenstein from Kersey, Colorado. She grew up on a 250-head cattle operation, attended Redlands Community College and Oklahoma State University. She continued being the assistant coach at Oklahoma State University and completed her master's, was the coach at Colorado State University for 3 years, and she currently works for Saskatoon Colostrum as a U.S. Executive Sales Representative. Again, ladies and gentlemen, a warm welcome for Kendall Reitzenstein. Our third judge for today is Dr. Blake Bloomberg. He's a professor and lead livestock judging coach at Black Hawk College East Campus. Blake and his wife, Rovina, have 4 children, a daughter, Brecken, twin boys, Brenham and Berwick, and a son, Bexton. Blake was raised in Berwick, Illinois, on his family's diversified livestock operation that consisted of cattle, hogs, and row crops. Dr. Bloomberg currently serves as the livestock judging coach at Black Hawk East in Galva, Illinois, and coached the 2022 Junior College Team of the Year. During his career at Oklahoma State and Texas A&M, Blake has coached the national champion livestock judging team in 2017, 18, and 19, and reserve national champion livestock judging teams in 09, 14, and 15. Blake was named the 07, 08, 09, 14, and 17, and 18, and 19 National Collegiate Coaches Association Coach of the Year. He also served as co-coach of their meat animal evaluation team that were the national champions in 2011, 14, and 15, and reserve national champions in 2010, 16, 17, and 18. Blake attended Black Hawk East Junior College and was a member of the 04-05 judging team that was defeated only once.
He was the high point individual at the 2006 National Intercollegiate Livestock Judging Contest and was also a member of the 2006 National Champion Livestock Judging Team for Texas A&M and was undefeated in competition. Blake has judged livestock shows in 42 states and 3 foreign countries, including events at the American Royal, North American International Livestock Exposition, National Western Stock Show, Houston Livestock Show and Rodeo, San Antonio Livestock Show, and several regional and state events. Ladies and gentlemen, if you would, give a warm welcome to Dr. Blake Bloomberg. Joe Epperly is ring steward along with many other things. He'll be up here after this class to explain the way the judging works with the 3-judge trio.
Well, there you have it, folks. Our judge introduction. 3-person panel again, just like it's been. There'll be 2 officials for a particular class, and then the third one will be your referee, and they just kind of rotate. And we'll see the placings after each class. It'll be up on the board there, and we'll try to get that to you folks on how everybody placed what. It'll be a little boring here early. We don't have Jake. He's delayed. I think he overslept, and maybe his Uber runner in the rhubarb, I think, this morning, but he'll be here shortly. Big wide open ring. During the week, it's divided in half, and they're doing one breed on one side and another breed on the other side. And today they've got it wide open, so there's plenty of room to get off the cattle and get a good look. And with this turf surface, what you see is what you get. Everything's pretty exposed, and it seems like most of the cattle are handling it pretty good. Speak of the devil, here he comes. Now we'll have some action. We got Big Jake coming back up here. So
still on class 1?
Yep, a little delay. There was some issues with the speaker system in the barn or something.
Oh, really?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
How was your Red Angus deal?
Quick.
I told him that your Uber driver running the rhubarb this morning. I bet everybody's worried that you're injured or something.
Oh my gosh. If I sound like I'm out of breath because I ran up here from the Red Angus show.
You haven't ran in a long time, except for
haven't ran.
I think.
I don't remember the last time I had to run. Well, folks, I know Brad's been keeping you entertained, I'm sure. The one-man comedy show.
It's been pretty bland, Jake.
Pretty bland, are you? Oh, my. Hey, Rich.
Right note, we got Murphy's wallet here, so if we need to do a little shopping.
Oh, perfect. Let's do a little shopping here.
Yep.
Well, why would he do that?
He wanted his pockets empty.
Well, he's an idiot.
he don't know us very well.
I don't think they made their very wise selection picking him as a judge. He gave you and I his credit cards.
Very trusting.
Oh my God, he's a dummy. Hey, hand me that briefcase so I can get a pen out here. Hi, Mark Anderson. I'm good, buddy. It's all good. We don't want to tear too much stuff up. We're going to be here all day. Yeah, I don't think they put an investment into this place just for 1 year. Well, for those of you, I don't know Brad, have you talked much about the new arena?
Just briefly.
Okay. Well, for those of you that didn't get a chance to make it to Denver this year, boy, it's worth the trip. Wouldn't you say, bud?
Yes, sir. Between the Legacy Building and the CoBank Arena here,
Unbelievable.
I think there'll be a few adjustments on scheduling when you got all the breed cattle. Maybe the junior cattle felt a little bit smashed in. But
Yeah. Well, and I mean, just learning a whole new building and how to rotate breeds in and do some of that, I think is going to take a year or two to do that. But for those of you that are home that are watching the steer show today, I mean this facility is just unbelievable. It's just the thought process that went into this.
and it looks like a lot of people that were well versed in terms of running a cattle show, the electricity, the wash racks, usually electricity is always an issue when you get to these cattle shows, and that don't appear to be any issue. All kinds of outlets and big, wide open, nice wash racks, and located in a couple different locations, and it's kind of the Cadillac.
It really is. It's that's the one thing I've heard from most people was that they didn't have to go flip breakers. I mean, they got plenty of power, plenty of hot water. All the wash racks are large for people to be able to, I mean, I don't know how many tie spaces are in those things. I didn't get in there and count, but I never saw them just completely packed full. But anyway, the surface that we're showing on has also been the topic of a lot of conversation. So for those of you that have never been to San Antonio, we show on San Antonio also on turf like this, but it's a little longer. So the cattle, their foot grabs it a little better. This is a little short. This is more like your indoor-outdoor.
It's about like AstroTurf on a football field.
It really is. This is more like, to compare it, this is more like you're right, AstroTurf on most football fields, but Nebraska's got a field turf. It's longer. So that gives these cattle a little bit of unsettling comfort when they're
like. I watched showmanship yesterday though, and I was surprised that it appeared most of them felt very, seemed to be pretty comfortable as their foot hit the surface. Occasionally, if there's a little wet spot or something, once in a while you'll catch one slipping just a little bit, but you better have good feet when you come to this deal, because there's no hiding nothing.
No, you're not going to hide anything here.
How many days you been here, Jake?
This is 12. This is day 12. Day 11. Day 11. I go home tomorrow. Just to go home to a blizzard, the way it sounds.
Yeah, and I think I go home tomorrow to 40 below plus wind chills, it sounds like. No precipitation, but better have the waters kicked on.
Call Carol and tell her you got stranded. She's going to have to thaw the waters out tomorrow for you.
Yeah, you bet. I think she's about thawed enough out already.
I guess you ran through there and introduced everybody in this class.
Actually, I let the speaker handle that, and I was getting some things organized, and
okay,
and a few familiar faces with me, or names, I should say.
Yeah.
There's a Morgan Will, I believe that's Chance and Ashley's daughter.
Yeah,
there's
probably.
Aubrey Sturgeon. I believe that's an Oklahoma.
That's an Oklahoma girl, yeah, with that black and white calf over there on the far end.
I don't think that's the one.
Oh, they pulled him?
I think, nope. She would be that silver.
She's got that silver calf.
There, yep.
Yeah. Okay.
Again, the weight range on this lightest class of the day, and it'll be the biggest spread, I'm sure, in terms of weight, 1,000 to 1,209. We get up into these middle of the road class weights. There'll be probably a 30-pound spread, I think, on some of those classes.
Gotcha. Yeah. So we go from 1,000 to 1209. So this would be the largest spread we'd have, probably.
How was the Red Angus bulls?
They were nice.
Yep.
Didn't have very many of them.
So you've been commentating down there the majority of your duration here?
Yeah. So I had to come out here. We had all those sales in Oklahoma City a week ago Saturday, and then loaded up and came out here because I announced the Gelby Pin show on Monday. So I've been here since a week ago Sunday.
Probably fine dining every night, I'm guessing?
Well, we haven't starved.
Yeah, I can tell.
Okay, here we go. Well, so they've pulled these?
They've just jumbled up the front end just
Oh,
a little
okay.
bit here. And it looked like maybe they're pulling some of the top end up here. It looks like maybe some of them have turned cards in. I think everybody except.
What'd you say, Judge? Oh, yeah. Yeah, one of our judges is already wanting to know when lunch is served. I'm sure he's wanting a Mountain Dew already.
Bloomberg's needing a smash burger.
He needs a smash burger and a Mountain Dew.
He's scanting up already.
Which, if most of you that know him know that he, like I, enjoy to eat. And I probably shouldn't do this, but for those of you at home that maybe have comments or want questions answered, or you guys want to feel like we have a free forum here, Brad and I are here to try to enlighten this, bring a little bit more color to it. But if you'd like to call either one of us, I don't know if Brad wants to give his number, but my number is 405-408-2440. And you guys are more than welcome to text any questions or any comments you might.
If you happen to know.
If you know anything about any of these kids.
Raise something,
right.
But be confident it's the one you raise. Because
right.
we don't want to spread false information, right, Jake?
Right. We want to be as transparent as possible.
Yep, without getting in any hot water.
Right.
We can have a tendency to do that once in a while.
I don't know why people would think that. So all of the judges have now turned their placings in. Those placings will then be added into the computer.
One of your old buddies from Cowboys from northern Iowa was wanting me to ask you about your Chiefs making the playoffs this year.
Boy, it's nice, pretty weather outside today. Boy, we're having a great day today. I don't know who that was, but that guy needs to stay in his lane.
That's wild man Luke Knutson. I think Luke and his family raised one. That'll be coming in here later today. We're going to point him out when we get to that point.
Luke, there's always next year. Always next year, Lucas.
And I believe Mr. Epperly's going to explain the panel and how it works here shortly. And we'll turn it over to him when he does that.
Okay, I'll text somebody. Okay. They're saying that the screens, the TVs in the barn aren't working. So for those of you out here in the new barn, I don't know how many TVs are out there. There's probably 30.
Scattered around
all over the barn, so you can watch.
Concession areas.
Yep. So really the layout of this new arena is called CoBank Arena. And it's connected to the Legacy building, which is really
on the south side.
On the south side, yeah. So for those of you that have been to Denver, as you come down the hill and you come to the Exchange building, the old street that used to walk between it and the Sail Pavilion, that is where we're sitting. That's where the Legacy building was built. So we're right adjacent to the CSU Spur, Colorado State Spur facility, which is their animal department, which they've moved off of Fort Collins, Colorado, and moved it down here. And so anyway, this CoBank Arena is then attached to this Legacy building. The Legacy building is where the National Western Club is, the Coors art display. There's actually two art galleries in there. There's a
big
Legacy
convention center
Yep.
up top where the Embryos on Snow was
Yep,
held.
where
I'm sure they've got all kinds
Embryos
of
on
areas.
Snow is. There's a whole window wall from the National Western Club, which I'm a member of. You can actually eat lunch up there in the club and look out onto the show ring, which is very, very cool. And then the second floor here at the CoBank Arena, there's a mezzanine floor all the way around this, and there's a couple bars and there's 4 different concession stands, and then there's 8 suites. Well, wait a minute, 2, 4, 6. There's 12 suites here that you can actually rent. And I don't know why they're saying the TVs aren't working. The TVs up in those suites are working. They're saying the TVs in the barn aren't working, Landry. So I don't know if somebody can contact Jen or somebody maybe. Morning, Murph.
He's already taken your credit card. He needed a new pair of breeches.
Thanks. I needed a new pair of boots.
Breeches. He's outgrown his.
I got a new pair of boots on Brent Murphy, folks. Brad Paisley warned you about me. Well, speak of the devil, there's Jen Boca. She's joined us. Hi, Jen. Hey, they're saying the TVs in the barn aren't working. You already heard about it.
I just called it in.
Atta girl. So we just...
Got it. Just called it in.
My boss just showed up.
Your boss?
Your boss. You're my boss. I've completed my duties in the yards.
That's good.
Red Angus show is over. Yes. Didn't take very long. Okay, so as they're starting to pull these calves, my good friend Joe Epperly, I don't know how many years Joe's done this, Brad.
It's been several.
So he's Joe Epperly as in your screen as you're watching Joe, he's the guy carrying the
clipboard.
Joe has been our ring steward / he's kind of our surrogate judge. So the kids are actually supposed to concentrate on him as they're showing. I don't know that anybody ever explains that to the kids, but they do. And so Joe will then receive the official placing after all 3 of our judges have submitted their placings. And did you explain how this thing works?
Yeah, briefly, but hit it again.
Okay,
Jake.
so as you guys are sitting at home, I assume, does Kendall the A judge on this class?
I'm not sure which one.
Okay.
Who is who on the first?
You're going to
here.
get a chance to see the screen. When you guys are watching this, they're going to flash the placings up on the screen so you guys can see this. But basically, Kendall and Brent are the 2 returning judges from our previous years. So one of those 2 probably will be the A judge, and the other one will be the B judge. So how did they do that? Oh, the little gray calf win?
I believe that would be. I think
Yep.
that is the Sturgeon girl.
The Sturgeon, Aubrey Sturgeon. Yep. Yeah, entry 140. Yeah,
5142.
50. That's her. So your class winner, Aubrey Sturgeon, 1209.
Well, good morning. It's going to be a fun day, and I hope the crowd and ringside and the kids are as excited as us 3 judges. We start off very, very strong here in this lightweight first class. A good top pair of cattle, as the 3 of us discussed. This smoke steer, he hits you hard at the standstill. He looks like a show calf about his head, his ears, his neck. He's a stout-chested, big forearm calf that allows him to feed in a little stronger, a little more aggressive in behind his shoulder, perhaps, than the one here in 2. For me personally, when you get on the 3/4 view of this calf, he's big up high. He's big in terms of his pin set and his lower quarter and stifle. Now, what maybe made it a little closer is when you watch him walk, and I know it's a different surface, a different ring this year, I think his angles read correct. Every once in a while, he'll want to pop and snap that ankle, and I think that's what made the top pair close. I love his handle quality. I love his power, his look, his presence, especially up front. This 1 and 2 is probably the soundest structured steer of this particular class. He reaches and strides effortlessly on the surface here. Awesome from the side in terms of length and extension. He's the longest neck steer, the longest body, longest hip calf that still has some power when you get in behind him. Now, on a comparative sense to that Smoke, he doesn't open up quite as aggressively about his upper cage, his upper body shape as he turns into his lower body as well. Love his skeleton, though. That thing is so sound, so good and useful in terms of his motion. Awesome from the profile. Maybe just didn't have quite as much to him in terms of muscle and substance. Black and white steer here actually might be the best handling steer of this particular class. He's awesome right behind his shoulder in terms of his top line, his loin, into his hip. You can really see that from really any angle you study him. He's big-bodied, he's fresh, he's good presented. He just needs to move better. He gets a little tied up in terms of his top line, a little quicker in his rear step as well, and is a little shorter out of his hip, but love his handle quality, love his extra power and substance. Really a good made steer that comes next. Young lady steer here, really a nice made steer. He's deep and soft and practical about his handle and his body shape. He's smooth in terms of his shoulder all the way out through his hip design. I guess from a muscle standpoint, a little plainer in terms of his shape up high and plainer to the base of his stifle. He too could be just a little sounder structure. Smooth he is, though, in terms of body dimension and from shoulder to hip. Big hip, big engine kind of a steer that comes next. He's big at the ground in terms of feature and footwork and bone. Just doesn't balance. He's a little plainer about his head, a little deeper in terms of his chest and tied up in his flank. Love his muscle, love his extra shape. An awesome looking steer that comes next in terms of presentation, style, head carriage. He's long out of his neck, got a good, useful hip and hind leg. Up front, he wants to get a little wide in terms of his shoulder and his knee and how he takes down to the ground here, but still a good, practical kind of a steer. A really nice Smoke steer here. The young lady's done a tremendous job, highly presented, big-bodied, very, very practical. With that, though, he's maybe pushing a little too much chest, a little plainer in terms of his handle quality. Love his practical, useful kind, though, especially in terms of body shape. Black and white steer here, a little longer outline kind of a steer that's long out of his hip. He's pretty good down his top line and gives you a heck of a good look at the standstill. Just needs more to him in terms of muscle shape and body. Smoke steer here, sound, practical, long-bodied steer that just needs more muscle shape to him. The orange calf here, real good. Again, in terms of structure and skeleton, just needs a little more time to progress in terms of muscle, especially going away, but love his skeleton. A larger framed, bigger outline kind of a steer here that's really good from the profile in terms of balance and look, just needs more to him with his extra size and frame. And we close the class on a red steer that does maybe have a little more muscle, a little more turn up high and out of his hip, just needs to be sounder when you ask him to go. Heck of a way to get us started here. I hope you guys are excited for a really fun day. Let's put your hands together for all those kids.
Results of class number 1. In 12th place, Wyatt Miller.
Well, there we have it. First class of the day is done.
Yeah, and placing first in that first class is entry 5142 from Aubrey Sturgeon from Oklahoma. Calf weighed 1209. Second was entry 5075, Katie Ramsey on a steer weighing 1199. Third in that class was entry 5006, Bryn Kinsel. Bryn's steer weighed 1196. Fourth was entry 5165. That's Brinley Letterman. Steer weighing 1205. He was the second heaviest calf in that class. Fifth in that class is entry 5136. That's Sophie Juarez with a steer weighing 1198. Sixth was entry 5171, Carson Oliver. Seventh was entry 5043, Morgan Will. Eighth is entry 51. Now here's Joe Epperly explaining it. So I'm gonna let him talk.
Referee only breaks ties. So where they're placed on the referee's card only matters in regards to the ties. So that's going to shift all the way through, so you don't know when you're a referee, don't know when your score is going to count. They're only going to break ties. So in this case, for first, judges A and B agreed, so we don't even look at the referee's card. 51-42 wins. For the next one, 50-75, 5006. The two judges disagree. 50-75 is higher on the judge's card, the referee's card. He goes second. And then we've got 5006. We actually have agreement on the next one because we're looking at the highest on Judge Murphy's card and the highest on Judges Reitzenstein's card. So 5006 is 3. Our next decision is 5171 versus 5165. 5165 is higher than 5171 on the card. And moving on down, it rolls in that manner. So if you're playing along, it's referees just breaking ties. Where it is, whether it's first or it's breaking between 7th and 8th, with what was nominated from the first two judges, that's all that matters, and that's where he's at. And that's going to rotate through so it remains fair, unbiased. There's no law of averages. We can get the best livestock. This is a system that's been used at the National Western and the Penn and Carload Show since about 1906. So well, I'll go through this again a couple more times throughout the day. Enjoy the National Western and the Market Beef Show.
So again, that was your explanation from Joe Epperly. So basically, to recap, I mean, each class is different, and I can tell you, I think they rotate up is how it actually works. So this class, Brent Murphy should be your A judge. Blake Bloomberg will be the B judge, and then Kendall Reisetstein will then move down to be the referee in this class. So the referee's vote only counts if the top two judges don't agree. And that'll happen. With 3 different judges, you're going to have that all day, or a lot of it will happen today. So, all right. So in this class, we have entry 5146. 5146 is Cutter Dorsey. And his calf weighs 1277. The kid in the blue shirt, they actually got out of line. That is Jake Schickadance from Texas. Entry 5066. That is a 1,219-pound calf, and I do know that calf is an In God We Trust out of a Sugar Bear that would have came from Brandon Horn, is that first calf in that class. That next entry is 5051. That is Owen Hockaday on a 1,219-pound calf. Entry 5101 is Becca Olernick with a 1,219-pound calf. 5009 is Hayden Cleveland with a 1,223-pound calf. That would be that light blue young man in the aqua-colored shirt. And the young lady coming next is Tinley Bivens, with a 1,223-pound calf. The black and white calf is entry
5037.
Yeah, 5037 Lincoln Lutrick. That's not right. That's not Lincoln. They better not have named that little girl Lincoln. On a 1,224-pound calf. Then the 5019's Maddie Brown on the 1,227-pound calf. 5098 is Mackenzie Swanmeyer, and that's a 1,238-pound calf. Then Kyle Fox, entry 5074, win 1,250. And then the smoke calf way down on the far end, that is entry 5097. That is Fernando Melendez with a 1,254-pound calf. And the black calf on the end is first entry from the Bremer girls. This is entry 5159, Kinsley Bremer with a 1,255-pound calf. So we go from 1,217, Brad, down to 1,255. So sometimes I get out of order a little bit because maybe the first one doesn't want to lead quite good enough. So as you at home, if you guys are watching and you do know more about these exhibitors and you'd like for us to be able to get a little bit more education about these kids, I mean, Brad and I spent most of the last 2 days in the barn with everybody, and we've got as much information as we can get out of them.
As we were allowed.
As we were allowed. Yeah. Yeah. So.
You can let them know that I am posting
Okay.
these scorecards on our Facebook page.
Okay, so folks, hey, you can go to Ringside Live.
Their Facebook page.
Their Facebook page, Ringside Live's Facebook page. And Landry is posting the judges' placings for each judge on the Facebook page. So you guys will have a chance to see how the judges go throughout the day. Awesome, Landry, thank you. Okay. You getting more comments?
Very few, but they just said they thought your hair looks real good this morning, Jake.
Well, it might be turning gray, but it ain't turned loose yet.
We're just a little thinner on this end.
Really? That's why you wore a cap?
Yep. Just me and Q running the ball cap.
Oh, boy. Boy, you two are a pair to draw, too. Where's he at? Is somebody supervising Q right now?
Yeah, I think Doug Collard, I think, is on
Q watch.
Q watch today. They're probably back there pulling on the vodka bottle there back.
Oh, I hope not. For your sake, I hope not.
Well, there goes Q right now. I think he's rolling down. Oh no, that's not.
That's
Q.
not him. Well, I think some of our friends have bought a suite. So. See
they're Big Johnson
Buddha.
steer jocking up there in the bird's eye view bird seat.
I'm sure he's got critiques.
Yeah.
I hope he's not listening.
You listening, Johnson?
Nope, he's not.
Nope, he's not moving.
He'd have gave us the glare.
Johnson's pride might be giving us the. There he is.
Oh yeah, he's looking. Yeah, he's listening. Hey, for Class 2, we're only got a 40-pound difference here. 38.
Yep. Our bookend classes will probably have the biggest spreads. It looked like maybe a short 100-pound spread on the heaviest class of the day. I just took a glance at.
Oh yeah, probably. Well, as they put these calves in motion, I just said the kid in the. I'm sure that's the kid that they're talking about.
What's that?
Oh, that white calf. What's this kid's name? 5009. Hayden Cleveland. Well, I got information that the boy in the blue shirt with the white calf, I'll bet you it's this calf right here.
Be my guess. Yep.
I bet that's him. So 5009 is Hayden Cleveland. That is the calf that's the In God Sugar Bear from Brandon Horn.
Gotcha. And if you focus on the turf here, it's pretty exposing. Their feet better hit the ground pretty comfortably.
Pretty comfortable.
Pretty square. It's.
And really yesterday I watched showmanship too. I only saw a couple that struggled.
Yes, I agree. Some are going to be better than others, and
I can tell you, the other day in the percent Simmental show, one of our judges out here, Blake Bloomberg's young Brecken, had a Simmental heifer out here.
Yep.
Percentage heifer.
Yep.
And I mean, that surface helped her. I mean, she was so sound on her feet and legs.
Well, when you got one really, really good footed and really square and true, it just looked like poetry in motion on a turf like this.
Yep. And the ones that struggle, it hurts them. So, from a skeletal standpoint, these calves that are maybe a little shorter strided and a little unsure on their feet and legs, it sure shows. And this is a big ring. This is way bigger than old Coliseum. When you consider that,
Yeah, I think they can get off them way further.
I do too.
You know, and then it just seemed like maybe there was areas of that ring got just a little dark in spots where I think the lighting's good. And
Yeah, lighting in here is amazing, and you get a little natural light in here too from the. Excuse me. So this building really runs the same way the old building did. It runs east and west, from what I can tell.
Sullivan Supply is a family-owned and operated company founded in 1989. As the innovative leader in livestock show supplies, Sullivan Supply has kept the values of hard work, family ties, and quality products at its core. Sullivan Supply is proud to
I mentioned earlier we're up a couple classes. Last year there was 13. This year there's 15.
Yeah, 170 calves we're going to show today.
Do you remember exactly? I thought it was around maybe in the 120s or low
A year
130s
ago.
last year. Do you remember?
I don't
Somewhere in that
remember.
ballpark?
I think it was like 119, 118. So we probably got 50 more head.
And this is the first year that they've kind of opened up the fitting, isn't it? Or did
Last
they
year.
Last year.
Last year too. Yeah, last year too. Yeah. Yeah, because in the past, folks, for those
And
of you
then
that,
last year, was it terminal? Was everything terminal here, or was it just?
no, just the champions.
So that probably opens the door. That
Yep.
for some exhibitors aren't ready to be done in previous years.
Right.
You come to town, they were going to the rail.
Well, and especially these classes. You know,
Right,
these young
lighter classes.
lighter
that you got a
classes.
little-
These calves weighing 1220 to 1250. I mean, they can still, you know, some of these Texas kids can
Yep.
still go to Houston, San Antonio, still go to the Texas majors. And don't you think these black calves look better here?
You know, I don't know. I mean, like that.
I know,
the
but
kid out in the lead there with a
white
light colored
calf.
one.
I know, but when you got up there in that
I
dark
started
building,
showmanship yesterday. Maybe the black cattle had a little advantage, and maybe we were just seeing some better black cattle than we were colored cattle.
I'm just saying in comparison to the old stadium arena, to me, those calves, the black calves in there were at a disadvantage where the red calves and the lighter colored ones maybe had a bigger advantage, where here, I don't know that is that big of an advantage.
And I'd say with this surface, needing to be just a little softer middle to be a big advantage, because
I agree.
you know
I
there's
agree.
no fluff. Everything's exposed. Can make them look just
That a girl.
That a girl.
That
She's
a
out
girl.
with the Scotch comb.
The girl in front of her, she just dropped her comb, and the little girl behind it picked it up. That was great sportsmanship there. I should be writing down what these kids are wearing so we don't get confused here, son.
Because my eyes aren't that good.
I know. That's what I'm worried about.
We just got a little.
Oh, that's where he's at.
Yeah, it looks like the Q dog and the Mad Dog. The pair of
The
dogs
dogs.
are the dogs are hunting, baby. The dogs are
The
hunting.
dogs are loose. Who let the dogs
Who
out?
let the dogs out? I bet that
boy.
conversation between them two would be very educational.
Oh, my Lord. Well, I think they've gotten out of order here.
Well, I don't know about out of order, but they pulled some up, like the Bremer
Oh.
girl. She was the heaviest calf, the last one.
So which one's
that
she?
was
Is
brought-
she the
she's in
black
pink.
fourth?
She's
Okay.
fifth.
All right.
And then when I say fifth, that's not placed.
That's not placed.
In order here, the way they're.
And then that calf, that Hayden Cleveland's in that turquoise shirt. That's the In God Sugar Bear.
Can you see that?
That is
it
5066.
5066?
That's 5060.
5066.
Jake
Schickendas.
Schickendan's 1,219-pound calf. So that cream-colored calf in the lead there. 1219. Cutter Dorsey's right behind him. with a 12-17. And that's something 1. Oh, that's 5101. No, 5051. That's 50. That's Owen Hockaday with the red baldy. That calf's weighs 1219. Then the turquoise, young man in the white calf with the turquoise, that's the Hayden Cleveland with a 1223. And then Kinsley Bremer is currently, in the 5th hole right now. She's the little blonde girl with the pink sweater on. That calf's the heaviest calf in the class at 1255. Then I missed the other girl in the pink. I don't know who that is.
Need a spot.
Is that the Bibbins? Is that the Bibbins girl?
Out here, Jake, to read them.
We should have. Why didn't you bring binoculars? If we can't read it up in the Coliseum, this ring's so much bigger. Phones don't work in here very good either. I can get messages, but I can't send them very good.
Well, it looks like Mr. Bloomberg's wrapping it up.
It doesn't take him very long.
Nope.
He doesn't mess around.
I think he's ready for a smash burger.
Mountain Dew time. I wonder how many he's got. It. Oh, it even says Mountain Dew on the side. Do you see that's got a Mountain Dew?
That's one of those commemorative refill cups.
Right.
$15 and then refill it for 14.
And he's broke them. This week he's broke them.
I don't know if he'll break them.
Another thing about this new facility is everybody's not feeling. They don't feel crappy. The air quality in there is way better than it was on the hill.
Just give it a couple of days when they get home, and then the crud can set in.
Yeah, you're probably right. But
a couple of them spots on the way to the grounds that I don't know if we're driving by an alfalfa D-high plant or what we got going on, but there's kind of a scent in the air that just dang to put you to your knees.
Well, between them making dog food on the south side interstate and the grow house over here on the north side of the pens, that big warehouse over there across the street on Franklin, that's a grow house. Oh. Okay, so for those of you that maybe don't are watching that don't know our judges, again, our judges are 2 judges that have been on the panel for the last couple of years. Or Miss Kendall Reisetstein. Of course, Kendall's the Colorado. They typically try to get a Colorado representative on this pen. just for the tradition of Denver. But Kendall, a very talented young lady, lives up here in north of Denver. Her and her family, awesome cattle people. Her and her dad actually judged a show together this last week. Kendall, in my opinion, one of the more talented young people in our business. I think she sees livestock as good as any young person in our business. Of course, the other guy that served on our panel the last couple of years, Mr. Brent Murphy from Houstonia, Missouri. Brent lives in kind of central, just west of Columbia, Missouri. Him and his family have a really nice cow herd, but his family, they show hogs and show goats and multi-species. Very competitive family. Brent judges a lot of steer shows, a lot of cattle shows. He's a judge down in Louisville also. And then, of course, our new member this year is Dr. Blake Bloomberg from Blackhawk. Of course, famed livestock judging coach at Oklahoma State, won multiple national championships, and then has gone down to Blackhawk and gone back to his roots, back to where his family's from, and is very happy back home. And him and his wife and kids also very competitive in the junior program.
Well, they're getting ready to wrap it up here, it looks like.
Yep, looks like all the cards have been turned in.
All the cards have been turned in.
JoJo? No 50s on this class? Oh. Hey, I'd love to hear reasons from these three. I'd love to hear reasons. You guys can give reasons to me before you do it. Oh, it's Murph's turn. Hey, simple country boy from Missouri, don't say that. I won't repeat what the mouthy judge just said. Well, I hope everybody at home is enjoying the coverage and are battening down the hatches for the blizzard and the winter cold deep freeze going to hit through this Midwest and down into Oklahoma.
I think it's going to be 50-some here today, I believe.
Yeah, it's 52 today here. Yeah.
By Saturday morning, I think in Iowa we could have somewhere in the 40 below wind chill range.
Oh. Well, I hope it warms up by next week. I got to come up there for Wayne and Barb's sale and Nagel's and Jowers next week. So I like that red calf a lot.
Solid.
That calf's got a big hip and a big foot. Owen Hockaday. I should know that. Where's that young man from?
I'm not 100% sure, but I know I've seen the name a bunch
I have too.
Didn't you do the research yesterday? I thought you were going to get a
Well, I didn't get everywhere. It was hard getting information on some of these guys.
They don't want to jinx it.
I guess not. Okay, Joe. Don't fall. Okay. Okay, our surrogate judge, Mr. Joe Epperly, is making his way out. He's got the final placings, so. Okay, looks like he's pulling that black and white calf, then another black and white calf out.
Starting from the bottom up.
Yep. And sorry, folks, we can't read. I can't read those numbers from here, so I'll do a better job getting that. Well, I know that one down, that gray calf. That's that Fernando Melendez. Okay, they're pulling them in here pretty quick. Looks like they got it down to the top 5. So he's pulling in Cutter Dorsey. He's going to be a 5th. That's a 1,217-pound calf. That's Mr. Cutter Dorsey. That's Micah's son, Shaylin's son. Looks like 4th is going to be Mr. Hockaday with the red baldy. He leaves these 2 white calves and this black calf from Kinsley Bremer. Looks like this is the calf that is the
horn calf.
Yep,
Isn't it?
and number 1's going to go to that Jake Chicken dance.
Well, good morning. What an awesome class. What an awesome venue, and what an awesome day it's going to be. It's going to be very positive. Very, very honored to be out here with my 2 counterparts. It's an incredible class. Past the cattle, young people, absolutely second to none. Good pair up top here, and I think if we could blend them just a shot, then we'd really, really have us one. But the white one was the one that suited me in terms of just his look, his presence, his balance, his runners, even though he'll take a different step every now and again. Just the angles he's got on both ends are very, very good. He still sets them down. He's still square as he comes and goes. And I think of the pair, you get back off of him, he's just got a shot more true shape right in the center of his cage. He's got just a shot better balance in his underline in terms of the way the good Lord made him. Now, the one in second's presented incredible sheath back. I think you bear down on it. Maybe he's not as genuine as our class winner. We get into that class winner for me, we could shorten his muzzle up a shot, stouten his foot and his ankle. Very, very good calf, very well presented. Black calf, awesome up high, great shape right down his loin edge. Awesome in terms of right up over his withers and the way that thing opens out of the back of his shoulder. Really good in terms of his hip, and to be that good up high in terms of his hip, he still utilizes his rear leg and soft at the ground. I maybe at times couldn't get him to just actually hinge his hock and utilize it. He compensated with the set he has at the ground. Didn't know if his hock worked absolutely a dead set perfect like the white one up front. And mainly, young lady, you got to be second for me. I wish he had a shot more shape right in the center of him. Point of his shoulder, ball on his tail. Give that one a shot more shape. Awesome calf, beautifully presented. Whitey's good calf. If we could make his underline down, match everything up high, young man, we'd be up to class. Awesome body, good up front, good in his width. Gets a little frailer from his underline to the ground. He doesn't proportion. You handle him, he gets a little staler and not quite as good right up over his withers. The yellow calf comes next. Really good on the move. He gathers himself up. He needs to balance better in his underline. He just runs out of shape. Like I told those two, he's got tons of spread up high. There's not as much good sharp shape in that one, but a very, very good calf. Black calf comes next. Good looking, good moving. Needs more body. Need to square him up behind. Black and white calf comes next. Really heavy duty in terms of his bone work. Good out through his hip. That one gets a little flatter in terms of the center of his body. Young man, you presented him to the hilt. Black calf comes next. We ask him to go. He gathers his top line, gathers his hip. He gets a little longer faced for me. With that, maybe not quite as genuine in the top side of his skeleton in terms of when we get him parked. He wants to deviate in his top line. He wants to dump his pins at times. Heavy duty, though, and muscle. Good there. Young lady's yellow calf comes next. Awesome bodied, square up high. Needs to go better off his rear leg. Young man's done an awesome job hanging in with one that didn't want to be there. Really good looking, up-headed. Head carriage is very, very good on that calf. Awesome in his top line. Needs to come with more shape, young man, but you've done an awesome job. The trip you had today, even though it stinks right now, that'll make you a better human every day of your life from going through it the way you did. Hats off to you. Heavy duty one in terms of width and spread and squareness and stoutness comes in old Silver there. Just needs to have a better set of runners in terms of both ends as he goes. Paint calf comes next, just very fundamentally good in terms of his body type and kind. He too needs to be better in terms of his mobility. Young lady, you've presented him to a great degree. Congratulations to you. Well fed, well shown one comes next. Awesome in terms of dense shape. Need to set his spine down in him. Let that one be a shot more attractive as he goes. Awesome set of cattle, great set of young people. Congratulations to all of you.
Okay, so our class winner went to entry 5066. Jake Schickendance, I guess is how you say it. Schickendance. 1,219-pound calf, that cream-colored calf that really was the first one in the ring. Second in that class is entry 5159. That was Kinsley Bremer with a 1,255-pound calf. Third in that class went to entry 5009, Hayden Cleveland from Texas with a 1,223-pound calf. Fourth was entry 5051, Owen Hockaday, 1,219-pound calf on that red baldy. And then fifth was entry 5147, Cutter Dorsey with a 1217. Sixth went to entry 5074, Kyle Fox. Seventh went to entry 5101, Becca Lernick. Eighth, 5019, Maddie Brown. Ninth, entry 5037, Lincoln Lutrick. 10th, entry 5097, Fernando Melendez. 11th, entry 5098, Mackenzie Swanemeyer. And 12th, entry 5018, Tinley Bivens. Okay, so now we're ready for Class 3, Bradley.
Yes, sir. You can see on the card everything was pair switched here and there, but
Yep.
And you're going to have that pretty close.
We're going to get a chance to see these kids come by here. We're going to get at least to write down what they got on so we know what to kind of keep them straight here.
I'm getting up here tickling 1,300 on the heavier end on this class.
Yep. See, they're coming in backwards again.
The blue shirt is Harper Robbins, if I'm not mistaken, with a cowboy hat.
And then Piper. And then pink. That's Libby Pode. I know who that is.
I wouldn't call that pink. I'd call that purple.
Okay, well, you call it what you want to.
You colorblind, Jake?
I'm not colorblind. Are you kidding me? McKinley Pullman with the silver steer. Madeline Wall with the old yeller. Griffin Grove.
Maybe a little more variance, it looks like, in type and kind in this class.
I would agree. Yeah, there's a lot more different types in this. Maybe some calves that needed a few more days on feed.
Just in frame size, you see some deviation.
Right.
How about that quick fix there by Mr. Epperly?
Yeah.
Judges couldn't get the handle on the calf and took the kid's Scotch comb and kind of
combed him on his neck, and
he thought it was all right.
Yeah.
We don't need any knees blowed out
No,
today.
we don't. No. Actually, it looks like to me they brought him in way backwards order here. I can't see these very well.
Is that the Northern Iowa
Yeah.
herd bull up there in the cheap seats?
Yeah, it looks like it.
That's big BS,
Yeah.
I think.
Oh yeah, they're solving the world's problems.
Yeah.
Oh, they're starting to text.
Yep. To be hate mail.
Someone texted me in here from Texas, and I don't know who this is, but I know it's a Texas number. The over-under on how many times Murph says withers today, 15 times.
Well, he's only going to talk 5 classes, so that's 3 per class.
I'm gonna put. I think the over/under is a little high at 15. I'm gonna set the over/under at 8. He's already done 1. We'll keep track for you.
Yeah, I'd say he's a little high. He overshot the runway on 15.
Yeah, I'd say that's a little. Okay, so now I get a text in here. It says, "You look full." Oh boy.
Got a good feel on.
What, Landry?
If I send that camera over here to shoot at you guys, will you wave?
Yeah, we'll
Yep.
wave.
Okay, 1 second.
Yeah.
I gotta
All right, we'll wave.
Well, Wave, we were getting comments that both of us got a good feel this morning.
Yep.
What'd you have for breakfast, Jake?
I didn't eat breakfast this
Me and
morning.
Q, we got up early enough and went down to the restaurant. I had a big old stack of pancakes, and Q had him a couple eggs and an English muffin.
You cannot feed him that much.
You got to slow him up a little.
Slow him up just a skosh.
Heavy on the carbs and stuff.
Yep. Well, Coach Bloomberg, he has handled them, and now he is wiping his hands and
Blowing his nose.
grabbing his cards.
As soon as you see yourself on there.
Okay.
You wouldn't want to wear if he was one of these judges, Jake, you wouldn't want to wear a brand new bright white shirt, would you? It'd be wrecked at the end of the day.
Yeah, probably not.
It looked like he was working in a coal mine for a week.
I think if I was doing, I would not wear a light colored jacket. I would wear probably something a little darker to do a steer shot. There we are.
Yeah.
Here, wave. Yeah, I guess I do look a little full sitting next to you.
I look pretty lean this
You
morning.
do.
Yeah.
You do. Yeah, it doesn't look like they came in order at all, so I might.
That's got me just kind of rattled.
Yeah.
I believe we get as heavy as. Let me pull that. We don't have one north of 1,700. We got one at 1,696 today. How about that?
Christmas.
There's 11 of them.
Hey.
From 1610, but here's the deal.
Packers are taking it.
Yeah.
He's done. Look at him.
Yep. Nope, he just run out of ink.
Folks, I wish we could read these numbers better for you, but if any of you at home have a young child here that could give us a little more information, we'd love to take it. Oh, here we go. The orange calf with the black sweater vest. The orange calf with the black sweater vest.
The tall, skinny girl or the young girl?
I think it's the little girl.
Well, we got 2 of them that outfits I would call similar.
Jaitlin Myers, the one that weighed 1288. Orange calf. Here, I'm going to text him.
The light one or the dark one?
Or the little girl or the tall girl? Hey, pose over here. Look over here, Brad. Says it. Okay. That says it's. I'd say it's this orange calf right here.
Dean Kephart tuning in today. Got a little text message from Dean.
Oh,
He's probably getting ready for the blizzard down there in Canute.
oh, I'm sure he is.
Got his snow plow on.
K-Bar, glad you're tuning in. I'm going to come see you if the blizzard isn't too bad. I'm home this week. I need to come pick up that Meyer semen I need from you.
Troy Condon 5028.
Okay, so listen, this girl right here, that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5th from the end, that orange calf, that taller girl, she raised that calf.
Oh, good.
Yep. From O'Donnell, Texas. She's
Troy Condon out here. Just got somebody text me that the calf he's exhibiting is a Here I Am High Roller Udell Red Thunder, raised by Garrett, England. Sold as lot 9 on Phil Harbaugh's Heart of the Brand steer sale.
I'll be.
That steer weighed 1285.
Is that calf right there?
I'll be honest with you. Yeah, I believe so.
What's that kid's number? He's got a homemade number. Yeah, that's 5028. That's him, that black baldy.
Yep. Have you noticed, Jake, the emblems on the turf?
Yeah.
If they got to walk across that,
they don't.
Pick their feet up.
They don't.
Like wanting to cross a bridge or something.
Well, they think they're going into a manhole cover. They're scared of it. See, watch, they're walking right over that logo. That calf did it.
Some do it, but some will lift their feet up.
Yep. See how they takes a bigger stride, or they step away from it. See, that calf won't go over it. See? I mean, I appreciate the fact that they're trying to brand the National Western and do all that, but boy, these calves have not liked it at all.
I haven't seen one getting away yet, but they dang sure will hesitate, some of them.
Oh, yeah. Tim Burke just texted me and says, listen to how many times Murph will say genuine.
Stromberger's calf. Taya Stromberger's calf. Somebody just messaged me as a worth the wait, 1244.
Worth the wait, 1244.
And 1244, I'm pretty confident, is an Irish Whiskey Kelly.
It is.
Newt says I'm supposed to tell you that that he was wanting to know if they need to bring a bloat hose down here, what we got going on.
Tell Newt to get into his Taj Mahal barn and pull the next calf that he needs to pull. Quit messing with me.
Just got a message. A little girl in the purple sweater with the black and white calf came from Charlie Wilson and Ty Webster.
What's her name? Which one's that?
Purple sweater.
That's the one you call.
Third one from the back.
Yeah,
third one from the front.
Yeah, that's
there.
not Libby.
Motley faced one with a little white underline, little white up on his tail head or head of his tail head.
Libby Pode's the one with the green on.
We're getting all kinds of good stuff here, Jake.
Who's that idiot?
And that exhibitor on the Charlie Wilson Ty Webster is McKinley Pullman.
Okay. So that's the black and white calf, Brockle. Libby Pode's the one, the green. She's the one in the second hole. And then that's Harper Robbins, the black calf that's up front with the royal, with the cowboy hat on.
Doug Collard, his prediction on on the Murphy Withers deal is 12 times.
Oh. Okay, so nobody's turned a card in yet.
Maybe a little tougher class
Yep.
to break them down.
There are a lot of differences here.
There comes Blake with his card.
He didn't act like he was just overcome with.
He's always serious, though.
Yeah, I know.
Luke Knutson. Luke, we got to get you straightened out. If you think Jake needs to judge more steer shows, we just well take him all to Sale Barn.
Luke, thanks for the vote of confidence.
Just think, Jake, we're going to have cattle 400 pounds heavier than this later in the day.
I know. 400 pounds. Some of them in the same frame score.
Hey, there's some wide loads out there.
They are.
You know, with heavier cattle being more acceptable or probably more ideal, we're matching what the industry's doing, following what the commercial industry's doing. A tough thing to do will be when some of these cattle are tickling their second birthday in many cases, keeping them youthful and fresh enough will be
Right. They're going to, I mean,
you know, some of them want to get, they're big and burly and stout, get a little hammer-headed, get a little old, stale-looking. That'll be a challenge to keep them fresh and youthful-looking.
But you would think some of these calves that are going to come in here later are probably were spring-born or 24s.
Well, there'll be a lot of them. A lot, like I said, they'll be tickling too.
They'll be 2 years old.
Some of them are too.
But some of them have to be held that long to get
Well, you just think about it.
woofy enough.
It wasn't very long ago in 1280, 1300. Well, you're putting 150, in some cases 200 pounds at 3 pounds a day. You're talking another 60 days of age to get to that weight.
Right.
And as sound as they're wanting them today, if you don't have to just put the throttle down in terms of the feed bucket and you can just let them come just a little easier, I think it helps hold structure together.
I've just noticed here in these last few classes, the foot size on some of these cattle are better than what I remember. Sometimes I've come to these.
When you see a small-footed one, it's pretty exposed out here. Isn't
big time.
Yep.
There's nothing to hide it. They get all that shag down there on those legs. Just like this first calf, this kid in this blue shirt. That calf's got some big old paws, but look how much hair he's got on them legs too.
Yeah, and it's a big advantage in terms of long term. They better start with a big old foundation. Place your bets, Murph says.
In this class, I can see where there might be all over the board. So, folks, just get prepared. I think we could have
I bet they
more than a top pair switch, huh?
I bet they kind of get them broke down, and
I'll bet you.
As far off as you think.
I'll bet you $20 right now.
No bet. I don't
Come
have 20
on.
bucks. Q.
You've been feeding Q.
Q and I.
You don't have $20 to bet, probably.
Well, we went to the casino and we had a bad run.
Oh boy.
No, that's just a joke. No casinos close by here that I'm aware of. Or we'd have probably found
There's not many reservations
the
in
last
Colorado.
time Q and I went to the casino, I thought he had indigestion or something. Ended up being kidney stones. He was going to buckle on me.
Yeah, it was the night he was supposed to stay with me.
Yeah, I think he was just scared to go stay with you, Jake.
Yeah,
Is what the whole
probably.
deal was. It was just a cover.
Yeah.
His mom come to pick him up at a Love's truck stop. She comes blazing in there. And the next thing you know, there's cherries tailing her. And Q, he goes right in the mix. I was ready for that deputy to draw on him.
I'm going to tell you right now, I bet you not. We don't have two judges got the same top three. You want to bet?
Yeah,
No.
I'll take you on it.
Okay.
Today's cheeseburger.
Today's cheeseburger. There won't be. Two of these three judges won't have the same top three.
You mean identical, 1, 2,
No,
and 3?
just
the same three calves.
Yeah.
I bet they do.
Bet they don't.
I'll bet you a Werther's original.
I brought them.
Okay.
Oh, I got more text messages here. Let's see what smarty pantses we're getting here. Somebody must be annoyed by me clicking my pen. I'm going to stop doing it, Micah. Smarty pants.
Cole Caldwell has a song request. When the calves are entering the ring, you're supposed to start singing Creeping.
Okay, our ring steward, Joe Epperly. There goes my little redhead. She's not going to be happy with this placing.
Getting them narrowed down to 4.
That's little Mesa Becker. We got her down to 3.
The Pullman girl is in the top 3 for sure.
Yep. Third is going to be
the Pullman
girl. Looks like 2 is going to be Blibby Pode, and your winner is going to be Mr. Harper Robbins with a 1,259-pound calf. And our first set of reasons from our rookie on the team this year, Mr. Blake Bloomberg.
Good morning, and certainly a privilege to be with you, and what a venue for a steer show. And to be honest with you, I've been looking forward to this a long time and working with two people that I have a lot of respect for. One that I grew up and admiring is a good friend of mine, and one of them that I had the opportunity to coach and run up and down the road with. So it's a real special moment for me to be out here. And, again, I don't know how we shook out on this class, maybe some difference because there's some good cattle up and down the line. I thought for me personally, these top 2 needed to rise up to the forefront, and then between the 2, there's some give and take. I thought this one from the side gave us a very, very unique look. His head and neck sit up at the top of his shoulder. He's a little cleaner at the base of his neck than the steer that comes in second. I thought his pieces were just a little bigger in terms of his bone and his mass. And when you get your hands on the cattle, I thought he shaped up with more back out and spread out of his shoulder into the edge of his loin. I thought he just hooked up cleaner in terms of his balance. Again, for me, his feet could be a little different. He could maybe motor just a scooch better. But I thought you had to give up too much presence and too much back shape and too much cutability to get this steer not on top of the class. I like this calf. I like his feet and legs. I like the way everything motors. He's better in the shape of his foot. He's better in the way that he grabs the ground off both ends of his skeleton. Thought he ran downhill just a little bit. He's a little duller through the base of his neck. I didn't think he shaped up with quite as much spread as the steer we have that wins the class. But you could go back and forth on those two, in my opinion. You could make case for either one of them, but I like both cattle extremely well. The Brockle face, for me personally, just kind of landed in third. I think there's good things about him. He, too, has some spread. Got a nice look when the young lady gets him put together. You get him set in motion, though, he closes up at his base. He's a little narrow in his chest floor. I didn't think he had quite the forearm shape we found in our top 2 cattle, but he does hook up a little nicer in terms of his look than the steer that grabs the red ribbon in the class. For me personally, we just got to spread him apart at the ground, give him more chest width and base width. The orange calf, really Packer preferred in terms of his muscle and his finish, and I would compliment him on that for this particular calf. He doesn't probably have quite the lines and the quality we find in our top 4 steers, just in terms of the way he hooks up from the profile. But the calf's good-bodied. He fits his weight well from a finish standpoint. We just need to make him a little more eccentric in terms of his look. I like this one's cage really good. When you get your hands on him, he's bold, he's dimensional, he's stout. We just need to rework him from a structure standpoint. He's a little coarse up in through his shoulder. He's not as proportional as you study him from the profile. We need to reel his hind leg in under him just a little bit as you watch him get out and go. This calf is not shy on muscle, maybe as much red meat yield in relation to his carcass weight of any steer we've got in here. Needs to counter that with just a little more finish. He's a little bare to the touch from a finish perspective, wants to cut up in his flank, but he's a stout rascal that's not shy on power. I like the look of this calf. I think he's really nice in terms of his lines. Pretty good at the ground. He's just a little too empty-middled, and that is reinforced when you get your hands on the steer. He fades out the most over his ribs. He's the most open from a finish standpoint. Just at his weight, needs a little more time on feed to get up into that quality grade perspective. We round out with 3 good cattle. These kids have worked hard on them here for a year. A pretty good steer here from a muscle standpoint. We just need to rework his skeleton. A chunky middled calf here that you like in terms of his doability. From a softness perspective, just need to rework him a little bit from a structure standpoint and give him some balance. Then a calf that closes, definitely is sound, gets out and covers his track well. We just got to gauge him a little wider off both ends of his skeleton to make a play in this particular class. Good set of steers and looking forward to a great day. Congratulations to those kids.
Well, Jake, you'd have to admit, I think you'd have to admit, Jake, it was closer than you thought.
Yeah, I guess so.
And the only one that threw a curveball in there was Murph. Murph had 51-45. That ends up 4 as his lead calf.
Right.
But otherwise,
yeah,
Kendall
they all had the
and
third.
Blake had 1 and 2, and they bing, 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 1, 2, and 3.
Yep. Well, that's why they're paid to do what they're doing.
Yep. That's why they're getting the big bucks.
And that's why I'll never be asked to judge a steer show, probably.
We just got a text. That class winner is a Here I Am 7 from Barry. I'm guessing that's Ryman. That Nelson and his crew sold to the Robbins family of Ohio.
I'll be darned. Here I Am 7.
And we had a replacement showman, it looks like, as Harper had an emergency surgery on her elbow.
Oh, really?
And then had to find a replacement.
I'll be darned.
Sound like a crazy deal. Thanks for the info, Nelson.
So first place went to Miss Harper Robbins. Harper, we hope you have a quick recovery if you're listening.
Yep. You got your nice calf, Harper.
You do. That's a good calf. Entry 5096, that calf weighed 1259. He was a Here I Am 7. Would have came from Ryman Ranch. Second was entry 5064, Miss Libby Pode from Texas. Randy Pode's young lady. She weighed 1265. Third went to entry 5131, McKinley Pullman, and you said that was came from Charlie Wilson.
Charlie and Ty.
Charlie and Ty. And then fourth was entry 5145. That's Jayton Myers on that orange calf weighing 1288. That was a home raised calf. She'd home raised that calf. Fifth was entry 5083, Taya Stromberger. That calf was a worth the wait out of 1244, the Whiskey Kelly, and that calf weighed 1282. Sixth in that class was entry 5089, Mesa Becker. Seventh was entry 5028, Troy Condon. Eighth was entry 5091, Griffin Grove. Ninth, entry 5011, McKenna Stevenson. 10th was entry 5102, Abigail Holdren. So we had 2 scratches in that class. So now we're going into class 4.
1298 to 1319.
So we are in the 13s.
A 21-pound spread is all.
Yeah. So we got 5081. That's Katie Pryor. Would that be Cal's daughter?
That'd be Adams, I think.
Adams. Oh, that's yeah.
Okay,
that's
but I
Adams.
believe.
That's Adams' daughter.
Can you read that tag on this first one? On that?
No, I can't. I wish they'd make. Do what?
Well, I knew that didn't look like no Katie to me.
Yeah, that's no. Oh, that's Jake.
Sorry, I forgot to change your.
So it's Jake Pryor?
Jake Pryor, yeah. And that is
one.
Yeah, he don't look like a Katie. He's a big old stout dude.
I dare you to go ask him, call him Katie. Go call him, Katie.
Hey, there's some athleticism in there. There's a brother there
Playing-
got picked up with the Houston
Texans. His brother got picked up by the Houston Texans. Yeah.
A stud from UNI.
Yep. Yep. He's a lineman from UNI. Yep. Yep.
I think the linebacker.
Linebacker at UNI, and he just got picked. He got picked up by the Texans. Yeah. Yeah. Well, you can see they got some girth in that family.
We got a little error there. It's Jax.
Jax.
A-A-X.
It's Jax.
I was going to say that.
That's
didn't sound
not.
right.
That's
he was
Jax.
actually on the same plane as I was on the way out here.
Yeah. Is that one of the triplets?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, and then I've got a little bit of information.
Thanks, Drew.
Let's see. They're black and white calf. I can't see that far down there.
National Western Stock Show. Common Spirit is committed to unleashing the healing power of humanity through human kindness. Learn more at mountain.commonspirit.org.
So that's Jax Pryor with a 1,298-pound calf. And then the last 1,200-pounder is Clayton Barch, that second calf. Kendall is giving him a once-over. That's a 1,299-pound calf. Then Bristol Lesky with a 1,307. McKinley Long with a 1,309. Maverick Cody with a 1,309. Brazos Heck with a 1,314, and Lily Sycophus, entry 5032 with a 1,315. Also with 1,513, that's Vienna Sells, entry 5040. And I know that calf is a In God. So that calf that's making that circle down there, that orange calf, that's an In God We Trust out of a full sib to Kelly.
I believe that young lady won her division of showmanship yesterday.
She won her division in junior showman. She was the champion junior showman yesterday. Then entry 5147, that's Caston Dorsey. He was reserved to her. So both those kids are in the same class in the showmanship. That calf weighs 1,315. And then entry 5092 is Ty Weathers with a calf weighing 1,319. Then entry 5114 is Sailor Norvell. So that would be Tyler's young daughter with a 1,319. And our last one that weighs 1,319 is entry 5126. That's Copper Papelka.
I'm guessing that's Magic's son.
That's Magic's son.
They kind of call you Magic 112 too, don't they?
Yeah, they call me the Magic Man every once in a while.
Magic Man.
Got my best girl up here sitting next to us.
Keeping us in line.
That's right. Prettying this group up a little bit with Maggie Griswold sitting next to me. So that new pickup's got a little trouble, huh?
Yeah.
Oh, boy.
What happened?
Oh, Grizz was bragging about his new pickup, best truck I've ever owned. Now it's leaking gas, and he's got it in the shop this morning before we go home.
Nothing little JB Weld won't fix. Get Van Zandt on that.
Get Vanny on it.
He's magic with that.
Vanny, if you're listening, we need you in Denver, son. Bring that JB Weld. Okay, so this little girl coming around with this chunky black calf. He's got some big old pipes, or it looks like it. What is that? Can you read that number? Got her hair in the way.
75, I thought it ended in.
Nope, there is no 75.
Well, it goes to show you what I know.
That calf, I saw him. He was tied. Saw him in the stalls. Boy, he is a pretty booger when he gets out here.
Thank you.
Cannot. Wish she'd swing her hair so I could see that number. Boy, they're losing their numbers. That's 5163. That's Bristol Lesky. There's Lily Sycophus right here. This orange calf making the turn. And then that calf that just made the turn there, that's the Vienna Cells. And then there's Caston Dorsey right there, the black and white calf. Yeah, so congratulations to Vienna Cells and Caston Dorsey. Your champion and reserve champion, they're following each other. How ironic is that? 50.92. Now they're back in shape again here. That Ty Weathers has got that white calf. And then the pretty little girl here with the pink sweater on. Now you call that pink?
That's pink.
Okay. Well, we've been arguing about colors up here, so that's Sailor Norvell from Tyler Norvell, of course, manager of OYE. They've been here all week with that calf. And then Coppers at the end. You can't write these colors of these calves down anymore because most of them are going to be yellows or silvers, but we do have a few more black ones in this class. So again, this class goes from $12.98 to $13.19. So just 20 pounds, Bradley. Okay, I suppose I need to ask my first trivia question of the day.
Let's hear it.
Who sold the who had the grand champion calf that brought the least amount of money ever in National Western history? And what was that figure? Two-part question. Well, let's just answer that. What was the price of the lowest priced champion steer
in history
of the National Western? Yeah.
Well, it'd probably take a dinosaur like yourself to know that one.
Okay, I'll take that as a compliment. I'm going to also ask how many consecutive years have I been to the National Western? Taking out 21. That's going to be question number 2. I think last year I said what year was my very first National Western. So we're going to keep track of these questions. I need to write them down so I see who can answer them. So question number 1, what was the lowest premium on the Grand Champion steer?
Just got a little information on Copper Papelka's calf. He's an In God 6, and 6 would be the donor from Tracy Gretzka, and I think she is a Monopoly 805, if I'm not mistaken. And there's been a bunch of them.
So you said Coppers?
Yep.
Copper steer is a what?
In God We Trust, out of a donor Tracy calls 6.
Oh, 6.
And I believe, pretty confident that is a Monopoly.
Yep, it is.
Out of 805. And 805 is
the mother of Here I Am.
Done a lot of good things for Tracy and his camp. Now they got him jumbled up a bunch.
What now? Why are they all lined up like this? Well, they pull them out in different. What they do is they pull these calves out different. They kind of pull their top calves up to the front, like their top 5 or 6.
Shout out to our old buddy Glenn Martin there. He must be tuning in. He's no stranger to this show.
How's the weather in Mason, my friend?
$56 he's wondering.
Huh?
That's how many years you've been going to the National Western. Newt, he was a little more modest. He said 50.
How old do they think I am?
I thought, well, didn't you say you're 78 or 9?
Shut up.
Is that a toupee you got on, or is that your natural hair? You're kind of a pretty boy.
Well, you're wrong.
First one time when I glanced over, it was Jimmy Johnson, the old former Cowboys coach.
My hair's better than his, and it's still got color in it.
His is a little more fluent, smoother.
Okay. Nobody's guessed the premium, lowest premium. Nobody's guessed how many years right either.
My guess is $3,000.
Nope.
That's still pretty good.
That's still pretty good. Well, that's since they've had an auction.
Well, there's all kinds of clauses it sounds like you're coming with.
Well,
you got to reveal that stuff first.
Well, it's the lowest. And they didn't used to sell them. I am going to reveal one of my trivia questions. I'm not going to ask it as a trivia question this year, but I've got the person that's had the lowest priced reserve steer has a daughter showing today.
We got one guess, $32,000.
Nope, that's wrong. Way off.
Devin, you're too high.
Way too high. Way too. I think I asked this trivia question last year, but I'm going to ask it again this year because they'll all get this. But everybody that I'm telling you what I'm going to do. Whoever answers a trivia question right first, that gets the answer first, gets their name put into a drawing. We're going to ask 6 trivia questions. And
maybe 7 if we come
maybe
up with
7.
a good one.
Yeah. But whoever, we're going to put their name in a hat. We're going to draw their name out, and whoever gets their name drawn out, whoever answers one of the trivia questions, I will sponsor 2 people next year to come to the National Western on me. I'll pay for airfare and 2 nights hotel to come to the steer show next year.
Get that in writing because he's been known to renege.
No, I won't. When have I reneged?
Well, Muck told me.
No.
Yep.
No.
He said,
Muck
called just gas and he ignored me.
Okay, don't you? Yeah. Put my number on there. Yeah. Tell them to text us. Ooh, whoever texted me 903-217-2020. I don't know who you are, but you're close. Very, very close. $11,500 was guessed. That's very close. Very close, but no cigar. Brad will put his phone number on there. They might want to. Hey, they might want to schedule his SC sale.
That'll be good. 712-269-3473.
I think last year we asked how many multiple families had multiple wins here.
That was a good one.
That was a good one, but I think we missed a few. Didn't we?
I think we got it all figured out
I
by
did.
the end.
Yeah. Boy, I'm getting some ugly comments about my trivia. Most people like the trivia. Well, the person that just sent me that ugly comment, they don't have to listen. Okay, so we've asked 2 trivia questions and no winner win a chicken dinner yet.
Now you're expecting them to get that dollar figure right on the money or the closest to?
What do you think this is? We playing hand grenades and horseshoes? No, you got to get the exact number. Oh, who said 11? Who was the first one that said 11? That's the answer.
First one that said 11.
Huh?
Cole Caldwell.
Cole
Congratulations,
Caldwell.
Cole. That
Cole,
guy,
you
that
got
guy
your
is
name entered in the deal.
multi-talented. If somebody follows my Facebook page, he was in a Christmas program earlier, and he was hanging by some cables playing drums. I mean, it was quite a deal.
Really?
Yeah.
Cole Caldwell, your name is in the pot. $11,000 was the champion steer.
What year was that, Jakey? Do you know?
Sean Sparks in Texas, and that was 1987. My second question was, how many consecutive years have I been to the National Western? Wrong. 17 years. Wrong. Higher. That's pretty close, but no cigar yet.
I guess 49.
Huh?
You only get one guess?
Yeah, you only get one guess. You can't. I mean,
Mr. Bloomberg turned his card in. He's getting his old nose pickers cleaned up there and a little black paint off them.
Yep.
They even got some breakdown there for him.
Oh, they do?
Yeah. Hit your hair with that there. Break that little glue down. Look, you might look like a rock singer or something, Jake.
I've got to control it. Somebody just guessed 70 years.
27 years.
Wrong. I'll tell you this much. The first year, huh? You have how much? Who guessed 46? Chase Briggs. Chase, you guessed it right, buddy. This is my 46th year, consecutive year, less 2021.
And I was just informed, too, Jake, there is a casino 34 miles away.
Oh, there is.
Black Hawk Central City, and it's a good thing I didn't learn that till my final night in Denver.
I'm glad you didn't know, because you'd have taken Q and it'd have been a bad deal.
We might have to go straight from the casino to the airport tomorrow.
Oh, my. Boy, I wished I knew how this prior steer was bred. He's a good one. Big forearm. Look at the forearm in that calf.
Sorry.
They can hear that.
That's just a nervous.
I know.
I get a little nervous when I sit.
Micah Blizzard was wearing me out about how many times I was going to click my pen. It wasn't me. It was Otto. All right. Well, be ready. Peyton, I love you. 36 years. That makes me feel good. But
Benny Ferguson said 33. He was off a little.
Yeah, 46 years. My first year here, I was working for Mr. Eldon Krebs. I was a junior in high school, 1979. Actually, I'd have been a senior that year. Well, folks, two of the judges have got their cards turned in. They've kind of pulled some of these top, better calves up front. It's kind of how they've been doing it.
Shout out to my buddy Scott Foreman. He's probably supposed to be out on the road today, and he's probably just getting out of bed about now.
Okay, that prior calf, guys, that calf is a In God Whitey. That's an In God We Trust Whitey.
That'd be a sib to the champion that the Ryman kid showed.
Right. Yeah. In 2024. That Croy won in 24.
Yep.
Wow, wow, wow. That's cool.
I think that red tape's for anybody over the age.
In God Whitey. And that calf was raised by Jake Hopton.
Looks like the DMAC crew.
What are they doing?
Watching the show today.
Oh, they're watching.
Supposed to not say any profanity. I won't.
We haven't yet.
I think Travis Lautner's at the helm there.
Oh, he is?
Yeah. Educational day.
Yeah. They're learning something. Well, our judges have turned their cards in. So they're frantically putting our data in. I didn't catch who that. Did you catch who that was there at the?
Which one?
Who's the second? The kid in the cowboy hat that's second. That burly black calf.
Oh, no, I didn't.
Oh. Sorry, folks, we can't see these numbers very good. Where's your dad? Yep, he's back.
I think he's sleeping up there.
He's probably trying to figure out.
Nope.
Okay. Is Joe out? Oh, Joe's out there pulling him.
How many classes are there?
There's 15 classes.
What class are we on?
We are on
3.
4. 4. We are on 4.
Getting them narrowed down. We're
I've-
about to down to 5 or
I've
6.
I've been corrected. I thought Sean Sparks was from Texas. He's from Oklahoma. So he was the one that had the lowest premium. I think you guys can probably guess. Well, I probably won't ask that question. The next class, I've got a doozy of a. Oh, here we go. What's that kid's number? 50?
51.
51. That's Maverick Cody. That black calf, that stout calf.
Would that be Brett's son?
Yep. That's going to be 4th. The prior steer is going to be 3rd.
Vienna Sells.
Vienna Sells is going to win
Having
this
herself
class.
A great national western.
Yep.
Wins the showmanship division
In
yesterday in a class.
In God We Trust out of a full sib to Kelly.
Really an interesting class and a good class, and obviously you can tell up there I had some switches, I had some pretty big switches, and I think that's a testament to the cattle and to the kids. Although I do think all 3 of us agree on how we describe these things. This one that leads off, he's stout. He's stout from anywhere you study him up front. He's big armed, he's big chested, he's big backed, and that transitions back into a stout pin set and lower quarter and stifle. He's big at the surface as well in terms of foot size and feature and bone work. And you know what? He still balances good from the side. He looks like a fat steer, even though we're in class 4 here. He still looks like a fat steer about his chest, his forerib back into his flank. You know, you get him out in motion, and for me, he's maybe just a little tighter in terms of his hip and how he reaches out of his rear skeleton. But I like this thing in terms of power and dimension and just true muscle mass. Congratulations to that young lady. This 1 and 2 probably reaches and goes, and just in terms of skeleton, as good as anything. His lines read really good from the profile down his top line. His length out of his hips good. His neck ties into the top side of his shoulder and still grabs with a big running gear underneath of him. Now, when you get behind the cattle, he's just a little bit flatter into the plane of his stifle, up high in terms of his pin set, a little flatter there, but up high, that might be one of the biggest back steers we've seen so far, just in terms of aggression out of his shoulder into his loin edge. Us 3 just wish he had a little more pop down low in terms of body shape, a little stouter up high in terms of his pins. Love him from the outside though, love him in motion. That's a really nice steer to be in 2. The one that comes out in 3rd, really expressive and expansive in terms of muscle shape. I read him to be pretty raw and genuine just in terms of the turn down his top, the set to he has to his hip. In motion, we could strengthen him in terms of his foot size and shape, and I think that allow him to get out and go a little more comfortably, but he's as raw as they come. And just in terms of shape, he's stout in his forearm. He still balances really good from the side. He's just got to get out and go a little more comfortably in motion. This black one here is bulky and dense from really his forerib back. He's awesome from that perspective. He gives you a really good look from the side in terms of his neck, his shoulder, all the way back out to a real stout and powerful hip. Up front, when you get in front of the cattle, he needs to be reeled in just a little bit in terms of his shoulder, his knee, and I think that allow him to get out and go a little more comfortably. But I'm telling you, at the standstill, awesome presented steer that's really stout, really powerful. A white steer here that's got a little more length, a little more extension from the side out of his hip. He's really strong and long down his top line. You know, from the side, a little plainer about his head shape, a little plainer about his neck, down into the base of his chest relative to his flank line there. But that's good cattle, just in terms of aggression of shape up high, real stout out of his hip. The one that comes in 6, I read him to be real sound out of his hip and his hind leg, and probably the freshest one just from looking from the outside in. He's good about his head, good about his neck, still fresh about his body shape, needs more up high and just relax him in terms of his spine and motion, but still a good kind of a steer. This one that comes next, young lady, you stuck with him. He's quite a bit bigger than you, but you never gave up. Real stout, real powerful going away from you, probably in terms of just pin set, lower quarter, and stifle. We just got to make it more comfortable in motion in terms of spine and hip and hind leg. Really a nicely presented steer that circles out here, young men. You've done a great job. He's awesome down his top line. Big-footed, sound structure kind of a steer that's just a little bit plainer in terms of shape and body. Young man here, black and white one, real smooth everywhere you study him in terms of handle quality from his shoulder out through his hip. Just needs to hit us a little stouter, a little more aggressive and fresher in terms of his back, in terms of his hip and his hind leg, but very smooth, really highly presented steer. Young man does a great job. Big-legged steer, black steer here that gives you a really good look. He's awesome about his head, his character up front, down into the base of his chest and his arm. Just needs more muscle up high and going away. The orange steer here, real big-footed, real just dense and burly in terms of his bone work and his feature. Needs to be sounder structured down his top line and out of his hip and his hind leg. We close this class with a steer that's very expressive, going to cut really well, just in terms of cutability and carcass value. Just needs to be a little more unique from the profile. Heck of a good class, a little more challenge up there on the top side. Let's go ahead and congratulate those kids.
Results of class number 4. In 12th place, McKinley.
Okay, guys, your class winner. First 3 calves were all in gods. First calf that won that class.
Deviation in that. Kendall had
a little bit.
Kendall had the one that ends up 6th in class,
winning
as
it.
her class winner.
So she thought the Brazos Heck calf.
Yep.
I'll be darned.
And she had the Sells calf in 3rd. Murph had that calf winning the class.
Yep.
So there was some that was probably the most deviation we've had so far.
But see, Kendall had 51-51 second. Murph had it 4th. And Bloomberg had it winning. And it ended up 4th.
Ladies and gentlemen watching,
but he's just a tiebreaker, so where he has them.
So let's listen to Joe explain this.
Test 1, 2, test. Did it sound like we got something? Test 1, 2. Joe, you're back on. You might just check your mic, Joe, just to see if it's working before the...
Testing 1, 2. There we go.
Well, folks, if you can hear me, there we go. Here's Joe. Here's Joe Epperly. He's going to discuss that last class and kind of how we had variation.
Attempt number 2. Let's see if I can blow it up again. Get over here where I can see it. All right, last class, and now we're flashing again. Okay, guys, I'm just hanging on and waiting until this thing quits flashing so I don't kill it again. But the system works where you've got to think about the referee. He only breaks ties. The referee breaks the ties. A and B place them, and their placings matter. Referee just breaks the ties, and that's why they switch every time. So especially when we get to the referee, it doesn't matter where the referee placed them. It's just between the ones that A and B disagree on which one's higher. So in this class, for first, Kendall has 51-62. Murphy has 50-40. We go to the referee Bloomberg's card, and 50-40 is above 51-62, so 50-40 wins the class. For second, we have 51-62 and 51-26. Oh, man. If I pass out, I apologize. 5126 is higher than 5162 on the referee card, so he's in second. And it's still between 5162 and 5081. 5081's higher on the card, and that's as far as we're going to get, ladies and gentlemen. So we'll try to get back and do some more, but hopefully that helps you understand the system just a little bit more. The ref's just breaking the ties where it does not agree with A and B. Thank you for your patience.
Well, there you have a little explanation, and if anybody's looking at home on our last card, I think you can go to the Facebook page
Thank you again, ladies and gentlemen.
and look that up, and quite a little deviation. That just goes to show,
right.
You show enough, you're going to get your tail kicked in where you don't think you need to, and you show enough, you're going to have somebody like your stuff. So, I mean, everybody likes them, sees them a little different.
That's right. And if you had one person, everybody says, well, I don't like this three-person system. Well, if you'd have had the right person judging that thing right there, you wouldn't have had a chance. So, by doing that, that much variation had them all come back together. And, hey, it was a group effort there. So, in this next class, hey, we go from 1320 to 1343, Brad.
Yes, sir.
So our feed's not back up, but that's all right. We can look out there at them. So just 23 pounds difference in this class. 5088, the young lady in the royal blue shirt up there, that's Tinley Becker with a 1,320-pound calf. Then entry 5001, those three plot calves all the way 1320, 1321, 1323. We got Tinley Becker, Riley Harmon, and Lily Wilson. Then 5067 is the young lady in the pink shirt with the silver calf. That is Sydney Schickendance, so that would be the sister of the young man that won the second class. I think he won the second or the third class maybe, or first class maybe. Yeah, he won class 1 or class 2. So Jake Schickendance has little sisters out here with another silver calf. And then next is Andrew Stoneberg with a 1,325-pound calf. And then the young lady in the purple sweater is 5069. That's Tyler D. Cordova with a 1,328-pound calf on that black calf. That yellow baldy, that is entry.
We're back in action.
There we go. 5077 is Kelsey Clark with that yellow baldy. And then the red baldy right behind him, that red and brockle face calf, that's entry 5144. And that is a How Great Thou Art broker.
Which one was that?
The red brockle is a How Great Thou Art broker. And then 5157, that is Madeline Lautner with a 1,333-pound calf on that yellow calf. And then old Stripe, the one that's got the stripe right behind his shoulder on show side, that is 5015 Carson Oliver. Calf weighs 1,340. Young lady in the red sweatshirt, that's Laney Holt with a 1,342-pound calf. And then the gray calf at the very end is Kai Curran with a 1,343-pound calf on entry 5127.
And Kai Curran, I'm guessing that calf would have come out of the Goretzka camp. That would be Tracy's nephew.
Yep.
Madeline Lautner would be Matt and Michelle's daughter.
Yep.
I think maybe they had that calf in Phoenix here just around Christmas time.
Is that the calf that won Phoenix?
No.
Oh, that's another one.
Yep. They won the prospect show in Phoenix.
Oh, that's right. God, she's growing up.
Time flies.
Little Maddie's growing up.
Current at 1343. That is your fifth. Number 5 class for the market steers. Class number 5 for the market steers. Thank you.
That calf's got some big pipes. That yellow calf of Maddie's. Look at the legs on that calf. He's burly. That logo didn't seem to bother him, did it?
Mm-mm.
Maybe he's standing right on it. Okay, folks, ready for another trivia question? Landry? Okay. I need the person that can tell me the first year that we had a three-man judge, the year that we had the very first three-man panel, and who those judges were. You got to get all three judges. Hey, this is not elementary school. This is National Western University 101. So I want to know the year that we had the very first three-man panel, and I want to know the three judges that were on that first panel.
Carload or Steers?
Steers.
Oh, okay.
Steers. So the first person that can answer it. Hey, this is not easy. If I'm going to fly you out here and keep you up for 2 days, you're going to earn it. Oh, and by the way, if a judge from that three panel, they are disqualified. They cannot answer that question. Okay, which one you like here, Bradley?
I'm just trying to learn something, Jake.
Come on, jump out there. Let's pick one.
I'm not going to step on nobody's toes.
I'm not stepping on anybody's toes. This is unbiased opinion. We don't own them. I don't have a child in here. I don't have a nephew or niece, a granddaughter.
Up in the stands.
I don't care.
We're kind of sitting ducks down here.
I really don't care. I'm going to go out on a limb and pick one.
Hey, Q, if you're out there listening, me and Jake could use a cup of coffee.
Yeah. Or Brad Smith, if you're listening. Let's see if he's listening.
He's not.
Maybe it's a delay.
I think he was at Diamonds last night. He's still dreaming about some things.
I see Rhett's up there.
Yep. How about the crowd was at that Embryos on Snow?
Oh.
Something else, wasn't it?
Hey, that was maybe one of the most memorable, because I was at the very first one, and I was at the 20th one. And I'm telling you, both of them I'll never forget. The night we were in Teddy's when we started Embryos on Snow, I mean, the mob that was in there that night, I'll never forget.
Half of them couldn't remember what they bought the next morning.
It doesn't matter. I told Christy that night, I said, well, one thing about it is we're going to have a crowd. We had the crowd, all right, but nothing like we had last Friday night, folks. How many people do you think were in there?
I have no idea, but we didn't stick around too long. My ears was echoing.
I'm going to guess there was 750 to 800 people in there.
And I don't know if this is true, but somebody said maybe is that set to sit 700 people?
I'm guessing 750 to 800.
There was a big buffet line, so that took up some space, but and they were out in the hallway. It was standing room only.
Yep.
Yeah, these proven genetics, or people are getting finally rewarded for some of that stuff.
Right.
Everybody's wanting to ramp up their program, and you can buy little some little microscopic things and take it to the next level.
But we can show you that progeny that have come out of that sale have gone on to win major banners and major steer shows and major breeding heifer shows all over the country. So it's not like it's
No, I'm not saying it is.
Well, I've got my top two pick, but I hesitate to even tell you, because if I'm wrong, I'll have to listen to it. But from our angle, the two I like.
Here we go. Evans, 1954, Evans, Yancey, Anderson.
They are way off. Way off.
Sorry, Skylar.
Way off, Sky. Way off. You want me to tell you a story about a three-man panel that I was a part of?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. So in January at the National Western, and I'm going to say this was 1987. January of 1987, the National Polled Hereford Show had 3-judge system. Grand champion female. I was putting the board up. We didn't have overheads. We were putting the board up. And we were down
Did
here.
they have electricity then or not?
Just got running water. But we put that board up over here in this, what I would consider the northwest corner of up on Stadium Arena, right? Big old easel. I'm the one putting the board up. We get ready to put the board up, and I said to my coworker, which was Steve Scholl, Guy Scholl's son. He had Oklahoma and Texas for the Pole Hereford Association. I said, Steve, them numbers don't add up right. The arithmetic's wrong. He said, son, we're not paid to think. We're paid to put the board up. So I put the board up, and you could hear the crowd right over here in this corner, and it went all the way along that deal. They all saw it too. Well, that was the year that George Ellis had a Hereford called BT Sarah 713T. She was national champion female. He walks out the ring, goes over there. They were taking a picture. They took the picture already, and they realized it was wrong. They bring her back in the ring. She ends up being reserve. And that was the year they named that heifer BT Vanessa because it was the same year that Vanessa Williams was selected as Miss USA. And they posted those pictures in Penthouse Magazine that year, and she got her title stripped of her. So they renamed that heifer BT Vanessa 713T, and she was a high-selling heifer in their dispersal. She was more famous for getting beat, having her grand championship pulled away. God bless George Ellis, one of the greatest cattlemen I ever knew in my life. I love George Ellis like he's my own dad. But he was mad that day. All right. Somebody has guessed 2024.
2020, Buck, Core, Blake Nelson.
Wrong. And for your information, whoever's sending me this 2024, are you kidding me? Kirk Steerwalt, Dustin Franklin, Martin. We had a three-man system way before that.
2013, Scott Greiner, Jack Ward, Chris Mullinex.
Wrong. You got one right out of the three. One name, wrong year. One name is right out of that group. "2013 is wrong, but one of those names that you read off is correct. Did I mention that Red Broncos out of a broker?
What is that, a Gelby bull?
I'm not opposed to self-promoting a little bit. 2024 is a guess with Dan Scheich, Mark Hogan, Matt Leo. Wrong. Good guess, though. Peyton Muth. My little redhead from Texas. Keep them coming, folks. Lauren May has guessed.
I bet she's right.
2012. Chris Mullinex, Troy Thomas, and what? You missed the third judge.
She's typing yet.
Lauren May, you've got two of the three judges right, but you've missed the third judge. You've got the right year, too, but you have not completed your task. Do you see what this moron is?
Shane Bedwell, Mark Hogan,
Nope,
Dave Dwell.
that is wrong.
2016. Jake Lee, I'm not sure we want to do that one.
Jake Lee, we're not doing that. You need to be busier than you. Lauren May, you've got two of the three judges in the right year, but you got to come up with the third judge.
She don't know the third
She don't know the third guy.
Take a stab, Lauren.
Take a stab. Just think about how if your name gets picked out, how you can brag that Jakey paid for you to come to Denver next year.
Randy Allgood says 2018 Core Buck Nelson. That's
Wrong.
Not correct.
For those of you that are listening, Lauren May has guessed 2012, which is correct. And she's guessed Chris Mullinex and Troy Thomas, but she can't come up with the third judge. If somebody can come up with the third judge and send it to me, you're going to win a chance. Lauren, why don't you ask your dad? Your dad will know.
Scott Greiner.
Wrong.
Jack Ward, Mullinex.
Wrong.
Nope.
Mm-hmm. Yep. She wrote.
Chris Mullinex, Troy Thomas, and Dr. Dave.
Wrong. We've established that Lauren May is sharper than most, but she is not as sharp as she thinks she is because she's missed the third judge.
The third one was Jack Ward.
Wrong. It's not core either, Ward Eckloff. Nope, it's not Jack Ward, Jake Lee. And we are not discussing your trivia question. Some things are best left on the porch sleeping. Okay, we've established.
Sugar Ray Bob May.
Nope, not Sugar Ray Bob May. If it had been Sugar Ray Bob May,
She should have got that.
Lauren would have got that.
And it is not.
Who are they guessing?
Don McLennan.
That's right. Your dad got it.
That's my dad. No, that's my dad.
I know it's your dad.
I don't know. Jack McDaniel.
It's Landry. It's Landry's dad. That's why I asked the question.
Jack McDaniel, 5909 is the winner.
Jack, what is it? Who is it? Jack McDaniel. Jack, that's the right answer. So your trivia question is 2012, our very first three-panel system, was Landry's dad, Don McLennan, from Colorado, Chris Mullinex from Kansas, and Troy Thomas, the late, great, dear friend of mine, Troy Thomas from South Dakota. So who was it again? Jack who? Jack McDaniel. Jack McDaniel, you are right, my friend. Your name will be put in the hopper.
Get a phone number to us, Jack.
Jack, send Landry or text Ringside Live your telephone number so if we pull your name out, I can get a hold of you. Okay. Okay.
You even got a picture.
Right there they are. Right there they are in 2012. Should ask a bonus question. Who was the champion steer?
Wouldn't have been Baylor Bonham, would it?
Yeah, would have been Baylor Bonham. Yep.
BB gun himself.
Yeah, the BB gun.
The Bonham crew looked like they were loaded for bear. I talked to the boys just a little.
Lauren, you got to take losing with a grain of salt, sweetheart. You know.
You shouldn't have given them early
clues.
You should.
Yeah, you shouldn't.
A little more investigative work.
If you didn't know all the answers, I mean.
Well, another very good class out here. Awesome set of young people. When they posted, there's some scatter up in the top three, and I think rightfully so. Gold calf, underline up, big back, good bodied, good in terms of his muscle, still attractive enough. Nice place to start. I put him a little lower. I thought naturally he was a little lower tying in his next set. I thought when the cattle run right away, we could square him up in his hock. But underline up, that is a very, very good fat steer. Young lady, you've done a good job presenting him. Congratulations to you. Black calf comes next. Very genuine, very good. Good in his look, good in his balance. He just needs pride apart. He gets a shot narrow underneath, needs a shot more right in the seat of his britches. But his body is good. His balance is good. Very well presented there. huge pieces coming, old Silver. Great big feet, great big bones, really still attractive. I run him a little higher. I thought he was the one that could comfortably raise his head and his pole above the top of his top line and motor around with comfort. Even though that one needs pried apart just a shot in his underpinning width, we could give him just a shot more shape right in the center of his cage and right there in the base of his heart. But I tell you what, to make them that big in terms of their extremities, still open up in terms of their toe spread, set their rear leg down, and motor, I thought he was the one that was the best in terms of his rear hock and his mobility and his presence and being able to do it comfortably. Young lady, we just need more shape right in the center of him in terms of just sheer rib cage. Awesome in his forearm, head shape, stoutness, all that's good. Old Red's good solid livestock, underline up, really good. Jet level down his top, long in terms of his length to hip, the way his pin set sets in him right there. We can run old Red up a little bit, young man. So when we ask him to go, he gets a little frailer in terms of his foot and his ankle and his bone work, not quite as coordinated there, but you've presented him to a high level. You've fed him well. Congratulations to you. Next calf's a high cut ability kind. He's got a good look. He's square and dense up high. He's still got a nice shape right in the center of his body. Maybe falls out of balance when we ask him to go, young lady. Need to redesign his hock. Need to change him up front, point of his shoulder to the ground. Set to his shoulders pretty solid. It's from the point of his shoulder to the ground. He wants to close and spin out. We need to change him there, maintain a little different look when we ask him to go. On the stand, it's a very, very good calf. Big square backed, wide withered, awesome right down his loin edge. Good in terms of a moderate one that's short backed. He's still got enough length to hip. Still good in terms of his look. Shot frailer in his forearm, shot frailer in his ankle. Need to change his sneakers. Need to just give him a little different set of feet there. Need to make that one go, but you've done a good job presenting him. Old Silver's a good calf, square, good body, gets a little longer in his face, a little frailer in his bone work. Underline up, very, very good market animal, young man. You've done an awesome job presenting him. A little more mature comes in old Gold here, but he's good down his top line. He's good out his hip. Need to balance him a little better, young lady, but you've done a good job feeding him and presenting him. Then we get into a black one here, really long, attractive, up-headed. He needs more shape right in the center of him, young lady, but you've done an awesome job. We can fix his hip and his rear leg. A little more moderate kind comes next. I like this one's body shape. I like just the cage he's got, his forearm, his stoutness there. Gets a little different in terms of shape to his nose. He doesn't balance as good in terms of his underline. Maybe not quite that same coordination, but young lady, he's got muscle. He's well fed. He's capably shown. Congratulations to you. Young man done an awesome job with a pair of them today. Comes next, good looking, wild necked, awesome down his top line. All those things are good, young man. Got to soften him right in the center of his body. Need to stouten him in terms of his bone work. Moderate, easy feeding cattle comes next. It's got some bone and some muscle. Gets a shot planer through his shoulder and the crest of his neck, the way he's built. Awesome class of cattle, better set of young people. Give them all a big round of applause.
All right, Brad. So your champion, your class winner in Class 5 on a 1,333-pound calf was Miss Madeline Lautner from Adel, Iowa.
Yes, sir.
Congratulations, Maddie. Second in that class was entry 5169, Lily Wilson on a black calf weighing 1323. Third in that class was Sydney Schickendance on a silver calf. Of course, her brother won Class 2 today on a 1,324-pound calf. Fourth was entry 5144, Andrew Kutzenberg on a Hal Great Bow Art Broker weighing 1331. And fifth was entry 5069, Tyler D. Cordova on a steer weighing 1328. Sixth was entry 5059, Andrew Stoneberg. Seventh was entry 5127, Kai Curran. Eighth was entry 5077, Kelsey Clark. Ninth was entry 5088, Tinley Becker. 10th was entry 5052, Laney Holt. 11th was entry 5014, Carson Oliver. And 12th was entry 5001, Riley Harmon. Coming in the ring now is Class 6, Brad. We're getting in some big boys again. Now we're getting in the mid-13s, 1348 to 1364.
Got another trivia question for you from my old buddy Tyler Humphrey. Think we'll leave that one be too,
We'll leave that one go too. Thank you for all the suggestions, but y'all need to find something else to do today.
I'm just glad they're picking on you.
Yeah. It's easy. All right. Guys, we're going into Class 6. And the big boys aren't here yet, but they're warming up in the back in the bullpen.
They're in the makeup arena. They're just getting loosened up, breaking a little lather.
Yep.
Just like some heavyweight prize fighters.
So our class now, the first one in the ring, is Brogan Patsky from Texas. Brogan's got entry 50.02 on a black calf weighing 13.48. Right next to him is another Texcan, Libby Pode, entry 50.63. Randy Pode's little girl on 13.50. Next is Hadley Dunklow. Hadley Dunklow's calf is weighing 13.54, and that is a How Great Thou Art Nora calf.
And Nora would be the
In God MAB at
Nolan Ferguson.
Nolan Ferguson. So that gray calf is is an In God or a How Great Thou Art out of the In God MAB donor Nora at Nolan Ferguson's.
Who had a great little fall.
Yep.
Some of them sold really well, gotten some good homes.
And then 50.22 is Shay Rogers, and I'm almost sure that is an In God Little Red. Pretty sure of it. Let's see here. Then 51.39 is Madison McIntosh with that yellow or cream-colored baldy calf. The black and white calf is 51.07. That is Cameron Clift. And that's a How Great Thou Art RCC1. That black and white calf is.
Who was the exhibitor on that one?
That is Cameron Clift from Texas. And that is a How Great RCC1. And then Ramey Yoakum, Harlan Yoakum's young girl, that black calf is 51.17, weighs 13.57. And then we've got Colby Fry. Colby Fry.
Yep, that'd be Rick's son.
That's Rick's son.
Brent Powell and
Brent brought this young man to town weighing 13.59, 51.37 is the gray calf that's pulling out right there. That's Lane Stoughton. And then down on the far end, the gold-colored calf, the old blonde calf, is Reese Locke. 13.64, and then Cruz Hill is the silver calf, or the silver calf on the far end. Okay, so get a little heat in this class, huh? Let's see, Hadley's was a How Great. So that fourth calf would be a full brother to my bull, Golden Rule, that we got from RJ last year. Pretty excited about those calves coming. Their first ones are on the ground. That Yoakum calf's nice, huh? Big-bodied, sound. And there's the Cameron Clift calf, the little black and white.
One.
He's a chunk. I saw him in the stalls yesterday. That thing is a chunk, and that would be the How Great RCC1. That calf at Hadley Dunklow's got monster hair. Did you see the hair on that calf? For that
Just
color.
A little information that the calf Colby Fry has.
Yep.
Which is one Powell or Trinan would have raised. Give me that pedigree again, Powell. Would be a sib to the Patchke calf.
The one up front here?
Right up front, yep.
They're full brothers?
Full bros.
So the first calf and 5002 and 5053 are full brothers in this class. Very cool. So is that Colby with that black with a white tail?
White tail, white switch, little flake of white.
And they're what? They're bred how?
I'm sure they're how greats. I don't think they're out of that donor they call Steve, but Powell will fill me in here in just a second.
Well, that's very cool.
I think Kyle McCracken would have bought the patch calf off of Powell's sale.
Yep. And they're only 11 pounds difference. Full sibs and only 11 pounds difference. So again, that first one is the Patsky calf, then Lemby Pode, then Hadley Dunklow with the How Great Nora, then Shea Rogers with the In God Little Red, then Madison McIntosh with that Baldy, or I guess maybe he's not Baldy. Well, he's burly though. And then here comes the black and white calf. This is Cameron Clift, that black and white calf. That's a How Great RCC1. And Ramey Yoakum with this solid black calf. That calf's weighing 1357. Look at the feet on that thing. And then Colby Fry. God, it warms my heart to see that kid showing a steer, doesn't
Rick
it?
would be proud.
Rick is looking down from heaven,
Brent
and he's got a
Powell
big
and
smile on
staff
his
are
face.
Doing a great job.
Yep.
The kids are very involved. And first trip to Denver, I think.
That's awesome. And then the really cool silver kind of, I don't know, he's almost dapple. Yeah.
We call them, we got a nickname for them,
Well,
SMDs.
SMDs.
Muckle Dunn's the MD. You figure out what the S stands for.
Well, I think that color's cool. And that's Lane Stoughton. And then Reese Locke's got the blonde calf next to last, and then the silver calf at the end is Cruz Hill. Both those calves at the end weigh 1364. Looks like I'm getting
Messenger Deja Vu.
Huh?
On the Patchkey.
Oh, really?
Calf. I think that's a cow that Trinan maybe, there's a South Dakota State Fair champion, I think, might have been out of that same cow, if I'm not mistaken. I think showed by the Bear family a few years ago.
Yep. Okay. Nice class. This is a nice set of calves. So he's a How Great out of what cow?
A Messenger Deja Vu.
Okay.
Sullivan Supply has kept the values of hard work, family ties, and quality products at its core. Sullivan Supply is proud to service the livestock industry and wishes all the exhibitors at the National Western the best of luck.
Hadley Dunklow was our intermediate champion showman yesterday.
She's no stranger to the ring.
No, and very, very talented. That young lady there is very special. She can show a steer, she can show a heifer. Probably she can show a pig if you give her one.
Who knows? They might.
Probably will be.
You never know. There's getting to be more multi-species
Yep.
exhibitors all the time.
All right. Thank you, Jack, for sending me your telephone number. If I draw your name out, you're going to get a free trip to Denver next year, buddy.
They're sifting to the top. Hey, here we want to talk about proven pedigrees. The one that kind of comes to the top, the Dunklow calf, goes back to the Nora donor.
Yep.
Shea Rogers's goes back to Little
Red.
Red. The next calf is an RCC1.
Power. Hey, it still goes back to the cow, even in the steer world. Still does.
In terms of consistency, and that's
right.
why those genetics are getting rewarded, because they are consistent. Even in
Right.
Even in something where we got 5 and 6 breeds, throwing them in the soup pot, stirring them up, and seeing what we get to come out.
Well, I still preach the. I still preach the power of the cow, and that's
kind of proven in humans too. I got a couple good-looking boys, and you got a good-looking son, and it's a good thing that mom chipped in there. I think or they'd be in trouble.
I just got a message from a good buddy of mine down in Texas saying that Chicken Dawes kid that won Class 2, he won Austin and Houston last year. I'd say that they don't come to town just to kid around. Lane, thanks for that information, buddy. And he says his older sister was reserve in Houston in 24. That family, they get it done, don't they?
When they come to town, they're ready for battle.
Right. Thank you for sending us all that information, ladies and gentlemen. I pride myself in knowing most of these families, but I got a buddy in Kansas that said if you took a shot of whiskey every time Murph said runners, you couldn't make it to Class 9. That's hilarious. Okay.
Who's our referee on this one?
See, this is Class 6, right? So this will be, the referee on this one will be Murph, because he just talked.
Yep.
And I just got corrected. That kid that won the second class, the kid that won Houston, won Austin last year from Perryton, Texas, he's the one that had the In God Sugar Bear from Horny, from HL. Okay, folks, again, this is Class 6. We're starting to get into these classes that are getting a little bit more power. And we go from 1348 to 1364. That In God Little Red's got some body. Look at the barrel in that thing. Big old rib cage.
He's husky.
He's husky. So's that black and white calf behind him. So's that black calf that Ramey's got too.
Superior Farms American Lane is delicious.
That'd be a great judging class. These first 4 calves would make a great judging class, wouldn't they?
And ask for American Lamb at your favorite restaurant.
You got to get to some fine detail to get to splitting them apart, don't you?
Yeah, you're going to have to. So let's see. So that means that this is Bloomberg's going to be the
A.
Blake's going to be the A judge on this.
Been golfing lately, Jake? Too busy?
Some of them clubs are winterized. They'll be winterized now till June. I would like to come in here and hit a few off the turf.
A few shanks?
Yeah.
Shanks?
I wouldn't shank it. I could blast it right down the middle of that tunnel. When you play golf in Kansas, and a lot of it in western Kansas, you got to learn how to keep it low.
Out of the wind?
Out of the wind. Dr. Ames is telling us we need to stay focused on the cow show rather than talk about golf.
I think both of us got a little shot of ADHD or something.
Really? Yeah, I don't know.
Be interesting how this one shakes out.
Yeah. Okay, we're going to walk them again. So again, this first calf that got pulled out, this is Hadley Dunklow.
Gray calf.
The gray calf is Hadley Dunklow. That is a How Great Thou Art Nora. Of course, Nora was an In God MAB and the donor at Nolan Ferguson's. And then the second calf, this yellow calf, this blonde calf here, this is Shay Rogers. Of course, Wade and Kayleen Rogers' daughter. And that is an In God Little Red. And then the pretty little girl with the ponytail and the black and white calf, the chunk. That is a chunky one. That is a How Great Thou Art RCC1 exhibited by Cameron Clift from Texas. Then Ramey Yoakum from Oklahoma. Of course, Harlan Yoakum's daughter. That really good calf is weighing 1357. Those are the four that seem to be in contention here. And our judges, our A judge in this class is going to be Dr. Bloomberg. Our B judge is going to be Kendall Rides at Sign. And then our referee on this class will be Mr. Murphy, Brent Murphy. Okay, the comments keep coming in here. Oh, got a cool little bit of trivia. So in 2012, which was the first year of the three-man system that we've established Landry's daddy was on, Baylor Bonham won that steer show that year with Old Stripe. And that was the 106th year of the National Western, and the calf brought 106,000. How cool is that? Thank you for that bit of trivia. Mrs. Wilburn. Mrs. Wilburn to be.
I'd say they're not, they've taken a little more time, and to the top end of this deal is there's some differences, but there's some quality. So far, Blake's staying shined up pretty good. He's got a light-colored shirt on, and I don't even see no paint on it.
Yeah, and I mean, he's
having a little shot of
and
dew.
might I say, the judge is very well dressed today.
Yep.
Excellent. Taking lessons from Jakey. You knew I'd be criticizing you. Kendall, you look dapper too. And for Murph, he is well put together too.
Yep.
All right, so they've got their cards turned in. This is going to be interesting, huh? Huh?
Very.
Because I like pieces and parts, all of them. Normally I'd say on that black and white calf that stripe right behind his shoulder would hurt him. But for whatever reason in this class, the way that calf's profile gives you, it makes him look a little longer, doesn't it, to you? When you get on that calf, he's pretty short-backed, chubby and chunky, big running gear. But it makes him look longer. I don't know why it does. For me, I don't know.
There's a little difference, and there's a few of these that are just a shot huskier.
Yep.
And then there's a few that are maybe not quite as husky, but maybe go a little better and maybe just a little more youthful.
Yep.
It'll be interesting where they land.
Right. But you know how we talked about how deep these classes are going to get. You go down 7 deep here. I mean, that's a good calf making the pass there. He's just maybe a little bigger framed. Maybe don't have as much.
The whole works here
Yeah.
is good, acceptable in terms of
right.
what we're looking for when we get to hanging them on the rail. It's their motion, their skeleton, their extra bell and whistle, a little sharper look, a little better balance.
We have not had judges' unanimous scorecard yet. We were through 5 classes and not one. Last year, I think we had 2, didn't we?
I don't remember, Jake.
I don't either. I think it was 2. Got a good crowd here, though, folks. So, one complaint I have heard.
What?
The old show ring, being able
You
to get
could be
down
right
up there on him, you get to see him. From here, the view is
Up
you're
in
pretty
the stands,
elevated.
You're probably, I don't know, what would you say, 10 or 12 foot
I'd
to the
say
first row?
first row's 10 or 12 foot above
So
him.
everybody's looking down on him.
You're
just
probably a
little
good
bit.
4 foot, 5 foot above the tops of the calves. Or maybe 5.
Maybe more.
Maybe more. So much history. We were talking, a lot of people down the yards. The yards were really fun this year. We had a huge crowd come through our display. We had 8 bulls on display down there, Brad, and I'm telling you, it wasn't quite like it used to be, but it's getting closer. It just felt like we had a lot of those
I was able
Utah
to
and
come
Nevada
out
guys.
after the carload contest, collegiate carload contest. So
Because
it
you
was
judged it?
later Saturday afternoon. And, of course, we were to the end, just nearing the end of the day, but majority of them were up yet. I remember when we were bringing bulls out here 10 or 12 years ago, on those busy days, nice days, you couldn't even walk through there. We're
I
not
know.
quite to that level, but it seems like maybe we're
Yeah.
picking up steam.
Alleys are wider.
Yep.
It's better. It's just more comfortable, more
Not going to get splinters in your hands from them old pins anymore.
Oh, but it was good this year. It was great. We had a great participation of people coming through there and asking questions, and we had good weather for it too this year. So that was great. Well, it looks like Joe Epperly has got his placings, and he's going to go down and start pulling calves. Pulls out that yellow calf of, I think that's Reese Locke. I should wait. I think I'll get it wrong.
Just hold off.
Yeah. If they ask us back next year, you're in charge of bringing the binoculars.
I'll bring a little spotting scope.
Okay.
You can spot an old coyote out there 3/4 of a mile.
Well, Kobe coming for his first Denver. Maybe not the results he wanted, but that is
still a solid calf.
That's a really nice calf.
And I think they've had to maybe hold on him for a while.
Yeah, probably.
Well, we're getting down there to the short rows. Hadley Dunklow wins the class. Shea Rogers second.
In case you just joined us or you're out. And then still the ample shape that he has as you get up on top of him. So good in terms of his look up through his front end. He's wedged nice into his shoulder. The calf's really balanced from the side in terms of his collection from the profile. His advantage to me was off of his hind leg and the way he sits down to the ground, the way he gets out and motors off both ends of his framework. And still, as you get up on top of him, he's not blessed with as good a color pattern as the steer that comes in second. He's really shaped up good out of the backside of his shoulder, over the edge of his loin. I think just a very nice calf. Not as good in his forerib as the steer that comes in second, and I would change that about him and just bolden him up in his heart. Maybe change him just a nickel in his underline balance as well, but that gets critical of a very good steer. Ankle up, this is the class winner just in terms of body shape and spread and dimension. Just incredible, and when you get your hands on him in terms of the way that he's made, out of the back of his shoulder, into his loin, off the edge of his skeleton there. We just got to change him for me, off of his rear leg just a little bit. Just see him sit down with a little more comfort and just grab the ground a little more stable. But a very good handling steer, one that's got great presence. And again, I think his color pattern is a little more suited for this ring. Just didn't think he booted quite as good and scooted like the steer that wins the class. I'll be honest with you, when this one hit the ring, I thought it was nighty-night. This one on the stand or on the move, I love him. Everything pulls together a little better when he's set in motion than when he stands. When he gets stopped and parked, he comes an easier divide into pieces. He gets a little slack behind his shoulder. He gets a little weaker in his back. And I thought of the initial three when you got your hands on him, he was the least hydrated over the edge of his loin, didn't have quite the touch and tone and freshness to his top line to what those other two did. But boy, in motion, he pulls it all together. He's great from that standpoint. I thought when he stood, though, he was a little piecier in terms of his balance, and that's enough in this very competitive class to work him into third. This calf would have been way up in a lot of classes that we had, and you'd like to have a pen full of them that look like him from a body standpoint, from a practicality perspective. He's a calf that really handles well from a finish standpoint, and he's ample in terms of his muscle. It's a collection of little things that ends up driving him down in a very competitive class. He's a little plainer up just in the way that he's made. Obviously, we can all see he probably needs a little different construction to his mouth. But again, it hasn't hindered him from weighing in the mid-1300s. Just a real solid kind of a steer. Just runs out of the extras comparatively to some of the other cattle on up the line. Very, very good set of steer, 4 up there on the top end. we don't lose any divide here. This calf standing still, I like him. He's heads up. He's cocky looking. He's really well balanced. He's a little upright off both ends of his skeleton when you go to set the cattle in motion. But a calf that handles well. He's well presented. They've done a really good job getting him out here. He just doesn't have as much skeletal organization as some of the other cattle. Just a real chunky made, big bodied kind of a steer here. Just a little plainer in terms of his look. Need to set his tail head down him and lengthen him in his hip. A very attractive steer here that just closes up too much as we get on top of him. But she's done a great job as far as presentation goes. A real soft-made, practical kind of a steer there. Comes out next. I'd like to change his feet just a little bit. Still moves pretty well. We just need to shape him up a bit. Probably just needs a shot more muscle. That calf is shapely. Needs to be just a little softer centered. A calf that's standing still you like. He's got a beautiful hair coat, and he's really well balanced. He just doesn't go quite as good off either end of his framework. And a real solid orange steer here, just a meat and potatoes kind of calf, just a little duller from the profile in relation to some of his contemporaries in here, but she's done a good job getting him here to the National Western. Great class. My congratulations to those exhibitors.
There you have it, Jake.
Yeah, great class. That was a fun class to watch, and 4 really good calves on the top end. Your first place calf went to entry 5042. That's Hadley Dunklow from Nebraska on a How Great Thou Art Nora. I think would have came from Copus. Copus would have sold him that steer. Second in that class is entry 5022, exhibited by Shay Rogers, again from Iowa, on an In God Little Red weighing 1355. So 1354, 1355.
And I think that calf was actually raised by our good buddy Brad Onion.
Oh, Brad Onion would have had that calf.
Yep.
Oh, that's awesome.
I think he went from Brad Onion to Sugar Ray to Wade.
Wow. Well, congratulations on yon. And third went to entry 5107. That is Cameron Cliff from Texas on a How Great Thou Art RCC1 weighing 1357. Fourth was entry 5117, Ramey Yoakum from Oklahoma. Calf also weighed 1357. Fifth was entry 5002, Brogan Patsky from Texas on a How Great Thou Art Messenger Deja Vu, and was a full sib to Colby Fry's calf, who was end up ninth. Sixth was entry 5064, Cruz Hill on 1364. Seventh was entry 5063, Libby Pode. Eighth was entry 5137, Lane Stoughton. Ninth was Colby Fry, entry 5053. And 10th was entry 5139, Madison McIntosh. 11th was entry 5041, Reese Locke. So there's your class, folks. Really good, really competitive class, Brad.
That's a trivia question from Carol. She's a little sour.
Yeah, I'd say she's kind of mad.
Yep. We was up in the old barn, and Carolyn Wilson, they got jammed up by a steer, and there was a little cart about 6 inches off the ground, and Carol had her back to it. And Carolyn got bumped into Carol, and down went the meat house. Sorry,
oh, my
hon.
God. Carol, I'm so sorry.
No stitches were required. Just had to ice her down later on that night.
Oh. Danny, you can't hear us? My volume sounds good. My volume's good? Jiminy Christmas. Okay. Boy, I'm getting a lot of these. Yeah, in terms of, Chappie says in terms of, maybe used 1,000 times to 1,500 times a day.
But that's just kind of a good transitional phrase.
Right. Yeah.
Jake Campbell's little girl's that first black one in line with the, now
Yep.
that's purple, Jake.
That's purple. Yep, that's Jake's little girl. That's
block.
Kinsey. Okay, the first calf, the red calf, that's 5027. That's Cade Stratman, 1,369-pound steer. And I Well, I don't think I've got that
I
one.
think he was a how great that maybe originated from Tice.
I agree. That is exactly what he is.
You bet. I don't have to have notes written down by that,
Well,
Jake.
I
just
know,
got
but
that in my
I
memory
do.
bank.
Okay, don't make fun of me. And then the next calf is Kinsey Campbell on a 1,369-pound steer. The next one is
I think that one goes back to
Taylor Grubbs.
55-17 donor. And I can't say if he's a Here I Am or a How Great, but I'm pretty confident he's out of that 55-17 donor. And that's a donor that was owned by Doris and Pryor. And I think maybe Wade maybe bought a piece of it. But
Okay, that's that little girl in the red with red hair.
no, Kinsey.
Kinsey.
Yep.
Kinsey Campbell's. Okay, then the third calf is Taylor Grubbs on 1374. 50-29 is Taylor Conover on a 1,374-pound calf. That's that gray calf, the silver calf in the middle there.
Pretty sure that's one come out of Wade's camp, and I don't remember what the bottom side of him is for sure, but I think pretty confident he's an end god.
Then the next one is 51-54 Natea Ryder on a 1,374-pound calf. 51-12 is Thatcher Werning from South Dakota on a 1,375-pound calf. And I know Thatcher's is a How Great Thou Art maternal mate. 50-36 is Carly Christian. That calf weighs 1,375. 50-72 is Chloe Rogers, and Chloe's steer weighs 1,378. 5,000 is Hunter Sanders on a 1,378-pound calf. Also weighing 1,378 is 50-35. That's Hayden Hoffman. And the last calf down the far end is Trey Gretzka with the gray calf weighing 1,381.
Conovers is an end god RCC1. So there'd be the same cow as a black and white calf that goes third in our previous class.
That calf was a How Great. This one's an end god.
Correct.
And you think Kinsey's is a what and How Great?
I'm not sure. I think a How Great 50. It's either How Great or Here I Am out of that 55-17 donor that Pryor and Wade currently have. Luke had something to do with that donor at one time.
I wouldn't go out on a limb. That one could be either one. He kind of
look at the frame size in terms of the
red calf.
Red calf's a little more elevated.
But they weigh the same. Look at that.
Yep. We don't have a 6'7", do we? Do we have a 6'7" in the last? Nobody had a 1367. 6'7".
No 6'7". No 6'7".
Kind of a bummer.
Yeah.
How about this weight spread, Jake? 12 pounds.
12 pounds. That calf appears to me not quite fat enough.
Probably not. So Kendall will be the referee this time, right?
Kendall will be no. Blake will be the referee. He gave the reasons last time. So Kendall will be.
They go to the B judge, right?
No, then they go to referee.
I got you.
Then you work your way back to the top again. So Kendall should be the A judge this time. Okay, we're in Class 7. We are
not even halfway through.
Not even halfway through yet.
And we're just turning the heat up.
Yeah, the heat's starting to get turned up. This 7, 8, 9, and 10. The heat's coming.
You better not rule out 6.
No, 6 was pretty good.
So you know there's about 2,060 people watching right now.
There's how many? 2,060 people watching? Are watching us? That's good. Well, thanks everybody for tuning in.
Over 2,000 people.
Over 2,000 people watching.
Be a good time to try to sell something, Jakey.
Yeah.
You got anything for sale?
Yeah, I've got a lot of stuff for sale. I'm leaving town the 15th of
Golf
February. If
clubs
you
or
need
anything,
semen, you call Jakey.
got
As
golf-
many of you guys have got my number, you better be calling.
Now, do they call somewhere else for advice and you're kind of the delivery man, or how does that work? Or they're asking for your advice too?
Believe it or not, I know it's hard for you to believe, but there's some people won't mate a cow until I show up.
I'll be darned.
Yeah. I think those people are very wise.
You are kind of a good salesman.
Well, I don't know about you, but I am loving that calf in the third hole right now.
Yeah, they don't know nothing about him.
I don't either. So if anybody knows anything about Taylor Grubb steer, entry 5086, let me know, because I love that calf.
Common Spirit Health is the proud presenting partner and official first aid provider of the
That one straight away can sure give a guy a good look, can't he?
Really good.
The healing power of humanity.
Get him put back to underneath of him.
More at mountain.commonspirit.org.
Must have heard you, Jake.
Yep. Got it. There you go.
There we go.
Now that calf's giving a great look. Well, Kenzie's getting pulled in.
I haven't quite figured out how they determine when they go to kind of place in the what typically has been the top end of our class. So they just
Well, I think as a group, collective group, they're telling Joe which ones they want to pull out. They all kind of just count out numbers. I mean, I don't know that for a fact, but they're leaving my little chunk down here standing.
Yeah.
Wonder why they don't like him.
Hey, don't rule old Silver
I
Charm
know.
out there.
I know.
That would be Trey Gretzka. That's Troy's son. He got a big set of shillelaghs on him.
Yes,
Pretty
he
flexible.
does. That calf is really flexible. So we're talking about the silver calf that right now is in fifth. Calf's weighing, he's the heaviest calf in the class, 1381. I don't know. I still like that calf.
Maybe not quite as fluent.
Maybe. I don't know. He's sure, from my angle right now, he's got a big old pin set, big hip in him. Just that's a little girl in the blue sweater there that's in fourth. That's Jason Hoffman's little girl. Jason said she loves the steers.
When you get a black one, you ain't got to keep that white so clean and stuff, right?
A little easier to keep them.
Yep. So 6 o'clock tonight for the final drive.
Yep. Tonight will be our champion driving night at 6 o'clock, right here on Ringside Live. Should I throw out another trivia question? Is it time?
How many is that? This will be the third
This will
one?
be the fourth one. This will be the fourth trivia question, and this is a layup for most people, I would think. But I need the name and the year of the only time that the market heifer got selected as grand or reserve at the National Western. Okay? Name and year of the person and the year that it happened. The only time a market heifer ever got selected as grand or reserve. Here they come. Oh boy, here we go. Yep, Lauren May. She got it. That was a layup, Lauren. All your hard work paid off and kept listening, and you're still going to get a shot. But it was 2010, and it was Bailey Core.
I've had 2 correct answers, and they just come in
Well,
a nickel.
late.
We had one even said judged by Dr. Dave.
Oh, Duello was on that team, or he judged it that year. So Lauren May, I'm reluctantly going to put your name in the drawing. You need to be working harder at the Tulsa State Fair than be listening to me. I know you're not getting a darn thing done in Tulsa right now. You're probably hunkering down buying salt and a snow shovel, aren't you? Okay, so yes, Bailey Core. Well, Timmy Burke, you missed it by a year, son. It was 2010. Who else has answered here? Yep.
We got conflicting info. I got Dan Hogue was the judge, and I got Doc DeWello was the judge.
Oh, so somebody's wrong. I don't know who judged it. That wasn't part of the question.
We got one wanting to demand a time check.
Who's demanding that? Who's 309? Who is that?
I'll be honest with you, I don't have them saved.
Yeah, you don't have them saved. Well, I apologize, whoever you think was time checked.
What do you got for time?
Okay, I'll tell you what time. What time did he come in?
11:39.
Exact same time Lauren did.
Well, what are we going to do? We got to have a.
We'll give it to them. We'll put their name in too.
Okay.
I don't want to be ugly here. It's a democratic. We believe in the democratic system here. So send in who you are, and we'll tie it. We'll put both their names in. I told you it was a layup question. Next one won't be so easy. Judges are working through our steers again. They got kind of these 5 black steers up here in the front end, these 4 black and then that silver. And that's Trey, right? Yeah, that's Trey Gretzka. I was told that Doc Duello sold that market heifer to Coors. So Dan Hogue probably would have been the judge.
Could be.
I'm getting messages coming in. I'm getting people are sending me these answers, and it's just now coming in.
Picking for one more little stroll here, I'd say.
They took him first 5 out of there. It's the first time we've had that many black calves in the front of the class.
I don't know how stout, what have you, when you get up on him, but old Silver, he puts them feet down.
Yeah, he does. I love the way that calf travels.
He got a foot on him like a
Clydesdale horse.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, he's deliberate when he sets it down. And I mean, boom, gives you a good view, too. Maybe a little bigger frame than these other calves, too, you know. And you said he was a what?
I'm not sure what he is, but that would be Trey Goretzka. That would be Troy's son.
Tracy's nephew.
Yes, sir. Here comes Blake. It looks like he's completed.
Okay, 2 of our judges have got their cards turned in.
Murph's still grinding on him.
Murph's still grinding. Grinding. Someone just texted me to tell you to look at your phone. One of the prettiest redheads I know.
I'm not seeing it.
Here, Murph's finally got his card marked. Murph is like, Murph is getting paid by the hour.
Yep.
I love it when they all come over here and talk. I think it's cool. They get done marking their cards. They all come over here right in front of us. And so who'd we establish is Kendall? She's the A judge on this, I think. No, she'd be. No, yeah, right. She'd be on 7 then. She'd be 1, 4, and 7. We don't know a lot about these calves. How come nobody's telling us?
Well, we've kind of got it figured out. The one in the front, Jake Campbell's daughter, Kenzie.
Yep.
You said that one goes back.
No, I didn't know that one.
Okay. No, that's a 55-17.
Well, that's the 55-17.
Thatcher Warning, How Great Maternal Maid. Chloe
That's right.
Chloe Rogers is next.
That's right.
I'm not sure on that pedigree. Who is the young lady in the black sweater there?
That's Hayden Hoffman. That's Jason Hoffman's old girl.
Gotcha.
Yeah, Thatcher's is a How Great. Thatcher's is a How Great maternal maid. But we don't know that Kenzie's is a How Great or a Here I Am.
I'm going to say How Great.
I agree. Who we got in third? Who is that third one?
Chloe Rogers.
Oh, that's Chloe.
Had reserve grand steer
Yep.
at the Iowa State Fair.
Iowa State Fair last year, yep.
Somebody just texted me that Chloe Rogers would have come out of the Bonham camp. No idea on the pedigree.
Oh, I just got the picture of that champion heifer. Quit. Get away. There's the picture. Bailey's heifer. Dan Hogue, judge. Bailey Core showman. Doc Duello breeder.
I'd say that was just about the time that Boyert probably started chasing her.
Yeah, he probably started chasing her.
Yep.
Yep. And glad he caught her. That's hilarious. Okay, Joe Epperly is pulling our class. Again, this is Class 7. Our weights went 1369 to 1381. That calf's dense. That black and white calf coming in there. Look at the chunks on him.
He's a stout booger.
He's stout.
Don't go quite good enough.
Yeah, don't quite move good out of that hip, but good enough. Well, we're down to our top 5 now. Looks like 5th is going to be Thatcher Warning. That's the How Great Thou Art maternal maid. Fourth is going to be Chloe Rogers. Third
looks to be the Hoffman
Third is going to
girl.
be Hayden Hoffman. It's down to Old Silver and little Kenzie Campbell.
Be a pair of steers come out of the Goretzka Campbell camp.
Yep. And Trey Gretzka.
Trey Goretzka with the big paws.
With the big paws and the big skeleton coming in first. 1381. And here's Miss Reisenstein.
really a good class out here as we start working through and up into these weight classes. The silver calf that wins, I think if you study these things from the ground up, he is so good at the ground. He's big-footed, he's sound-structured, and yet more importantly, I think up high, he's a big back steer. He's wide-chested, he feeds in the backside of his shoulder with some shape up high into his loin. You know, from behind, I think the three of us discussed is where maybe you'd like to stouten him up in terms of his pin set and his lower quarter and stifle. To me, I called it enough and started him because I still think his structure allows him to balance up so good from the profile. He's a long hip, long neck steer that really feeds into the backside of his shoulder with plenty of body shape, plenty of power up high. The young lady steering too, she does a heck of a job of getting this thing stuck, and he is more aggressive everywhere in terms of muscle shape. He's really fresh up high. He's fresh in terms of his edges. He's big-hipped and big-ended, and you know, he's still real fresh from the profile in terms of his chest, his head and his neck set. His lower body line is awesome, and he's real fresh to the touch. In motion, he's a little shorter, a little rounder out of his hip, and consequently, doesn't want to get out and go quite as comfortable as our class leader, but right there, he gives you a lights out look. He's very aggressive in terms of his shape. Congratulations to them. The one that comes out in 3, honestly, from shoulders back, I like probably as good as any in terms of body shape. He's big in terms of his hip and his pin set all the way to the ground and matches that as he drives away from you. He's big in terms of his shape up high. Up front, he's showing just a little more maturity about his head shape, his neck. He's a longer shouldered, deeper chested steer, and consequently doesn't balance up quite as good standing there or in motion. But I'm telling you, from shoulders back, there's a lot of handle quality, a lot of steer, especially going away. The one that comes out next is kind of the different one, and to be honest, from the outside, he's probably one of the better looking steers in terms of strength and length down his top line. He's got a long hip and a really useful hip and hind leg when he gets out and goes. His underline balance is good from his chest back. Me personally, I didn't read him to have quite as much just genuine muscle shape or turn out of the top of his spine from the 3/4 view here. This is a tough class, though. That thing is awesome in terms of his skeleton. Really long, really good from the profile, just needs a little more punch, a little more power down low. Young lady here does a heck of a job of sticking this one, and really just a basic good kind of a steer. He's big-bodied, he's got some muscle shape, he's fairly sound structured. Up front, he's a little plainer about his head and the crest of his neck. He maybe wasn't blessed with quite as much hair, and to me, it throws off his balance from the profile, but really a big-bodied, stout, big hip kind of a steer, just a little plainer made. So we circle out this next steer, wide-chested, stout forearm, big hip kind of a steer that just needs to motor around the ring a little more comfortably. He's a little shorter out of his hip, but love his presentation, his body shape, really boxy kind of a steer, just needs to be sounder. This white one here is really sound, and he's just real long in terms of his hip, and that allows him to get out and go. He's a long-bodied, long-sided steer that just needs more to him as you watch him come right at you and go right away. Black and white young lady has one that's really big in terms of his center body shape, real stout up high and out of his hip. Just needs to be a little sounder structured in terms of his hock and his rear pastern. Really a nice black steer here that's smooth, the handling in terms of behind his shoulder, all the way out through his hip, just needs more down low in terms of shape and width. A real nice silver steer that does have more depth of body, depth of side, just needs more muscle shape and aggression. We close the class with a good-looking red steer that needs to hit us a little more practical. Very good class here. Let's congratulate those kids on all their hard work.
Results of class number 7.
Okay, folks, our placings again in class 7. First went to Trey Gretzka. Gretzka family in Iowa, great Corridon family. And congratulations to Trey Gretzka on his 1,381-pound silver calf. Second went to entry 5128, Kinsey Campbell. Of course, Jake Campbell's little girl on a son out of the great 55-17. We weren't sure how he sired, but he weighed 1369. Third went to Hayden Hoffman, entry 5035. Of course, Jason Casey Hoffman's daughter. Great cattle family. Calf weighed 1378. Fourth went to 5072, Chloe Rogers from Iowa. Of course, Chloe had the reserve steer at the Iowa State Fair last summer. Her calf weighed 1378. Fifth went to 5112, Miss Thatcher Warning from Emory, South Dakota, on a Here How Great Thou Art maternal maid weighing 1375. Sixth went to entry 5086, Taylor Grubbs. Seventh, entry 5029, Tyler Conover. Eighth went to entry 5036, Carly Christian. Ninth, entry 5154, Nadia Ryder. 10th, entry 5000, Hunter Sanders. And 11th, entry 5027, Cade Stratman. So now coming into the ring is Class 8. Brad, what a class here. Again, we're getting into some smoke now, and these calves are getting 1388 to 1419. So we're breaking the 1400 barrier. And this first one here in the ring is entry 5068, the silver calf that leading that class in. Look at all the black calves in this class. Silver to end it, or begin it, a yellow one to end it, and a bunch of black ones in the middle. Robert Gore on a calf weighing 1388. Then we have Braden Callis, of course, Brandon and Kelly Callis' son, Braden, entry 5109, weighing 1389. The next one in is Chesney Prince, of course, Prince family from Nebraska on a 1389 calf, and that calf is a How Great Thou Art out of a Monopoly cow that was raised by Stolze. That's the Prince calf, weighing 1389. Entry 5116, that's Corinne Kinney, and that calf is a driving 80. That calf's a driving 80 out of a When in Doubt that was raised by John Grauer.
Gotcha. A little more maternal bred on the top side.
5046 is from Cannon Ryman, of course, the daughter of Nick Ryman, my great friend Nick Ryman, of course, Kirsten and Luke. Cannon Ryman on a 1,399-pound calf, and that is a How Great Thou Art 606. 5124, that's Cash Gretzka. Of course, that's Tracy's son on a 1,399-pound calf. 5168 is Riding Post. That calf weighs 1,399. 5118, that's Finley Yoakum, an orange shirt and the bright red hair. Again, Harlan Yoakum's young daughter weighing 1,409. That's our first 1,400-pounder. 5120 is Dalton Lavoska, weighing 1,410. 56 is Libby Seiko. Of course, Grant Seiko's daughter, there in Riverside, Iowa. 5057, Aniston Floyd. Of course, the Floyd family from Texas, weighing 1,417. And then Hadley Hendrickson. Of course, from Indiana, the great Hendrickson family, on 1,418. And the steer at the far end is Kenley Petzold. Of course, Clint Petzold's young daughter, Kenley, on a 1,419-pound steer. So great class, great competitors. There's a lot of heat in this class.
I think the Hendrickson calf would have come through Caldwell, if I'm not mistaken.
I know you're right. And we're getting into that weight, starting to hit that, kind of that popular weight size. So here, 8, 9, and 10 are going to be
Visit your local John Deere dealer for great deals now. And remember, nothing runs like a deer.
So is that Libby Seiko in the red sweater? That's her? This will be interesting to see him get out and walk. Are you getting information from anybody?
Not really. It's been quiet.
That's Lisa. Lisa Reed. Okay. Okay. 1388, 20 pounds, 30 pounds. Again, folks, tonight we're straight up noon here in Denver. Tonight at 6 o'clock Mountain Time. For those of you that are tuning in tonight, we'll be right back here in the CoBank Arena, and we'll be selecting our grand reserve grand steer tonight. That's going to be
quite a deal.
Oh, big deal! First time ever here in CoBank Arena.
Attention in the arena, exhibitors and family members.
Maybe not one so far. Maybe just come right out and kick you in the teeth. It says
Nothing
this is
yet.
the winner here.
Nothing yet.
Taped up on the walls and inside the barn over here where the stalls are. If you will scan the QR code, that'll give you your release papers. Thank you.
A lot of great calves, but not one that just sticks out, blows you away when he walks in here. This is the 120th. This is the 120th National Western, and what a way to open up the brand new facility here in Denver. We got a whole barn full of steers at home. We're just shooting for March. Yeah. Yeah, that's what they need to do. Okay, so judges are now spread out all throughout the ring. That view you're getting right now, that's the calf from Kinsley Petzold. And then as you come down the line, that's Hadley Hendrickson. And then the next calf, kid in the black hat, that's Aniston Floyd from Texas. Little girl in the red sweater there, that's Libby Seiko from Riverside, Iowa.
Are you sure they don't have that jumbled up there a little bit?
Do they?
I don't know for sure.
Well, then it might be. There's Finley Yoakum, I know, right there in the orange. I recognize those Yoakum girls.
And the girl in the blue, that's sure Edna Dalton. I don't think that's a Dalton.
No,
so
I don't think that's a Dalton. That might be Dalton right there in the black hat. Well, maybe not. I know that's Cash.
Yep, Old Yeller.
Old Yeller. Always wears a yellow shirt when he shows. Baylor did too. And then I know that sweet little girl there with the white feet on them. That's Cannon Ryman. That's a How Great Thou Art 606. And then the next calf, that's Corinne Kinney in the red shirt. That is a driving 80 When in Doubt. And that When in Doubt, again, the Grauer boys would have shown here a couple years ago. And then Chesney Prince. And that Prince calf is a How Great Thou Art Monopoly. And then Braden Callis from Minko, Oklahoma. And then the silver calf, the leading him around, that is Mr. Robert Gore with a 1,388-pound calf. And that Prince steer would have came from Johnny Stoltz. I'm sure John's listening. Text me if you're listening, John.
Jack's probably out working, and John's probably watching.
Jack's out doing all the work like normal, and John's listening. That'll get a rise out of him.
John's probably denned up, got the heat turned up in Possum Lodge, and Jack's out.
Got him a warm cup of hot chocolate with some marshmallows. Jack's calling him, wondering where the hell he's at.
Lumbering through the snowdrifts.
Okay. I'm going to have to come up with another trivia question. Some people don't like them. I don't care.
Who don't like them?
Oh, I'm getting several comments. Enough with the trivia questions. Until they fire me off of this and they come get this job from us, I can do whatever they want to. But until then, still got over 2,000 people, Landry? People are on lunch hour. 2,300 on Facebook watching. Oh, 2,300 on the website, on the live. And then how many on Facebook?
Facebook is about 260, 260, and YouTube, or the website is 2,000.
Wow. So we got 2,500, 2,600 people watching. Wow, that's awesome. That's awesome. Well, if you could answer a trivia question, Jakey's going to fly you out here and give you 2 nights hotel to come watch it next year.
That's what I thought. The red sweater is the Floyd calf.
That's Aniston Floyd.
Yes.
Right here.
Yes.
That's 57. I'm sorry. That's Aniston. And Libby is she's in the red. Isn't that her in the red shirt?
No, I think Libby is in that kind of
okay.
Gray, olive. I'm not sure what color.
Sorry.
What
sorry, Floyd. Is he the one correcting me?
I don't know, 806 number.
Oh, it's a text can.
Notice they text me, not you.
I know they texted you. Yep. Yeah. This is, what's that one? 46? 16. 51, 16. Why are they making them? Oh, I see. They made them for the front.
16, the girl.
Yeah,
in the
that's
red
Kenny.
Corin Kenny.
That's the driving 80 starred steer out of a When in Doubt. Okay, so they've got Mr. Callis up there leading the way. And then Cannon, Ryman. And then Cash Gretzka. And then Finley Yoakum. And then that should be Chesney Prince, right?
No, that's Hadley.
Oh, that's Hadley Hendrickson. That's Hadley Hendrickson. She's in the blue.
Chesney's in the, or not. What's the prince's girl name?
Chesney.
Chesney's right there.
Chesney's right behind the gray steer.
Yep.
Right?
Yep. She's got the blue sweater on. Can they not dye these steers?
What?
Can they not dye them?
I don't know. Jake, you've been back in the barn.
Yeah, they can.
They can dye them? Why wouldn't you dye them legs black?
Dude, it's hard to do.
It's hard to do down there, isn't
Dye
it?
it red twice, and then you have to go over it with black.
Yeah. So again, we're talking pretty stout cow power up here. I don't know what the calf is of Braden's. I was proud of his dad this morning.
Yeah.
We've got our Bible study every Wednesday morning at 6 o'clock, 5 o'clock Mountain Time. And Brandon was on there with me this morning. So he was getting a steer ready, but he took the time to get on our Bible study this morning. I'm proud of him.
Well, he knows you need all the help you can
I
get.
need every bit of guidance I can get. So I'm sure he was looking out for me. Boy, that yellow calf at Kinley's is stout. Look at the view that calf's giving to that yellow calf.
Mm-hmm. Supposed to check your phone, Jakey.
I'm checking it. My phone, guys. My phone is AT&T, so it's sometimes it takes a while.
You sure you paid the bill?
Yeah, I paid the bill. I hope. Yeah, it's not. I only got one bar, so I don't know what's going on here.
Can I take one of those waters from down there?
Yeah, you can have one. Well, if somebody's sending me a text, I apologize, but my phone's not receiving them very good today. Now, again, we're in Class 8 of 15. So we're just halfway through the show, and we're at 1388 to 1419. Lightest steer in the class is Robert Gore. He's that silver calf down there on the corner. Coming down the line right now, you are at, that is Aniston Floyd. That camera just went by. There's Kinley Petzold, the yellow calf. He's the heaviest calf in the class at 1419. And then the silver calf down in the corner, that is Robert Gore. That calf's the lightest calf in the class at 1388. And then right behind him, that is Chesney Prince. That calf right there behind that silver calf, that is a How Great Thou Art out of a Monopoly cow. And then behind that calf should be
think that was
Libby.
corn. No, the red.
That's Libby Seiko.
No, it isn't.
Which one's Libby?
Libby is the one clear on the tail end right now, currently.
Oh, that's right. Who's the other one in the red that?
Corn Kinney.
Oh, that's Corn Kinney. That's the driving 80 calf. That's the driving 80 calf. Boy, they're going to handle them one more time, aren't they?
I bet they take them for a little spin.
I bet they do too. Okay, now our camera's coming down the line again here. So these calves coming in here next. Okay, this yellow calf that's Kinley Petzold. That calf weighs 14.19. Then the next calf right there, that is Aniston Floyd from Texas.
Here's a trivia question for you.
Okay. I know the answer to that. Okay, so here's going to be your trivia question, folks.
Also name the breed and sire.
Okay, in 1986, I was here, and I want to know who had the grand champion steer in 1986, and I need to know the breed of the steer and the judge that evaluated him. 1986. I want to know the breed of the steer
and the sire
and the judge. Can I say who had it?
Yeah.
Brandon Horn. Brandon Horn had the champion steer in 1986. And I got a little bit of trivia for that question too. Okay?
Okay, we're getting parts of the answers, but we need the sire as well.
I don't need to know the sire. I know the sire.
No, but I got somebody commenting on the Facebook page.
Okay, well, I know the sire. Did you find out who that other person was that answered the question that Lauren did on the markets?
You wrote it down. You wrote the name down. We'll have to do a little investigative work.
Okay. Brandon Horn had champion steer in 1986. I need to know the breed of the steer, the sire, and who judged it. Okay, Tim Burke, you're right. I don't think that's right.
What? I'm not sure. Kevin Jensen text Jakey the info.
Well, I know it was a shorthorn steer. Tim Burke got that right. And he got the judge right. It's Papa Joe Lewis. But I am going to argue with the sire.
Meatball?
Huh?
Somebody said meatball.
No. I guess I could ask. I can ask Horny. The Hendrickson steer down on the far end, that is a full brother to Geyer steer from last year. Powell raised him.
What?
Powell raised him.
Which one?
That Hendrickson steer. Hadley Hendrickson steer. That's a full brother to Geyer steer last year.
I think we got a winner.
Who is it?
Dean Kephart.
What'd he say?
Sire's Legs.
That's right. It was W.O. Legs. That's exactly right. K-Bar?
Yeah, I tell you what, it's about a tie with Scott Foreman and Dean Kephart. I think you need to throw them both in the drawing.
All right. Scott Foreman and K-Bar.
Hey, you're going to have to throw another one in there right on the same time.
Who did it?
Who's the 620 number? 620-664-49.
620 is a Kansas
yeah,
number.
4941.
620 is a Kansas number. God, I would hate it if K-Bar, I pulled his name out and I got to buy his ticket out here. God, I'd hate that. Who is that? What's that? Oh, sorry. Shad Marston. Okay, Shadrick, you're in it too. We're going to give everybody a chance because everybody kind of came at the same time. But that steer was that steer that year, I got a phone call, and they said, you better get back out here because there's a couple little boys from Oklahoma got a steer out here that's going to win
Bonus
this thing.
points for picture.
Yeah, there he is.
Jennifer Carrico in the drawing as well. Throw her in there.
All right. Boy, it's easy when it's not your money.
Yeah, well, you got it. Take it from those who got it. Independently wealthy, they say.
Yeah.
I didn't know if that was Trump pulling up or if that was Jakey with that new rig you're driving. Both of them need bulletproof glass right now.
So the steer that won in 1986 from Brandon Horn and his brother, because they both came out here together, they just lost their daddy that fall. And their ag teacher brings them boys out here with that calf, and he was a W.O. Legs. What's W.O. stand for?
Would have it been bull from Kephart's neighbor?
Nope. Iowa boy. Iowa bred bull. W.O. Legs was his name. And he was a leg steer. So Timmy Burke, you were close. Timmy Burke guessed double stuff, but he was a legs. And he was a shorthorn, purebred shorthorn steer. And that same year, a shorthorn steer won Houston. Scotta Masterson. Yep. From Guthrie, Texas, had champion shorthorn steer in Houston that year.
Logan Oatkin?
No, Warren Otkin. Warren Otkin.
Okay, I got a Logan here.
Yep. W.O. Legs was bred by Warren Otkin in Iowa.
I'd say Logan's got some connection because
I'm sure he does.
AI's not incorrect.
Yep. Warren Otkin. That's what W.O. stood for.
Denton Ulrich, he had it right. Warren Otkin.
Yep. I'm glad to see you got up, Vanny.
Did he bring the JB Weld?
Yeah. Hey, Vanny, I need you to get out here with some.
Now, was it his birthday today or yesterday?
Yeah, it's his birthday today. I called him this morning. He wouldn't answer. Happy birthday, Vanny. Shane Van Zant turned 60 today.
39 and holding.
Yep, there's another one that just got it, that answered. What time did those guys answer that question? Because I got another answer at 12:24.
Reserve that year was shown by Jill Copus.
Jill Copus. Memphis Peterson, I'm going to put you in there too, okay?
Better put Chance Lautner. He's given all kinds of good information as well, pictures.
Not giving Chance Lautner. He's going to have to answer a question.
Well, he has.
He has?
He's got good parts of him.
All right, Chance. Sorry, bud. I'll get you a chance too. The more chances I get in
I
here.
think you're getting so many entries, I think you dang near got to pay for 2 of them.
No, I'm not doing 2 of them. I just think the more entries I get in here, the less chance Dean Cathcart has to win. Because he'll take a full page ad in the Showtimes magazine just to going on the plane. Okay. Dr. Bloomberg, he's got his selections turned in. Who else is in here texting? Matt Mickle. Yeah, you're a little bit behind, brother. Somebody else texted me. What the world is going on here? Oh, right there. Ashley Schnorr. Okay. I will do that, Ash. I've been announcing all the winners. I've been announcing all the placings. I see that you just sent me that at 8:34. It just came across if you're still listening. Tell Fred hi for me.
Actually, somebody just said that Warren Otkin lives a mile and a half. Well, it's Denton. Lives a mile and a half from Denton. Ulrich passed away last week.
Warren Otkin passed away last week.
That's what he said. Yeah.
Oh, my. Can I tell a funny story on Warren Otkin?
Well, you're the boss.
I'm not the boss. I just think people like to hear these old stories. So back in the day, we used to have a shorthorns or a club calf sale for Eddie Grathwall in Powhatan, Kansas. And Bruce Brooks and I would go down and sell that sale. And then Bruce Brooks would then go on up to Warren Otkins and sell his sale. And it was always on a Sunday. Well, this year, Brooksy dropped me off at the Omaha airport, and I had to fly to California for a sale, and he took my car. So Sunday morning, he pulls into Warren Otkins' driveway, walks up to the door, there ain't a car in the driveway. He walks up to the front door and bangs on the door, and Warren Otkin comes to the front door with chicken grease all over his chin, eating Sunday dinner. Bruce, what are you doing? Well, I kind of thought we were having a sale today. Warren says, next week. And he says, well, you can be here, right? No, I've got a book next week. Warren slammed the door in his face. Heart of another auctioneer. So God bless Warren Otkin. Great guy. The backside of that story is Brooksy got so mad he drove to Omaha Airport, parked my car, and forgot to call my ex-wife at the time to tell me what lot it was. So when I got home a week later, I couldn't find my car.
I think he did that on purpose.
Oh. Okay, another tough class here.
Who's the girl in blue?
Which Hadley?
That's Hadley Hendrickson. And that's a full brother. Who just sent me that? Full brother to Geiersteer last year.
Full brother, so that would be a Stevie deal. Another Powell.
Right.
Steph and Brent Powell's
Yep.
Steve Donor.
Yep.
He's got the coon dogs on him.
Big coon dogs. Got the big.
He's good. He's good on the move.
Hope you guys found that one. He ain't paying me day. You guys need to stay concentrated on what you're doing. Let me do the. Oh. What'd you say, Murph? Listen here, you simple old country boy from Missouri. Yeah, I know what we talked about. Well, there'd be a guy standing right over here that would disagree with you. There'd be guys standing right over here to disagree with you. My tongue makes him a lot of money every year. You know, from this angle, there's a lot of differences there.
Mm-hmm.
I wish you guys could see this angle.
I wish we could get right up on them.
I do too. I'd love to get on them.
We can see silhouette and we can see feet good. You can't necessarily tell how dense everything is.
Yeah. That calf of Braden's is real symmetrical. I mean, his body matches his bone work, and he's type and kind. Cannon's calf's real pretty, really sound. But look how that calf moves, though, Hendrickson's.
Maybe he isn't as dense as a couple.
Maybe not. But boy, he's got the big paws and can go. That carpet don't affect him. He's got his head in the air and his ears forward, ready to go. Okay. Somebody is asking. Billy, I'll give you that answer. Hold on just a second. That was Chloe Rogers.
What?
Fourth in Class 7. Somebody asked me who was fourth in Class 7. That was Chloe Rogers. Okay. Joe has got the...
We're going to get down to the sifting.
Yep. We're getting ready to...
We're going to get ready to sift the flour, baby.
Yeah.
You ever get in on that, sifting flour? You ever see your grandma have one of them deals that...
Oh, yeah. I watched him do it.
You just was good at eating it, right? Eating what was a
I was always want to know
product.
what's taking so long.
Now we just go grab a loaf of Old Home.
My mom used to sift the flour when she made biscuits. That's why they were. She claims that's why they were so fluffy. I think it was the 6 pounds of butter she put in them.
That wouldn't make them fluffy.
I wouldn't think so. Yeah, probably.
I bet you had a few of them as dense as you're looking at.
You know what? I'm done apologizing.
I figured maybe you'd be running them Boston marathons a couple of years ago. You was on that health kick. And
I'm still on that health kick. But
Taekwondo, you're taking down violent offenders one swipe at a time.
Yep. He's still sitting in prison. Huh? For those of you that might want to take a shot at me.
They got the wrong guy, Jake.
He picked the wrong guy.
No, I think I'm talking the cops got the wrong guy.
Oh, no.
It was a cover.
I held him till he got there.
What did he weigh, 115 or 60?
Not very much. I hurt him pretty bad.
See, we got more trivia, please. See, so some are really
Some of them like it. I got another one. I got another trivia question for him.
Yeah, here's the deal. We got 7 classes.
I know. I got plenty of trivia
questions. We got to space them out.
I got plenty of them. Well, they're pulling them down. They got them down to the top 5. Looks like it's going to be a black calf.
Actually, I think we got
they got them down to top 4. So it looks like 4th is going to be Hadley Hendrickson. Aniston Floyd is 5th. Top 3 are going to be 3rd is Cash Gretzka. Old yeller shirt.
The suspense is getting there.
Yep. Joe's going to line them up. Cannon Ryman is going to win Class 8 with a How Great Thou Art 606, the power of a cow.
Raised by our good buddy Bradley Smith.
Before we go any further, give them all a big round of applause one more time. I'm not necessarily going to say we have or haven't got a show winner in here, but what I can tell you is they're all good. They're all high quality. All these kids fulfilled their project, and my hat's off to you. Logical class winner in my mind and in all of our minds as we talk. You get into him, you want to talk about him individually, you can say, hey, we could at times elevate where his neck attaches. After that, strip it all down in a good class. That is the most genuine market animal in terms of spread up high, in terms of shape down his loin edge. That thing's view coming at you and going away from you is absolutely incredible when you're down here. That's one that's got big round feet. He opens his toes, he sets them down, he pushes off of them, maintains squareness, and his hock actually works while his pin set and his tail head are still up there where we need them to be for that balance. Absolutely awesome when you get your hands on him. You bet. Is he the wildest one in front of his blade that we've seen today? No. But I'll tell you what, I tell my kids all the time at home, and we get trained and we get programmed that wow factor is always supposed to be from the top of their blade to the tip of their nose. Hey, young lady, his wow factor's from his withers to his tail, and that's still very, very good, okay? Awesome job, good way to start. After that, you can bounce some things up. You can do them however you want. Good calf right here. I run him a little lower, young man. You can be mad at me for it. I love him in terms of his foot, his bone work, his stoutness he has up high. We were maybe at a bad angle when I'd come around that corner and I'd see that 3/4 angle with that big old stout noggin he's got and a little dab of throat. I just wished he opened as good in his forerib and his center body to proportion a shot better, but that thing's runners are good. He's got great big round paws. You've done an awesome job presenting him. Very well fed. Good calf there in second. One here in third, very good on the stand. Maybe if you will, and I hate the word, I hate the description of it, but maybe at times you can look at him and think he's just a shot plain, or you can think he's just very, very well built. You decide he's still got nice presence up high. I run him up a little higher because I love the top side of his skeleton. Square out of the back of his blade, awesome over his loin edge, rib cage, he balances good. Got a good rear leg. He wants to paddle a little up front, maybe not be as coordinated coming right at you, but a very, very good calf right there. Good calf comes next. Awesome in his presence, awesome in his neck set. Young lady, you may not like me for this, but I'm going to tell you, I wish your calf had a little more terminal look to him, if you will. In terms of the shape of his jaw, in terms of just the way he opened out of the back of his blade, that is high-quality livestock. We get into him, a little more nondescript down his top line, just a little more maybe maternal in his overall look, if you will. He's got great big hip, though. He's still got good soft feet and legs. Maybe wants to get a little tangled up going away from you. Good calf there. Good calf here, and I'll tell you what, underline up, new set of runners on him, we might have us a show winner. I'll tell you what, withers, loin edge, hip, pin width, body shape that's compositionally correct. Awesome calf there. His presence is good. Wants to get a little upright up front when we get him parked. Not as coordinated when he goes, young lady. That's an awful, awful good calf to stand fourth. Good calf comes next in the brockle, long-bodied. He's got muscle. He needs to open his toes and set him down a shot more. He needs to maintain that look of balance right there when we ask him to go. Wants to lower his neck, dump his pins, and get a little awkward in terms of his movement, but a very good calf there. Heavy-duty one comes in old Yeller. Huge rib cage, square up high. On the stand, we can work him up. It's when we ask him to go. Gets a little tangled up, a little narrower behind, but a very well presented, very capably shown, very well-fed calf right there. This calf here, I moved him up. He didn't make the pull, but I like his kind. That's a good square broad back in one. It's fresh in terms of his body shape, his composition. Need to change him in terms of his shoulder and where his neck attaches, make him a little more attractive as he goes. He He needs a new rear leg in terms of just how he utilizes it. He's soft. He just needs to open his hock and actually work it. I loved his shape up high, very well presented. Blue Duck's a good calf, good looking, square up high, awesome in his rib cage. Young lady, you fulfilled your project at the highest degree. We just need to give him more horsepower. He needs more bone. He needs a shot more muscle. His build and quality is incredible. Old Gray, big heavy duty, big rib cage in that one, big stout hip. Right there's where we land here. Gets a little soft in our top. Point of our shoulder needs tucked in us. Good calf here in terms of being square up high. Need to redesign his rear leg. Young man comes next, done a really good job. Very, very good and basic. Just runs out of some horsepower, but he's done an awesome job presenting him. Young man's got one really attractive, long body, needs more body shape, needs a shot more true muscle. Awesome class, great set of young people. Give them one more round of applause as they leave. That was an incredible class and a great set of young people.
Results of class number 8. In 13th place, riding post. 12th went to Dalton.
Well, Brad, that was an interesting class.
Yes, sir.
Little differentiality, and they all like that's the first time they've agreed on the first calf.
Unanimous. Class
Unanimous.
winner.
And unanimously was selected entry 5046, Cannon Ryman, 1,399-pound steer. How Great Thou Art, 606, raised by Brad Smith. Second in that class is entry 5109, Braden Callis, now on a 1,389-pound calf. Two really good calves. Third in that class went to entry 5124, Cash Gretzka, on the yellow, our old yellow shirt-wearing kid, 5124, Cash Gretzka, weighed 1,399. Fourth in that class went to Hadley Hendrickson on a entry 5070, calf weighing 1418. And fifth was Aniston Floyd from Texas, entry 5057 on a calf weighing 1417. Sixth in that class went to entry 5118, Finley Yoakum from Oklahoma. Seventh, entry 5008, Kinley Petzold from Texas. Eighth was entry 5045, Chesney Prince from Nebraska. Ninth, entry 5116, Corinne Kinney. And that calf, again, was a driving 80 when in doubt. 10th was entry 5068, Robert Gore. 11th, entry 5056, Libby Sako from Iowa. 12th, entry 5120, Dalton Lakovsky. And 13th, entry 5168, Riding Post.
We're going to discuss the three-man panel a little bit, and we'll listen to Mr. Epperly.
For those of you that haven't heard the speech yet, the best way to think about this is A and B are your judges for each class. The referee is just going to break ties between those. So as we look at that, it's pretty easy on the first one. We don't even count the referee's score. A and B agreed. So 50-46 was your class winner. We get to second, and we've got two nominations for second, 51-24 and 51-09. 51-09 is higher on the referee's card, so it goes into second. And then it is between 51-24 and 50-70 for third. 51-24 is higher on the referee's card, so it goes third. And then 50-70 is third on both of the A and B cards, so that one goes fourth. And then we're moving into 51-24 is already done, so it's 50-70. It agrees on both A and B, so that one goes fifth and on down the line. But just to give you an idea of how the system's working and breaking down as we go. Enjoy your time at the National Western and the Market Beef Show. Thank you for attending.
Okay, folks, we're back. Joe has explained the three-man system again.
And it can get to looking pretty wanky on the card if there's a fair amount of variance and deviation. But just knowing that the third person or the referee that's just to break a tie on that specific run placing.
Yeah, and that's why we rotate them every time. So, as you come down, now we're getting into Class 9. Guys, and I'm going to tell you, there's some awfully good calves in these next two classes. Really good calves. There's been good calves all day, but I'm telling you, some hammers. This first calf, this white calf, this is Brindley Letterman. Brindley Letterman with a 1,425-pound steer. Next to her is entry 5085. The young man is Connor Stromberger. Connor has that black calf weighing 1427. Next to him is a young lady in pink. That is Hadley Bell from Oklahoma on a 1,429-pound steer. Next to Hadley is Miss Riley Rogers. Of course, Wade and Kayleen's daughter, weighing 1439. Next to Riley is Miss Charlie Jones. Young lady just won Louisville.
Brandon's.
Brandon Jones's little girl, Charlie, she won the North American. That's entry 5073 with a calf weighing 1444. Next to Charlie is no stranger to the show ring is Kelton Arthur, of course, the great Secretary of Agriculture in our state of Oklahoma's son, and Jared Arthur's son, 5161. Kelton steer weighs 1447.
He was second in his division yesterday.
Yep, he was in the senior division. He was reserve showman
by the Henning girl.
By the Henning girl from Indiana, yep. Right? And then 5156 is Caden Kaysen on a steer weighing 1449. And then next to Caden, Miss Sadie Wynn in the red sweater. Of course, that's Colton, and Colton Wynn's young daughter. That steer weighs 1449. She's from Oklahoma. Next is entry 5122, Drew Rice. And Drew's steer weighs 1452. Next to Drew is Libby Foreman, entry 5034. And Libby's steer weighs 1455. Next to the end of the ring down there, the dark red calf or the real dark yellow calf, I can't tell real quick. He looks more red from where I'm sitting. That's entry 5013, Josie Ritter, with a steer weighing 1458. And rounding out the class, the yellow calf on the far end is 5078. That's McKenna Skinner on a steer weighing 1459. So, Brad, we go from 1425 to 1459.
A little over 30 pounds.
Mm-hmm.
Saunders was locally founded in 1972 and is now one of the largest and most stable construction companies in Colorado. Saunders offers well-paid positions with opportunities for career growth. Visit us at www.saundersincorporated.com for information on career opportunities.
A little additional information on the legs deal.
Okay.
That was the nickname, but the bull's real name was W.O.
Dividend 3J. Mm-hmm.
You're the man, Jake.
Yeah, W.O. Dividend 3J.
Yep.
Hey, I'm an old Shorthorn guy. That's hilarious. Hey, I think we got 2 other birthdays today, too.
What do we got?
Well, Paige Wallace Arnold, who judged the Scimitar show the other day.
Gotcha.
Her and her husband Marcus did a great job judging the Scimitar show. It's Paige's birthday today, so happy birthday, Paige. And I think it's old Johnny Sully's birthday today.
Oh, yeah, I've seen that on the Pulse this
Happy
morning.
birthday, Sully, if you're listening. My long, dear old friend. Wish you were here.
How do you know he might be?
He might be.
Who we got reffing this time?
Well, let's see who just talked him.
I don't know.
Kendall. What class is it?
9.
9. So it's the A judge will be A judge is going to be Blake, because he would have been the A judge on 3, 6, and 9. Jiminy Christmas. I just signed up for the Wi-Fi and I got 76 missed text messages.
So here's the problem.
So, look, hey, they bought that heifer from Chris Swanson, that champion market heifer. Deb Core just sent me the text.
See, here's the deal. You got to get proper equipment and stuff. We could have some laps on some times and stuff.
Well, I know, but I don't think I missed many people.
Easy on the candy, Jake.
I know.
Murphy talked the last class.
Okay, so now it's Blake. He'll be our A judge and talk this class. Hey, I need to give a shout out. I got a pretty good buddy of mine, Southern Indiana. His Hoosiers just won the national championship. I'm sure he's pretty excited. I know he's watching because I just got a picture his wife just took.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, everybody's correcting me now. Okay. I got to hand it to Joe Horseman. He's led me down some paths I shouldn't have gone down, but he was the one that suggested me getting on the Wi-Fi. Thanks, Joe. Also up in Minnesota, it's Matt Agan's birthday. He's the double nickel today. Gosh, Matt, are you 55? Somebody's turning you in, buddy. Okay, they've got him. They've got him kind of pulled in here. Nobody's turned a card in yet.
Can you read what's on the back of the girl in the purple there in the 3-hole?
That's Charlie Jones.
Okay.
She had that big yellow calf that won Louisville. Oh, boy. Otto, we got a lot of good friends out there.
Yep.
Some of them aren't so good. Oh, my.
Taking a little more time again.
Well, I know, but there's
The oven's hot.
the oven's hot.
Get
The oven is
get
hot.
the pizza in. We got her warmed up.
Yeah. Somebody just asked, a good trivia question would be, how many donuts Blake Bloomberg had before he got here?
That'd be tough.
That'd be hard to answer. He might wanted to stay light on his feet today.
He might have just had some fruit for breakfast, I'll bet.
Doubt that.
A little watermelon,
I doubt that. I doubt that.
cantaloupe, a few berries. Then he put all that on top of a big old set of pancakes.
Yeah. I mean, you people are hilarious. Really, I don't know why we're doing this. There's funnier people out there than you and I to do this.
Well, we're not trying to be funny.
I'm not trying to be funny, but some things make you laugh. Well, that calf moves good. Okay, so they've pulled out Hadley Bell, 1429. Riley Rogers at 1439. Charlie Jones at 1444. Kelton Arthur at 1447. And Sadie Wynn at 1449.
Got another trivia question in regard to Dr. Bloomberg.
How many squeezes of Gold Bond did Blake use today?
How many puffs?
I'm sure it was at least 4.
How's that? What was that with a lollipop? How many licks did he get there?
How many
puffs of Gold Bond?
How many puffs of Gold Bond? There are a lot of people out there that know him well. Yeah, but it's comfortable. It's a comfortable. I don't even know what it feels like. It's 60 degrees in here. Nice. I know one thing. The air quality down here in this barn's a lot better than it was in the old barn because I don't feel at all like I'm going to go home and lay in bed for 3 days. You do what? Oh, you feel better now? It's because you're closer to home.
Cleaner air.
Yeah. She's cleaner. Landry's cleaner to
Cleaner Denver air.
So folks,
as long as we're not
we
driving
want
by too many
to give a
grow
big
houses.
shout out to Landry and all of her teammates at Ringside Live. They have been rock stars this whole week. I've had a chance to announce all the shows down the yard, and they've brought you coverage of every darn thing that they've done. They've got, I don't know how many people you got here, but they're everywhere, and we want to thank you for providing this service.
The views are awesome.
The views are great. People are getting a chance to see these cattle probably better than we get to see them from sitting up here.
Makes you feel like that you're right at the show.
Right.
And on that note, if you have a chance to get out here and see these new facilities sometime, whether you're directly involved in the show industry, it's something to see.
It is worth.
They've made some commitment to want to make this thing keep going.
Yep. This facility, the Legends building, is just absolutely amazing. But the show ring and the synergy around
or
this.
some things to
tweak on.
Something's new to adjust and tweak, and I'm sure they'll do some of that. But it's something to see. We should have been tallying it. Has Bloomberg been first to turn his card in every time? Hey, he still got her yet. We jumped the gun too quick.
And we're at 5 withers.
5?
5 withers so far. With Judge Murphy.
Got a trivia question, and I'm going to need the answer to it. How many exhibitors there were, and all 4 junior species exhibited at the stock
That's
show
a
this
dang
year?
good question, but how do we find that answer
Well,
out?
I'd say this guy got it, hopefully. Here's what I did here. There were 198 exhibitors that turned in entries for the steer show. And they may have had multiple entries,
Multiple
but
entries.
198 exhibitors.
98 exhibitors. Well, we checked in
And
170 head.
171 head or something
Yeah.
like that.
Okay, looks like Kendall hasn't turned hers in.
Blake's got his clipboard yet as well.
Yeah, it does.
Where's Murph at? He run out of here?
No,
or
he's down there behind
he
that
is.
black calf. Yeah. So, folks, as you're going through there, the young man in the white shirt there, that's Kelton Arthur. Unfortunately, I don't have any breeding on any of these calves.
I think Kelton's Arthur's maybe an RCC1 raised by Mitch Dakey.
Oh, really? Okay. And then right behind him, that's Sadie Wynn in that red sweater. And then behind Sadie is Brindley Letterman.
Kendall beat him to the punch this class.
Yep, she did. Hey, I got a trivia question for everybody. Okay? I would like to know, while we're getting ready to start tabulating the tallies here, somebody needs to let me know the year. I want to know the year that the. No, that's too easy. Before it was called the National Western Stock Show, they had. Now that's going to be too hard for people. I'm not going to do that. All right, here's a question for you. You ready, Brad?
Yep.
Name me Okay, here we go. In 1965, all 3 British breeds were shown here at the National Western. That was the first cattle breeds, were the Hereford, Angus, and Shorthorn. In 1969, 4 years later, there were 3 more breeds introduced to the National Western. Who can name those 3 breeds that were added to Hereford, Angus, and Shorthorn in 1969? Okay? Ready, set, go. Okay. I'm only taking one winner this time, so not going to be so gracious. There was 3 breeds that were added to the National Western Stock Show in 1969. Name me those 3 breeds. People didn't know I had such a wealth of knowledge, did they?
And I had somebody thinking that you were actually playing the bugle. That's really your ringtone.
Okay, whoa, somebody just, oh, wait a minute. I think we got a winner chicken dinner. Jiminy. No. Holy buckets. These things are coming in here so wild. Well, I got your winner. I already got a winner. Who'd you get? Shars, Gertz, and Galloways. Who said that?
Shars what?
I'm going to take 2 winners because I got a winner over here too. Well, you guys are quick.
What is the right answer?
Shars, Gertz, and Galloways, and it was Gina Sankey was one of them. That's the first one I got. And who was on Ringside Live? Who is that? Alex who? B-U-S-C-H-O-W.
What time did that come in at?
That's the same time that Gina sent hers.
Same time Skylar Weber sent his.
And Skylar Weber sent his.
Was it Lemmy's?
No, Lemmy's are not.
Nope. Sorry,
you're out.
Skylar.
Okay, so the answer is Charlais, Gertz, and Galloways. And at 1:14, I got one from this Alex Bushchow. So, Alex, you need to send Ringside Live your telephone number. So, if you win, I can call you. And Gina Sankey. Gina? Laughlin. Gina Sankey. She is absolutely not doing a darn thing but listening to this. I can tell you that right now. Are you, Gene? Okay. Boy, you guys all got it right. That wasn't as hard as I thought it was going to be.
The Gertz, I thought, would have thrown him for a curveball.
That's what I thought, too. Yep, Sky, you're wrong. Kennedy, you're wrong. You guys are wrong. There's a right one. Matt Mickle, you were right, but just a little late, buddy.
He also said, but he was a minute late.
We've had a few other correct answers, but just a minute too late.
Yeah, they're just a little too late. Tom Wall. Okay, Tom Wall, I'll give it to you, too. You were at 114. Jiminy Christmas, you people. I'll take a little few more of these because I do not want K-Bar to win this. K-Bar, I'm not going to fix it. If I pull your name out of the hat, you're going to win, but I'm not going to like it. Boy, I'm going to have to make these. I'm going to have to make these questions a little harder. I'm glad to see Jake Bloomberg's listening. Jake, how are you, bud?
Next trivia question, I've had some requests, need to be something targeted for a little younger viewing audience.
Okay.
Some of us old dinosaurs were.
Okay. I'll get one. No, everybody's using Chat GPT to get these answers. That's what they're doing.
The suspense is up there. Kelton
Yeah, here we
Arthur
go.
just pulled into third.
We're in third. Kelton Arthur's in third. Sadie Wynn is fourth. First place is going to be
Bell.
Hadley Bell.
I don't know if it's lucky or unlucky to draw this class. Steers, I think, all the way down the line. And you'll see up there some differences, I think, and that's the beauty of a panel. I think you get down to see things similarly amongst the three of us, but maybe don't prioritize things exactly the same. There's one thing I do know about this one, and I'm sure that his mother said ouch when he was born because he is incredibly stout. As you study him and his forearm and the shape of his back and out through his hip and the heaviness of structure that he has, and yet the way that this calf gets out and goes from a movement standpoint fits me really well. I just love the way this calf gets out and grabs the ground. He's square at his corners. He's good in terms of his toe shape and spread, and he grabs the ground right. Again, we can see maybe he needs just a little lower body. If you wanted to get ultra critical of the calf, I think that's where you would do it. But get your hands on him. There's tremendous turn to the edge of his loin, out of the backside of his shoulder. He's incredibly stout and opened up and still cleaning his joints. A very good calf here to lead off the class. I like the steer in second. You talk about off both ends, up through his front end, his hip and hind leg construction, both very, very good. This calf, when he comes right at you, is not quite as square, and the way that he drops his elbow down into his knee, I thought when you got your hands on the cattle, he wasn't as shapely in his back. I didn't think he was quite as square to the edge of his loin as the calf that we end up leading off the class with as a committee, but two incredibly high-quality steers there in this class. I love the calf in third, and honestly, when he hit the ring, I thought just his presence and his balance and his attractiveness. When he slings his neck up there at the top of his shoulder, you just love the calf from a proportionality and a balance standpoint. For me personally, and the other two can do what they want as far as why they placed the way they did. I didn't think he squared up out of the back of his shoulder when you got your hands on him. I didn't think he was as aggressive in his shape on the top side of his skeleton as what our top two cattle were. But if you want to just draw one in a picture from the side, you really like that calf, and he's one that definitely warrants some consideration. This calf in fourth, I actually swapped this pair. This calf is incredible in terms of his back shape and his cage. I thought of our initial cut here, these five, he was the one that was probably the most unstable off of his rear leg. I thought this calf wanted to cut up in his flank just a little bit, but you have to love his look and his balance and his upheadedness. I thought when we set the cattle in motion, he was the easiest to divide into thirds, and I swapped this pair. This young lady's calf here, I don't think she probably loaded him up and thought she'd be where she's at. This is a very, very good steer. Up high, he's good. I like his shape. I like his spread. When you take him to the ground, I thought he funneled just a little more to his base. But the calf's incredibly big-legged, very capably shown and well-presented. I thought of those initial four that I had up there, he was the one that was the shortest in his stride and just closed up a little more down to the ground. But another very, very good steer there to land what ended up being in the fifth spot. Here's a moderate, stout, powerfully constructed kind of a steer. Just need to extend him up through his front end, a little plainer in terms of his look, but a very carcass-focused kind of a steer that's going to have some red meat yield at his end point. Another good steer here that's soft in his rear rib and flank, very mellow when you get your hands on him. Just to run with some of those war horses up on the top end, needs a little more width and dimension. Here's a very pretty profiling steer that just doesn't have quite enough lead in his pencil to get up any higher in this particular group, but I love his look and his balance from the side. Very attractive in terms of his makeup. We get on down the line here, still some very good steers, very capably fed by these young people. They brought some good cattle to town, maybe just don't have some of the extra bells and whistles in a very competitive class. What a good group of steers. Let's give them a nice round of applause as we bring in Class 10.
Results of class number 9. In 12th place, Caden Kaysen. 11th place went to Brendan Letterman.
Well, there you have it. I'd say that one will be in contention here later tonight, but our class winner was Hadley Bell, steer weighing 1429. Second, Riley Rogers, Wade Rogers' daughter. Calf weighs 1439. Third was Kelton Arthur with a very high quality calf at 1447. Fourth, Sadie Wynn, 1449. Fifth was Brandon Jones' daughter Charlie. Charlie's calf was 1444. Sixth was Drew Rice with a 1,452-pound calf. Seventh was Connor Stromberger, 1427. 8, McKenna Skinner, 1459. Ninth was a Libby Foreman, 1455. 10th was Josie Ritter, 1458. 11 was Brenly Letterman, 1425. And rounding out the class was a Caden Kaysen at 1449. Moving on to Class 10.
1,460-pound steer. Natalie Hendrickson, 1461. Rowan Cooper, 1465. Reagan Rogers, 1469. Keston Holmes, 1469.
Okay, folks.
Mason Grady, 1469.
Here's Class 10.
A lot of familiar names coming
Oh,
in here.
yeah.
Jackson, 1469.
So the first calf coming in the ring here, this little black and white calf, it's not little. He weighs 1460, but that's Danny Santee. Next is Hadley Hendrickson with a 1,461-pound calf.
1482.
Next is that Rowan Cooper?
I believe that is Blaine Rogers' daughter. I bet you the Cooper calf maybe
Yep.
a scratch.
Yep.
Reagan Rogers, I think, is the third calf to come in.
Yeah, Reagan Rogers is the third calf to come in. That's a How Great Thou Art out of a maternal maid. And then this yellow calf, is that Keston Holmes?
Keston Holmes, and that would be a calf that our good buddy from
Yep.
Esterville area, Luke Knutson, raised.
Yep, that's a How Great Thou Art, Here I Am, out of Mach 500.
Yep. And I think you would have probably sold that Mach 500 on the Dakota Classic First Class Act sale.
Yep. And then Mason Grady with a 1,469-pound calf. Claire Shanks is the yellow calf next to Mason. That calf weighs 1,469 as well. And then Tinley Weathers with a 1,473-pound calf, the next yellow calf. That's Harley Henney. She was your champion senior showman.
Yep.
And little gal in the green shirt down there, she's got a steer weighing 1,479. And then old Stretch down there, second to last, the black calf, that's Croy Ryman. Steer weighing 1,479. And Croy's steer is a How Great Thou Art Hazel. And guess what? That calf won Division II in the Prospect Show last year. So he was a division winner in the Prospect Show last year. So it comes back to Denver as a fat steer.
And Hazel is as good as it gets back to the 1244.
Back to 1244. And then
Wade owns, and I think Justin Muck currently has a vested interest in the owner. Thinking maybe his high seller this year was one of those.
Was one out of the Hazel. And then the roan, yellow roan calf at the end is Harper Skinner, and that steer weighs 1,482. So another stout set of calves here in this 1,460 to 1,482 range, Brad.
Yeah. What do you suppose they weigh full out back? Some big boys.
They'd be some big boys.
They'll be on Jenny Craig for just a minute.
Yeah.
Check out their full line of show supplies backed by industry experts. Weaver is devoted to fueling your enthusiasm for showing lifestyle with innovative products here at the National Western Stock Show.
Okay, so they're saying we need to have harder questions. Well, you're going to get one now. Okay, Empower You, my good friend Weston Hendricks is going to have a interview with all the judges after the show today. So you guys need to get on Empower You to listen.
All kinds of goodies.
Yep. Okay, I'm going to come up. I'm going to come up with a more difficult. I'm going to come up with a more difficult trivia question. And I'm not going to cater to these young punks. Because trivia is about history. And y'all need to know more history about this show. All right.
Maybe a class that sorts itself a little easier to the top, maybe.
To me, it does.
Maybe not quite as you probably can't go quite as deep.
I think
you
got
maybe think are contenders.
you got 3 elite ones in here.
Yeah, I'd say you're probably close there. These things hurting your ears at all, Jake?
A little bit.
Mine too.
Especially when I've got to wear these readers.
Still waiting on old Q Dog. I sure thought he'd have brought us a cup of coffee by now. But
well, you'd think somebody would.
Goes to show you what he really thinks of us, Jake.
I know. The 2 guys that probably watch out for him more than anybody. He hasn't even got us on his radar. He did say hi to me a minute ago. What?
I've had a little feedback from him, but it's never on the...
Never worried about our welfare.
No.
That is Reagan Rogers. So that would be Blaine Rogers' daughter.
What do you drink, Jake, if it ain't coffee?
Iced tea. Iced tea, probably.
Excuse me. Some familiar names, lots of success within the families. Blaine's family's had great success. The Shanks family in Iowa has a lot of success. Mason Grady, there's no shortage of winning some big shows there. The Henney family has had a lot of success. Croy Ryman, I mean, there's tons of Hendrickson family.
Okay, I've got a very good trivia question. Okay? In all the years of the National Western Stock Show Steer Show, there's only been 2 exhibitors ever go back to back. Now, let me just hold on. Let me clarify that. I don't want to get myself in trouble. Because I got one question. Yep. I thought I was right. I am right. I'm always right. there's only been 2 exhibitors ever go back to back year after year. Only 2 times. Name those 2 exhibitors.
Fire away, people.
Champion Steer. There's only been 2 exhibitors ever in the history of the stock show ever go back to back.
That's right.
You getting answers, Landry?
Yep.
Wrong. Baylor won it twice, but Baylor won it and Shiloh Shockey won it. Baylor won it and Shiloh Shockey won it.
Not in a row.
Not in a row. No, they won it in 4. Both the 2 of them won it in 4 years, but they were alternate years. So it's not Baylor Bonham. And it's not Horn and Ryman.
Skiles.
They got to have 2 names.
There's 2 of them.
There's 2 people that have won the steer show back to back. Well, everybody's getting Lily Skiles, but nobody's getting the other one. Think back.
Baylor and Hilton Wise. Okay, what do you want? You can't find T.
Huh? Just Starry.
Sprite or Starry or something.
Okay, Lily Skiles. Everybody's getting that. We agree. Lily Skiles, but nobody's getting the second one.
You could they'll come. You can come right by there though. Yep, they won't come.
Okay,
Yep,
people. I agree. Lily Skiles, but you're not getting the second person. It's not Brock May. You only won it one time. It's not Copus either.
May.
Not May. Not Randy Rash. Not Vicklin.
Skiles and Hollinger.
Not Hollinger. Not Grady.
Skiles and Hilton Wise.
Not Hilton Wise. Hilton Wise won it twice, but not back to back. Not Michaela Grady. She won it once. Guys are wrong, wrong, wrong. I told you it was going to be hard, and you guys are bombing. It's not who? Nope, not Glover. Not Steerwalt.
Jagger.
Not Horn. Although I will tell you this, Jagger Horn had reserve champion steer in 2016 on the same day as Dad won in 1986. 30 years later, Jagger had reserve steer. Not Glover.
Lily Skiles and George Herman.
Not George Herman. Not Schnorrs. They won it twice, but Ashley won it once and Sid won it once. I'm talking the same person.
David Bradford.
Nope. Not David Bradford.
Nope.
Well, who? What's Hilbert? What's Hilbert? What's Hilbert? You want to get it, you got to.
Come on, Chris, get the name.
Somebody better get it in here.
First name.
Guys can't call me. It's got to be a text. I can't answer the phone right now. I know the answer. I'm the one. Lily Skiles is one of them, ladies and gentlemen, but not Dwayne Hilbert.
See, you better check in a little deeper. 67 and 68 is when this one supposedly was.
Well, let me look. Well, then there's 3. I'll give that to, if you got all of them.
It's Dwayne. It wouldn't be Dwayne.
It's not Dwayne.
I know the name.
I do too.
Starts with a G.
Starts with a G. Not Dwayne Hilbert, guys. What year did they say it was? 67 and 68? No, it's not. Greg Hilbert and Lily Stiles. That's it. Just got it. Greg Hilbert and Lily Stiles came in at Memphis Peterson. You already had one. You already got a shot. You cannot be eligible, so I'm going to give it to Hunter Royer, who was the second person to put it in. Okay? So Greg Hilbert won it in, and I don't know where you guys are getting this Herman character in 67 and 68, because he didn't win it in 67 and 68. 1967 was Mike and Cindy Steckel. 68 was Randy Helms. But it was Greg Hilbert would have won it in 1976 and 1977. And Lily Skiles would have won it in, if I remember right, I have to look here. Hold on. Lily Skiles won it in 2017, 2018. So the correct answers are Lily Skiles and Greg Hilbert. Told you it was going to be harder. All right, so that's question number 7. I'm going to give it to Hunter Royer, because she was the first one. George Herman is in what year? Well, that is not who won it. 1967, 1968. I can tell you who won it, because I've got them right here. 1967 was Mike and Cindy Steckel. 1968 was Randy Helms on a Hereford. Both Hereford steers. Was not George Herman, so you're getting bad information, folks. All right. Okay, going to come up with another one. You guys like that one. Boy, everybody was throwing them out there, weren't they? Okay, our judges have placed their class, and Joe Epperly is going out to move our winners in.
We've kind of lost focus here. That trivia's kind of got us
no,
off
it's kind of, we've lost our focus here.
You got a definite pick here, Jake?
Yes, I do.
I do too. Write it on paper. We're not going to say it.
All right, I'll write it down on paper here. All right.
We match? Yep.
Yep. Winner, winner, chicken dinner. I think this was easy.
Nothing's easy, but I'd say
Nothing's easy, but that's the calf that hit me hard when he walked in here. Of course, we're getting up here in size with some of these cattle, but 1460 to 1482, he's starting to pull them in. Yellow calf is coming in here. Young lady in the pink. Looks like he just
Here comes the
a little shorter strided.
Shanks calf.
There's the Shanks calf.
In fourth, the Henny calf in third. We're down to Grady.
Yep.
And Reagan Rogers.
Harley Henny's going to.
Nope, we forgot about NC Croy coming from the back.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, here comes Big Croy. So Croy's going to be third. Harley Henny's going to be fourth. He's got 2 steers left, ladies and gentlemen. We got Reagan Rogers, and we got Mason Grady. Mason's going to be second, and Reagan Rogers wins the class with a 1,469-pound How Great Thou Art out of a maternal mate.
And not that I'm not wanting to give the breeder recognition. Somebody texted me, but it was a calf Dave Geyer found out of Indiana.
Oh, boy.
I'm sure somebody will fire it to me.
Yep, sure they will. Dave Geyer had something to do with it, I know.
Heck of a good class here, and for as good as these steers are, I think the one that leads off hit all 3 of us relatively fast. This steer's real good, and I think what makes him the most unique is how stout and burly and opened up he is. He is so sound structured, and that's hard to do and hard to make in one that has that kind of power. He's big-footed, he's big-limbed, it works all correctly, he's loose and collected in his spine. It still handles real fresh. I guess as we work up into these upper weights, he still handles awesome out of the back of his shoulder as he drops over his loin edge, and you study him from behind, everything matches. Now, maybe in a perfect world, he's a little plainer about his head, the crest of his neck, and down into the base of his chest. But I also remind myself that's what makes him look like a fat steer. Everything matches from that point back. It's a good calf to lead us off. This 1 and 2 is no slouch. And to be honest, he's as fresh as they come when you get your hands on him and touch him right behind his shoulder and his blade. His body shape is awesome. He looks like he's fed incredibly good from his forerib, his heart, back into his flank. He's big up high in terms of his pen set and his lower quarter. I guess for how big he is up high, I'd like to intensify him at the ground, make him bigger boned, bigger footed, and I don't think he balances up quite as uniquely in motion as our class leader. That's a very good steer, though, in a good class. This 1 and 3 is as raw and just aggressive in terms of his shape as any of them. In behind his shoulder, he's stout-armed, he's big-chested. He works a giant hip in him in terms of pin width and lower quarter and stifle. Still utilizes it at the ground in terms of skeleton and structure as good as any. Maybe doesn't piece himself together quite as good from the side, a little plainer-headed, maybe a little longer-bodied, and maybe just doesn't balance his lower body quite as good. But either end of him, he's wide-chested, he's big-pinned, lands into a really good class. This orange steer here, awesome profiling steer. He's good down his top line. He's good out of his hip and his hind leg. Opens up a little bit sounder structured than the calf right behind him compared to the ones that precede him. Maybe a little bigger framed cattle and doesn't have quite as much pop, quite as much bulk in terms of his center body shape down low, but that's a very, very good orange steer. This one here gives you an alert and proud kind of a look from the side about his head carriage, his neck, and how it ties into his shoulder. Love his top line quality and out through his hip. Like I just said, maybe not quite as sound structured out of his rear skeleton, little smaller footed kind of a steer that doesn't have as much muscle from behind. Love him from the side though, especially his front end. Big, burly kind of a steer that comes in next. That's probably as big-footed and as big-boned as anything in this particular class. He's long out of his hip and long-bodied, but with that extra length, maybe doesn't balance up quite as good, maybe not quite as good from his heart, hit back into his rear rib and flank, but that's a good kind of a steer. This black and white one here, real big at the ground in terms of bone work and feature, has some aggression, a shape up high, not quite as practical, not quite as soft in terms of his lower joints or his lower body work, but still a good steer that has some muscle shape. Really a neat colored one here that comes next. The young lady has him dialed in from a presentation. Love his top line quality. I like his upper hip and his shape up high. Down low, he wants to funnel to his base. We just got to stouten him up there. A long extended steer here that comes next that just needs more body shape and more turn in terms of his upper hip down into his lower stifle. Really like his balanced look from the side though. Then the young lady's done a great job with this steer. Again, a lot of bone, a lot of feature in this particular steer. Just needs to be more practical from a skeleton standpoint. Put your hands together. Really good class.
Results of class number 10 in 10th place.
Well, Brad, our champion steer in that class goes to Reagan Rogers. That's 51.49. That calf weighed 14.69. And he was a How Great Thou Art out of maternal made female. I know Dave Geyer had found that calf in Indiana. We'll find out more about where that calf came from. Second in that class, entry 51.11, shown by Mason Grady, 14.69. Of course, Mason lives down in Grandview, Texas. Third in that class, 50.47, Croy Ryman on a 1,479-pound calf. Croy's steer was a How Great Thou Art out of Hazel. Of course, Hazel was a good as it gets out of Kelly, right? No, out of 1244.
How Great Thou Art,
Hazel.
Which is a good as it gets.
Good as it gets. Kelly. Good as it gets, Kelly. And then fourth was Harley Henney from Indiana on a 1,479-pound calf. And fifth is Claire Shanks, entry 50.20. Her calf also weighed 14.69, just like our class winner. And second. Sixth in that class was Kesslin Holmes, entry 51.30. Seventh, entry 50.25, Danny Santee. Eighth was entry 50.79, Harper Skinner. Ninth was entry 50.93, Tinley Weathers. 10th was entry 51.40, Rowan Cooper. Okay, we're getting down. This is class 11. We're getting up in the 1,500 weights here, Brad.
Yep. Just trickled over the 1,500-pound.
So we go from 14.87 to 15.05.
Measly 18 pounds.
Just a little bitty old 18 pounds right here, but these are getting to be some big boys.
Couple big roasts is all.
Yeah, just a couple roasts is all. So 5,003 is Brogan Patsky from Texas. His steer weighs 14.87. 50.61 is a young lady in the green sweater. That's Kinley Allen. Kinley steer also weighs 14.87 on that yellow steer. Kelton Arthur's back, entry 51.60, with a steer also weighing 14.87. 50.55 is Adley Block, 14.89. 51.53 is Denver McKay. And I can tell you, Denver steer is a Here I Am, In God We Trust, 0975 cow, the donor 0975.
Is that, and I'm guessing is that one he raised?
No, yeah, it's an In God We Trust female. And then Brock Welp with entry 50.94. That steer weighs 14.91. Entry 51.41 is Cason Corbin. Steer weighs 14.95. 51.32 is Landrick Hansen. Landrick steer weighs 14.97. Entry 51.08 is Delaney Troyer. Steer weighs 15.01. 50.17 is Dylan Miller on a 15:01 and weighing 15:05. Cayman Cody on entry 51:50 on the far end, the black calf on the far end. Okay.
Hey, did you know that place that we stayed at last year? I don't think that's even in existence anymore.
No, they closed her down. The Residence Inn's closed down.
What's going on?
I don't know. They got it chained up.
Cat house or what?
I don't know. I think they're trying to keep the homeless people out of it. Oh, really? Are you getting feisty? I think she's getting feisty. So I found out who raised that steer. Kyle Felton.
There we go.
Kyle Felton raised that steer. Okay. See who else is.
The tradition continues with the Colorado Farm Show taking place at Island Grove Park in Greeley, Colorado, January 27th, 28th, and 29th. Approximately 300 ag-related exhibitors, 3 days of seminars, and more. Admission is free and the $5 parking raises funds to support youth in agricultural through scholarships. Visit us at coloradofarmshow.com.
Got to answer all these questions everybody keeps asking. Oh, I just got to answer a really good question, Mark Anderson. Somebody wants to know, since the Denver champion steers over the years, who is the person that has raised the most of them? Most of the champions. Raised the most champions.
That'd be a tough one.
That'd be a tough one. Yeah, that'd be hard to figure out because, I mean, back in the day, Hilbert's would have had. Dwayne Hilbert would have raised as many of them as anybody.
He wouldn't have raised them, though. He was a trader.
Well, I know. Well, that's true.
Are you saying
That's
trading
true.
or raising them?
No, that says raised them. Raised the most champion steers. Oh, really? Wow. I'd have to do a little more research on that. That would test me. But that would be interesting to know. Who did? He did? All righty.
John Deere is the official agricultural and turf equipment provider of the National Western Stock Show. Visit your local John Deere dealer for great deals now. And remember, nothing runs like a Deere.
Okay, folks, they've kind of pulled these cattle around. Judges are starting to make their way through them one more time. Again, that calf up front, that is Brogan Patsky from Texas. 1487. There's those first three calves all weigh 1487. Brogan Patsky, Kinley Allen, and Kelton Arthur.
Then we got two at 14. Then we got two at
1489. Right.
Block and McKay.
Block and McKay. And I was thinking I had information on another one of them calves, but maybe not.
Another trivia question would be interesting if a guy could ever prove them all. What bull has sired the most champions? There was probably a lot of Sugar Rays in a row for a while. Probably
A lot of monopolies.
Probably a lot of black power plays.
A lot of heat waves.
There just wasn't all that much selection back in that era in the
No.
80s,
And what about
70s.
El Dino? What about El Dino there for a few years? Probably not as many as Here I Am, though. Or In God. That'd be interesting to go back and find out.
If you could prove it all.
Yeah, you could prove it all, or whatever they'd claim.
Now they're doing
Now they're pulling them.
more sift.
Yeah, so they're pulled out the Kinley Allen steer at 1487, and that's Kelton Arthur right behind him with another one that weighs 1487.
That old calf's feet hit the turf comfortably.
Yeah, that calf's sound. And then here comes Denver steer moves good too. So those three steers only weigh 2 pounds apart. Those three calves right there. Okay, folks. You know, really, Brad, as a group, this set of calves is pretty sound. Wouldn't you agree?
For this being this kind of weight.
Right.
But here's what you typically find. The lighter classes are the higher percentage, what appears to have more structure issues. Well, they can't get around worth a hoot, don't feel good. They struggle to perform.
Right.
These big cattle got good feet, get to the bunk.
They're the ones that are weighing 1,500 pounds.
Yeah.
And I would compare this surface. Most people that are listening probably have never been to the Toronto Royal up in Canada, but this is the same kind of surface that they show at Toronto Royal in Canada. The same kind of indoor-outdoor carpeting. Like I said, in San Antonio, the turf is a little longer. The cattle have a little bit more to grab onto. The only thing I would tell you is they slip just a skosh. You know, if they've got ever so slight, if they're ever so slight off on their foot, or the way they plant that foot down, if they're a little shorter strided, they maybe slip a little bit. But here's the thing about it, Brad. Everybody's on the same surface.
Yep.
So Oh. Seems to be a lot more black calves this year. Don't you agree?
Yeah, I don't know how it would all play out. Some of them classes, there might have been 11 or 12, and there was only 4 solid blacks, and this one's a little heavier.
Yeah. That one class, the top 5 were all black. Oh no. That white calf came. Gretzka steer won that class. That
was about.
He was 6-1 down. There was 5 black calves in him, and then he wins it. I tell you, the one thing I wish people could see on this screen is the Zamboni. So, folks, what they do is they come in here and they clean this turf between every show, and we've been calling it a Zamboni.
It looks like a spiggle or a little mini street sweeper kind of deal.
Yeah, it does. It's got 2 big blue brushes on the front of it. At the beginning of the week, they had a guy coming out here, and they were treating it with like a pump sprayer. And then he would spray some of the spots where the manure was at, and then it let it set for a little bit. But that guy comes in with this machine. I've been told that machine costs like $197,000. They leased it this year. They didn't buy it. So, but I'm telling you, you cannot tell the difference. I mean, it looks brand new after he gets done with it.
We're not out on the ring. I've had a few people that have exhibited say you get a little ammonia smell.
Probably.
When you get out on there. I guess I dang sure can't tell from here, but with all the cologne you got on, that cover up a lot.
Who's not trying to be funny now?
I'm not.
Yeah, okay. Whatever. Whatever. No, I'm good.
Q did come through in a
he got
clutch.
He got us something to drink.
Soft drink.
I know.
Thank you, Q.
Take back all the things I said about him. We still got our numbers up, Landry? Still a lot of people watching? 2,200 watching right now. Well, here comes Judge Bloomberg. This should be his. No. He talked the last ones, didn't he? No, who did? This might be Murph, might be A, Judge this time.
Bloomberg talked last class.
Yeah, so Kendall will do it this time.
How about them first 3 there? They got them stuck just like an old German short hair on point. Boom.
Right. Yep.
Been corrected. I think somebody told me Kendall talked the last one.
Oh, did she? Okay. So then it'd be
short-term memory loss, don't we?
It'll be Murph then.
Thanks on that, Buck.
Huh?
Just thanking the guy that's keeping us in line.
Oh.
Can I go down there and talk to Gable too? Is that okay or not? Should I not? Oh, okay. I'll just go see him. Go tell Steve you need his wheelchair. So you know what's going on, right?
We're fortunate to be where we're at today, Jake. I got a guy sending me a picture of his water, and it's got white caps on a little cattle water. And that's back in Iowa.
It's blowing that hard?
50, he said.
Ugh. Ugh. I just come up with a brand new trivia question. But I got to do just a Scotia research here.
He keeps it lively.
Hey, Judge, you keep focused on what you're doing. Don't need to be mouthing the cheap seats. Don't need to be mouthing on the cheap seats. Okay, I've got a new trivia question. Ready? There's only been one person in the history of the National Western Stock Show that not only showed a Grand Champion steer but judged the show. Who's that person? One person. Name that person that judged it but also won it. Not yet. They've stumped them. Wrong, not Steerwalt.
Who?
Steerwald had kids that won it, but not Kirk.
Schwab?
Kyle and Isham. Kyle and Fawcett just got it.
Troy Thomas.
Troy Thomas. Johnny Johnson, you're too late. Troy Thomas won the steer show in 1979 and judged it in 2012.
I got one come in at the same time when you said it.
Who was it?
Chris Effling.
Okay, I'll put Chris Effling on the list too. All them South Dakotans are listening. Okay, got to come up with a harder one for the next one. I'm going to ask a general. No, wait a minute. Ooh, I got a new one. I got another one for everybody. Name the family. Name the family. Oh, wait, we're placing these. We'll give it this next. So Joe has placed them, and he's bringing in the whoop, 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 whoop. So fourth is going to be Dylan Miller. Kinley Allen is going to be third. And it looks like your class winner is going to be Kelton Arthur. Kelton Arthur is going to win your class. Denver McKay can't believe it.
Really good pair up here on the top end. Pass that, awesome class, very competitive. I think these top two are close, and if you can blend them together a little bit, hey, we'd be in a good spot. But ultimately, young man up front stays more collected in his top line. He hinges better off both ends, and with that, he maintains the trip they've had out here. He maintains a shot better look of balance when we ask him to go. He can elevate his head and be comfortable in terms of his hip and hinge it and set it down. Now, we could make his feet as big and round and his paws as big as the one in second. We could open that guy just a shot right out of the back of his blade and his forerib base of his heart. But that's a fresh, good-looking, good balanced calf that gets out and motors, maintains the same look whether he's parked or stopped. Very well presented. Congratulations to you. This one here in second, he is denser, he's stouter right up in the top side of his hip. He's got great big old paws. He opens them up and sets them down. His toe spread's as good as any in this particular class in terms of actually how he utilizes his feet. We haven't had the best trip today. He hadn't wanted to be your best partner. We've had to tug on him. When we tug on him up front, we get a little more slack in our top line. Our hip doesn't look quite the same in terms of the balance. We park those cattle, it gets really, really close, okay? I love his stoutness ahead. He's got just a shot more on the top of his crest, just a shot more in the base of his chest. With that, doesn't balance quite as good as our class winner, but that's an awesome pair that's very well fed, awesomely presented. Both those young men do an excellent job. Congratulations to you. Old Gold on the stand, he can push him pretty hard if we don't ask him to go. I love his squareness up high. That is a broad withered one that's awesome down his top line. His pin set is good. He too, at this weight, we need a drink of water. He gets just a shot flatter right in the center of his body, and from his underline down, he maybe doesn't proportion quite as good as those other cattle. Shot frailer in his foot and his ankle, doesn't hinge his rear hock and actually extend it out behind his tail and do things like we'd like them to. That look right there, young lady, you give the two black ones all they can handle. So when we ask them to go, it's where we land to be third. Young lady's held in there with the one that didn't want to be here, and this is a good calf. I hate he didn't have a good trip. He looked a little funky in his hip and his rear leg in terms of the trip he had, but that thing is broad right up out of the back of his blade. Got a big old stout forearm on him. He's got a big stout head. He looks like a market animal. Compositionally, he's very good. He still balances good. If he would just relax and settle his spine down in him and utilize his hip and his rear leg like we would hope he would, hey, that top four gets to be pretty close and a lot of fun. This one here comes next. Really a good calf in terms of his body shape, his bone work. He's a little more stable in his rear leg than the one right in front of him, young lady. I run you down a little further than the other two, and that's okay. I thought his maturity in front of his blade didn't match his rib cage, okay? I thought he was the most mature up in front of his blade in terms of his head, his crest, the way he's built right through the point of his shoulder. With that, that's okay. If he's got a great big old fresh rib cage in him, I'm good with it. I like his width. I like the way he utilizes his rear leg. Just wish it all pieced together a shot more in terms of maturity combined with balance and true shape, but a good calf there. Awesome livestock right here, young man. Very, very good kind. Moderate, big round rib cage in him, awesome in his hip, good in terms of posture of his hip and his tail and his rear leg is very, very good. We get him out here. If he could walk around the ring with that kind of look, we run him up. He wants to dump his head and his neck, and his natural head carriage is a shot lower in terms of the cattle right in front of him. With that, we lose just a little bit of that shape up high in terms of just crisp shape in terms of right down his top line. But you've done everything you can to present a very good animal in the show today. Congratulations to you. Good long body, good looking one comes next. Really good on his feet and legs. A little frailer from his underline to the ground. Need to open that guy up, give him more shape. Old Whitey, huge rib cage in that one. Got width. He doesn't balance like those other cattle. Gets a shot frailer underline to ground. Black and white one comes. He's better looking, better down his top line, better built than the white one right in front of him. Just gets too narrow as he goes and comes and needs more shape. The white one comes next. He's more shapely than the one right in front of him. Young man, you fed him good. His body shape is good. His width is good. Just gets a little plainer up front. Got a good rear leg. You use it right. Just need to balance him better. Good looking one here. Just runs out of some horsepower, young man. Awesome class right there. Great set of young people. Congratulations to all of you.
Okay, so your class winner again in Class 11 was entry 5160. That's Jared Arthur from Stillwater, Oklahoma on a steer weighing 1487. Closely behind him, Denver McKay from Mulhall, Oklahoma, entry 5153, weighing 1489. Two fellows that have shown against each other hundreds of times, I think, in their life. Two great young men and two great showmen. Congratulations to both Kelton and to Denver. Third in that class was entry 5061, Kenley Allen on a steer weighing 1487. Fourth was entry 5017, Dylan Miller with a 1,501-pound steer. And fifth was entry 5108, Delaney Troyer, a steer again weighing 1,501. Sixth in that class is entry 5150, Cayman Cody. Seventh in that class was entry 5003, Brogan Patsky. Eighth was entry 5055, Adley Block. Ninth was entry 5132, Landrick Hansen. 10th, entry 5141, Kaysen Corbin. And 11th, entry 5094, Brock Welp. Well, ladies and gentlemen, our ring crew is out there cleaning up our ring real quick. And as our Class 12 comes into the ring, guys, we've just got 4 more classes left, but this is Class 12, and hey, we go from 1509, Brad, to 1525, so just 14 pounds difference between these big boys. That's amazing.
You better do a little more math. I think that's 60, ain't it?
Oh, you're right. That'd be 16 pounds. Well, 2 pounds. Hey, I was a K-State grad.
Enough, right?
I was a K-State grad, okay? They taught us things like algebra and geometry and calculus. We didn't worry about addition and subtraction like they do at Iowa State.
19-pound steer, Ethan Stoneberg, 1520. Sadie Wampler, 1522. Redmond Brumbaugh, 1522. Lear Hansen, 1524. Mackenzie Kirkhart, 1525. And Leo Enlow with a 1500.
Just got some information from Tyler Lay. Looks like he raised Kiera Bremer's calf at Lay Farms out of Nebraska, and he is a How Great out of their 555 maternal perfection donor. Sounds like he's had a successful run up until this point, and they brought him to the big city.
Yeah, the way it looks. Okay. So in this class, did you go through them already? Did you introduce all of them?
No, I didn't.
All right. So in this class, this first steer up here that Kendall is handling is entry 5158. That's Kira Bremer. One of the Bremer girls weighing 1509. Next in line, that's Gemma Berry. And Gemma's steer weighs 1509 as well. Young man next is Cody 4. It weighs 1511. Then you got Kinsley Krebs. Kinsley was actually reserve senior showman yesterday. She was reserved behind Hadley Dunklow. Hadley was champion, and Kinsley Krebs, that'd be Ty Krebs' daughter from Gordon, Nebraska. Next is entry 5026, Cade Stratman with a 1519 calf. Next in line would be Ethan Stoneberg with a entry 5058. That was calf weighs 1520. Then you've got Sadie Wampler, entry 5060. That calf weighs 1522. The big white calf down there, that's Redmond Brumbaugh. Great family, showman family. Entry 5076, that calf weighs 1522. Then you have Lear Hansen weighing 1524 on entry 5133. Entry 5062 is Mackenzie Kirkhart on a 1,525-pound calf. And way at the far end is Leo Enlow. Is he? Yep, there he is. I see Leo. 5030, Leo Enlow on a calf weighing 1525. So again, we go 1509 to 1525.
Just had a little information passed on that last class winner, Kelton Arthurs, raised by Mitch Dakey, and he was a Here I Am out of RCC 980, and that is a made-to-order Monopoly 020. So
wow, okay.
maybe we all get a chance to take a little stab at advertising something. Something that I want to advertise is,
what is it?
I'm part of our Iowa State Fair beef supporters
Okay.
group. It was Brad Smith, Wade Rogers, the Shanks family, Brent Lowry, Devin Wilson. I don't want to miss anybody, but anyway, we put on a online fundraising sale.
Yep.
And it's February 8th, and we actually have two sales on the same night. The one sale would be, we call it generic items, feed additives, design work, landscaping stuff, anything you can imagine, advertising tools, that type of thing. And then we got another sale that's strictly frozen genetics and embryo semen. And these aren't stuff guys are wanting to clean their tank out. I see RJ. We got a Facebook page, Iowa State Fair Beef Champion Supporters. We donate both to the market side and the breeding side. Last year, and I'm going to Kevin Brooks and his wife, they kind of ramrod and keep us all in line. They're the organizers. I think our expense is like 1.5%. We're giving like 98+% back to the exhibitors, and we're not just making it top heavy. We pay out class winners, class seconds. Every division winner gets some money, and of course the top 5 steers, top 3 market heifers, and the top 5 breeding heifers all are rewarded. I forget exactly how many exhibitors that we would have touched last year. It would have been 40-something, if I recall. Last year we raised $220,000 or $30,000. If somebody wants a chance to buy some neat things, that sale's February 8th. Like I said, RJ, I think he just donated a package of eggs out of one of his donors. Would be a full sib to Chloe Rogers Reserve champion steer at last year's Iowa State Fair. Be a full sib to your bull, Jake. Mm-hmm. Great or good?
Mm-hmm.
How great's out of that donor cow that originated from Horn. Lots of the prominent breeders are putting their best stuff on there. There's sale credits. There's semen, sex semen. And again,
I offer that same trip.
In the generic side of things, he offers a trip for two out to here,
To steer
airfare,
show.
and a couple nights hotel to come and watch a steer show. There's all kinds of things. I think there was 100 and some plus items on each sale, so it takes a while to get scrolled through that stuff. That's why we broke it down and actually have two sales. Somebody wants to come forward with some donations. We're just in the process of getting everything put together. Again, February 8th is sale day on SC. Sale should be posted by like the 2nd or 3rd. Gives everybody a chance to see the offering. Good stuff. You want to ramp up your program and buy a package of embryos, sibs to a lot of the stuff we've maybe even seen out here today, Jake.
Right. Oh, yeah.
So just
out of these great cows we've been talking about, there's going to be embryos.
Yep. It's a good deal in terms of we're not just making the one or two champions rewarded. We're rewarding lots of people to try to support the industry. Lots of people. We make our livelihood is dependent on what we're doing here, and if we didn't have a little carrot ahead of the horse in terms of a little financial reward. There's some scholarship money that also comes out of our proceeds that get rewarded and get awarded. So if you get a chance, get on our Facebook page. We try to highlight some of the stuff that people are donating, that type of thing. But Iowa State Fair Beef Champion supporters. Bailey Boyert is a new member of our group. Chris and Kevin Brooks have been with it from the start, along with Brent Lowry. He does a bang-up job. But just get on there. Want to donate, reach out to one of us. If not, there'll be tons of good items to shoot some bullets at and help support the youth in our industry, and it's just a really good deal.
Well, and those are the kind of things that keep these kids coming back. South Dakota does a similar deal too, and it's those two state fairs seems like it's growing and growing. I go up and I help do the South Dakota awards presentation every year, and it's just amazing the prizes and the money that's given out in scholarships and cash. And Iowa's just growing hand over fist. So my hat's off to that group.
Name come to mind that I don't want to forget anybody, and is Jenny Studer. She joined our group a couple years ago and been a great asset. And again, we volunteer our time. Don't get one free Diet Pepsi out of it. It can be challenging getting everything put together. And again, the Brooks do a great job. Chris kind of gets delegated to do that stuff, and she does a great job of it. Again, on SC, February 8th.
And that's going to be 8th and 9th?
No, both sales. Actually got both sales, but we just didn't want 300 lots on one sale, Jake. Some people are looking for the frozen genetics. Some people have no interest in that, looking for the other items, but all kinds of items. And thank you for anybody that has donated to this sale, has purchased off our sale. It's greatly appreciated.
Well, it goes to a great cause because 100% of the dollars go right to back to those kids, and that's what it's all about. It's what it's always all about. So
and one more, because our group is growing. We can't forget Craig Mittag.
Nope.
And he's part of our group. He joined. Maybe this is his 3rd year.
And just for the record, I'm not as smart as I appear to be with all this trivia. Craig Mittag is the one that feeds me all this information. Yeah. Craig is my historian. He's my historian. Yeah. He is, every time I've asked Craig for help, he's never hesitated to help me try to make this a little more enjoyable for everybody that's watching. And Craig is great, Greg, and he's going to be a great addition to your group there too. So what a great family.
And not only the names I mentioned, Brent Lowry's getting him a nice little donor arsenal built up. There'll be a calf here coming in later, exhibited by the Noonan family. It'll be a sib to some embryos he'll be donating to this sale. It'll be all kinds of good stuff. Wade put some good stuff. Luke Doris has been a generous donator. Brad Smith in programs that are industry-leading genetics that this, like I said, this isn't somebody wanting to clean the stuff they don't want to put out in their own cows. These are embryos that are have been $3,000 and $4,000 and $5,000 embryos in all and on down the line.
That's
But
awesome.
Really, really good genetics. Wade is very generous about donating some sex semen on stuff we're flushing. We know how advantageous that can be when we're going to flush a few cows and cheapen up the ET bill. Lots of facilities that do the flush work. AMBC outfit I do business with, Transova has been great. I don't want to miss anybody, but get on there and check it out.
Well, I'm going to throw out a little bit of trivia here just for fun, but that young lady that's in second right there, that's Kinsley Krebs, daughter of Ty Krebs. And when I was doing some of my research for this show, I came across this reserve champion steer that brought the lowest premium in 1987 was her dad. Steer brings $3,550 in 1987. That's the lowest money ever given for a reserve grand, but her dad had reserve grand steer at the National Western, that Kinsley Krebs from Gordon, Nebraska. And I'm sure her grandfather Eldon and her grandmother Louisa are at home watching, or I hope they're watching her. And Ty and Kinsley are down here. Of course, Blake's putting his hands on the calf right now, but that young lady does an absolute fantastic job. She was your reserve champion showman behind Hadley Dunklau yesterday, and that little girl right there can stick one for me any day. She gets it done right every single time.
And she was second.
She was reserve champion behind Hadley Dunklau, yes. Well, I'm doing just a little bit more research here, folks, and I'm going to have one more trivia question for you here. Oh, my gosh, we got another Legends having a birthday today. Tim Schaefer, and I know he's listening.
Oh, yeah, I seen that on the Pulse as
Happy
well.
birthday, Timmy. He was out here seems like he was in Oklahoma City and Denver for about a month. So I hope you've made your way home, or you probably got a champion heifer. You're probably still here because you got champion heifer in the champion junior heifer drive here in a couple days. So he's probably out here still doing that.
Another little video of an Iowa listener with it looked like you better batten down the hatches there. It's going to be blowing down the road there in the great state of Iowa.
Oh,
Gotta
boy.
love it. 54 here today, and I think maybe Saturday morning we're supposed to be in the 30s and 40s below zero. So
I just got a text that steer of Kinsley's as a next man up from Matt Copeland.
Gotcha.
Matt Copeland would have judged the showmanship yesterday.
Yes.
Did a good job.
Yep.
Getting some more variances here. You know, we've got.
But still good.
I know.
I mean, you look
sound.
Good, big, functional. Hey, maybe lack of bell and whistle. Maybe a few of them are getting a little stale.
But it's like you were talking about their heads. Some of these heads are.
But hey, in terms of just carcass merit, carcass quality, feet and legs, it's harder to keep them all tidied up and together. But good cattle. Just got some information that the Bremer steer got his pedigree down. Just got information that it was showed by Matty Lautner through the summer, and
Oh, really?
And won that South Central Iowa Showdown deal.
So he's the how great 555?
The one that Todd Lay
Yeah.
gave us the information on.
Yeah, that steer, that female is out of the donor 555, which is a maternal perfection. Yeah.
Just goes to show you, these aren't one-hit wonders. Hey,
No.
And it takes some experience and expertise on kind of holding one of these things, but a lot of these people are getting good at it.
They're getting good at it. Okay, so I've given out 8 trivia questions. We might as well just do 10 of them.
You got another one?
I've got another one.
If I'd known he was going to do this, I'd have had this all lined out ahead of time. You didn't give me no fair warning.
Well, you're the brains behind this. You know these pedigrees and stuff. That's why I spent so much time out there trying to learn as much as I could, because I didn't want you showing me up all day. Okay, there's been 2 gentlemen that have judged the National Western Stock Show 5 times each. Who can name those 2 gentlemen? This will be hard.
But there goes the bugle.
They're wanting to buy that semen, baby.
They're wanting to load the horse.
I'm wanting them to buy it. Okay, all you trivia specialists. You're not going to find that on ChatGPT. I had to ask someone that is in the know. Steers only. Wrong, Tar. Wrong. Not Hogue Jr. and Hogue Sr. Duello hasn't done it 5 times. Glenn Martin hasn't done it 5 times.
Joe Lewis is not one of them either, F.
Joe Lewis isn't one either. He did it 4 times. Dustin Frank and Kirk Steerwalt, wrong. Nope, not Duello and Joe Lewis. Not Gerald Buck. Are you getting any answers on there, Landry? Nobody's answering. Huh? Dustin Frank's done it, but not 5 times. Okay, you got one of them, whoever that was. I got both answers right, but nobody gave them together.
Don't give clues.
I'm not giving any clues. Joe Lewis. Nolan Fleshman just guessed Joe Lewis. Joe did it 4 times, Nolan. There's 2 judges that have judged the National Western Stock Show 5 times each. And I've had both of them given as answers, but nobody is give them twice. Give them. Nope, not Callahan and Callis. Not Troy Thomas and Steerwalt. Stop cussing, Reagan Kelly. Nope.
Not Mark Hogue.
Not Bill Abel, although Tartut, you're warming my heart just to think about my old K-State guy. not Jack Ward, not Clint Rusk, not Dr. Edwards,
Nope.
not Ryan Rathman, although he should judge it more. Not Steer Walton Frank.
Go back in time just a little bit.
Not Callahan and Shockey. Oh, this is good. You guys are crabbing. Not Harlan Ritchie and Scott Shockey. Not Bloomberg.
I got one guy got it right.
Who?
Got one part of it right.
Well, I know. I've got several of them that got one part of it right. Two judges, guys. You got to name two judges. You can't just name one judge. Two judges. Not Don Good and Harlan Ritchie. Don Good. Not Steer Walton Shockey. Not Murph.
Nope, not Jimmy
Not
Williams.
Jimmy Williams. Not Harlan Ritchie and Scott Shockey.
Let's finish this after they place them.
Yeah, let's play. They're placing them, guys. We're going to finish it after they place them. Okay, so they're starting to pull them in. We're down to our top four. Okay, Kinsley Krebs is going to be fourth. Joe Epperly is going down the line, and he is going to pull. Who's that? Oh, is that Sadie Wampler?
I think so.
Sadie Wampler is going to be third. And your class winner is going to be Kira Brammer with the How Great Thou Art out of the Maternal Perfection.
This class here at 12, and I think a pretty dominant steer, in my opinion, to go ahead and lead off the class here in this grouping. I don't know necessarily how the cards shake out on it, but just his length and his extension at this weight and stage of the game, very fresh kind of a steer. Some quality and some presence, I think, as you study him from the profile. You know, at this maturity and size, he's still relatively good up and through his chest floor, good in his mid-body, and I thought when you got your hands on the cattle, he's one that squared up with some genuine turn and still had some spread and some upper cage left in him. A good steer there that I think, to me, personally, gets right away with the class. I think you can sort them some different ways here, and you'll see some scatter amongst us here. This calf, I love his proportions. I probably wasn't maybe quite as high on him as the other two were, but you got to really like his balance from the profile. I got a little critical of him when I got my hands on him. He was probably the patchiest in terms of his handle, the most open about his rib. If you want to set that aside, though, and look at his immaturity up through his front end, the fact that he still has some presence and some proportion, I think you can sure get him up into the second spot. I'd like to make him just a little stouter as we take him to the ground, but still a very high-quality steer. This calf has a lot of pieces, and I think that is imaged from the side here as you look at him behind his shoulder. He's genuinely the stoutest featured calf we have probably in the entire class. I wanted him to just blend in his top line better. I wanted him to get off of his shoulder better for me to just get comfortable where I wanted to land him. At the end of the day, I thought he was the one that just didn't balance up quite as well, and that's why I ended up sliding him there in the third spot. You could loosen him up just a pinch on his hind leg as well, settle his tail head down in him, but I do think there's some extreme pieces in that particular calf. Of the committee, I was probably just a nickel higher on this one just from a freshness of body standpoint. I thought when you got your hands on him, he still had some youthfulness to the touch. He's really good in terms of the turn of his body, the softness in his rear rib and flank. We need to stretch him out probably just a bit and rework his hind leg. So, again, he lands down a little bit. I had him just a little higher in the class, but I like that calf from a freshness perspective. I think he's really good in terms of hydration that he has. We need to change him off of his hip and his hind leg. The next calf, if we just stood him still, I think he could move up a long ways in this particular class. He is the one that in terms of back shape and spread and freshness up high, I really like this calf. He's still got a neat look about him as you study him from the profile. It's just when we set the cattle in motion, he just falls into thirds and he's just too upright off both ends. We change him and give him a different set of running gears. I think it changes the complexion of the class because there's things about that steer that are as good as any calf that we have in here. Calf that comes next, you like his forearm shape, another stout featured kind of a steer that's got some genuine width to him. Again, too upright for me in the way he's made and the angle of his shoulder. He's the most constricted as you watch him go there off of his rear skeleton as well. Just need to soften him up a bit in his mid-body. Just a real practical kind of a steer here that comes next. What you see is what you get. Like his toe spread. I like the way he grabs the ground. He just runs out of horsepower as you get up on top of the cattle, but he can really give you a nice image and portray some look from the side. We get on down the line here. Another calf that's not shy on muscle, just doesn't piece together quite as well. Starting to show a little wear and tear up and through his front end. Then a trio of steers here to close out. They're well presented, well-fed cattle from a finish standpoint. You know, again, they're going to be able to exploit some quality grade incentives on the rail. Maybe just don't have that extra bells and whistles of some of the other steers from an aesthetic standpoint that we have on up the line. Good class here as we start to round for home here as we finish up the day.
Okay, as Dr. Bloomberg has explained, their class winner is entry 5158, Kira Bremer, on a Halgrave Art 555 maternal perfection cow, weighing 1509. Second in that class, Mr. Cage Stratman on entry 5026, Cage steer, weighed 1519. Third went to entry 5060, Sadie Wampler on a steer weighing 1522. Fourth was entry 5152, Kinsley Krebs, weighing 1515. Again, that was a next man up steer. Fifth was entry 5076, Redmond Brumbaugh on a steer weighing 1522. Sixth was entry 5049, Cody Four. Seventh was entry 5058, Ethan Stoneberg. Eighth was entry 5062, Mackenzie Kirkhart. Ninth was entry 5143, Gemma Berry, and 10th was entry 5030, Leo Enlow from Oklahoma, and 11th, entry 5133, Lear Hansen. Okay, folks, we're now ready. Now we're ready for Class 13.
You better finish up your last trivia.
Okay, we have a winner chicken dinner in our trivia question. It's Devin Wilson. Devin Wilson from Iowa wins, and she cast Gerald Callahan and Harlan Ritchie. Those are the two men that have each judged the Denver National Western Stock Show 5 times. Thank you for all your guesses, but my next question will be the stumper of them all. Nobody's ever going to get this. But they've gotten them all so far. All right, as we start Class 13, we're getting some big boys here, Bradley. The hosses are coming. 1535 to 1570. I can't add that. That's 35 pounds.
Attaboy.
We've got entry 5005, Callie Hosford. Callie steer weighs 1535. That's the yellow calf, the first calf. The next two black calves, the first one is Hannah Noonan on a steer weighing 1536. I think you know the breeding on that one, don't you?
Yes, sir. Let me get it for you right quick.
All right. He looks like a Here I Am to me. Am I wrong?
How Great Maternal Maid.
Really? Well, that's a pretty How Great.
Raised by Brent Lowry and Kraus. Must have the donor together, and I believe believe that calf might have sold on the Knutson sale, if I'm not mistaken.
That's a good calf. 5023 is Riley Joseph. That steer weighs 1543. The next silver steer is 5084. That's Taya Stromberger on a steer weighing 1549. The Oreo steer, the black and white calf, that is Colby Fry, 54. Colby's steer weighs 1549. And then the big gray steer standing next to him, that's Camden Welp, entry 1595, steer weighing 1555. The black calf that comes next, that's entry 5201, Bradley Hermes. That steer weighs 1557. Entry 5048, Parker Shalla, a Shalla family from Iowa. Entry and that steer weighs 1569. Then entry 5100 is Sean Rothy, or R-O-T-H-E. I don't know how you say that. I guess it's Rothy. Steer weighs 1569. Coming in at 1570s. The steer all the way on the far end, the kid in the black hat. That's Tyson Johnson, entry 5167. Okay, so judges are going down, handling these calves. Hope everybody's enjoyed the show. It's been moving pretty good.
Yep.
I mean, it's only 3 o'clock.
Got there in about 3 of them classes, and it took a little longer to get it broke down for them. Maybe.
Yeah, well, I think they got.
They knew they were in the heat of the battle, and they wanted to make sure they were coming.
Well, and they were close. There was, there's 5 and 6 calves in that classes. Class 6, 8, 9, and 10. All 3 of those classes were all pretty tight. Okay, I think they're about. Judges have gone down the line. Murph's just got a couple more to handle here.
Weaver Livestock is committed to helping you be the very best you can be. Stop by their booth between the Junior Barn and Stadium Arena to check out their full line of show supplies backed by industry experts. Weaver is devoted to fueling your enthusiasm for showing livestock with innovative products here at the National Western Stock Show.
Okay. Okay, our judges have got their clipboards now. They're ready to go out and start placing these calves. And as they go through here, they are putting them in motion here. Again, this first calf, Callie Hosford. Wish they'd put the towns these kids are all from.
Yeah, at least the state.
Yeah. I mean, I know a lot of them, but. Then Hannah Noonan. Then Riley Joseph. Then Taya Stromberger. Then the young man coming around here. This is Colby Fry. Following Colby is Camden Welp. And then Bradley Hermas. And then Parker Shalla. Big yellow calf. That's a sound one. And then followed up is Sean Rothy, and the last one is Tyson Johnson. So again, 35 pounds difference on these 10 calves. Got 10 in this class, 11 in the next class, and in our big boys, we're going to have 10 in that class. Still got a really good crowd here, Brad. Both sides of the arena.
Yep, I bet they'll. And who knows, maybe a field will be cleaning out by the time they pick the final drive, but I'll bet you that'll be a few spectators around.
There'll be a lot of folks here to watch that. And I watched the Hog Championship last night. There's a lot of smoke and mirrors, smoke and lights. They make a production out of it. And we'll be giving away the Nick Ryman Memorial Trophy again tonight, which is always special to me.
Guessing Kent and Nora are out here.
I assume they are. You wonder, these big calves, just how many jackpot shows and shows these calves have been to. Huh?
Wonder how many cans of glue got burned up on them over the course of their show career.
That would be interesting to know, wouldn't it? I wonder how many products in one of these bigger calves, these calves right here, that Sully has built them. Or Weaver. Okay, so they're starting to pull these calves. First one they pulled out here, is that 50-31? Yeah, that's 50-31. That is Hannah Noonan. They've pulled him out. $50-23, that is Riley Joseph. And then 50-84, that's Taya Stromberger. Then 52-01 is Bradley Hermas. And then this big old gray calf here. It's a good built calf.
Shala.
That's Shala. What should we ask the last final question, the last trivia question? This may, huh? So you want me to wait for that? I'll wait. I've been wanting to give this one all day.
I'd say after they talk this class.
Okay. All right. You know, everybody's a little nervous about this surface, but have you seen one slip?
Just if one spooks a little bit, I've seen a couple, but nothing.
Maybe it keeps them from spooking.
Maybe it tickles their old hooves or something.
I don't know.
Kind of like when Missy's kind of giving you a foot rub.
Yeah.
Tickles.
Oh, yeah. I've gotten so many of them foot rubs. Well, it looks like Kendall beat him to the punch again today.
Yep. We got Murph out handling him yet.
He's still out there holding on to him.
Yep.
So this is class 13.
2 to go.
So let's see. Yeah, let's see here. So having fun? You're still smiling, Kay? Yeah, I don't know why she wouldn't be smiling. Get to spend the day with you? Yeah. I'd rather be beat with a stick. Okay, the scores have been turned in. Yeah, because from where I'm standing, from where my point of view is, I'd like to know every cow these calves are out of. I want to know the cow or how they're bred. Be nice if we knew that.
Yeah, it would be.
Do what now? Are we going to do the trivia drawing tonight at the Grand Deal? Oh. Oh. Well, I know, but maybe not as much in this class, but there was there's a couple classes. It'd have been plenty high. Yeah, plenty high. Yeah, that would be interesting to know what the purchase price of the Grand Drive, the first and seconds would be tonight. Probably scare you. That's why they.
Probably, but don't let that scare everybody
No.
off. Though. Wasn't very long ago. I know one started off about $6,000.
Right.
Might have traded hands and got enhanced just a little bit. So.
Right, but
it ain't. You can't buy this. You can't buy this deal.
We've had 4 that I know of have been home raised calves. I mean, by the exhibitors. 4 today that I know of.
There'd be a lot more than that.
Probably more than that, but. Okay, folks, well, we are on class 13. Again, the weights here are 1535 to 1570. Hi, how are you?
What we got there? Steak and eggs or what?
He wants you to keep it. I'm a sheep swish.
I'm glad you're babysitting him this week. Yeah. Oh, yeah, we're live. We are live.
Good seeing you, boys. Catch you later.
Okay, Joe Epperly is placing our Class 13 coming down the line here. He's coming down to get, looks like he's coming to get the Riley Joseph. She's going to be 6th. Calf weighs 1543, and then right behind him is Hannah Noonan is going to be 5th. Bradley Hermes is going to be 4th. Taya Stromberger is going to be 3rd. It's down between
Shala.
So Parker Shala is going to be 2nd. I didn't catch this young man's. Is that number? The young man in the black hat. That is number 5067. Is that right?
Tyson Johnson.
Tyson Johnson.
Pair, and in my opinion, I think the black steer, he hits you pretty hard right here from the side. He's sporty in terms of his look, his head carriage, his ear set, the way it ties into his neck. For a heavyweight steer, I still read him to be pretty fresh in terms of his body shape, fresh out of the point of his hip down to the ground. Now, is he quite as opened up as the steer in 2 and maybe 3? Probably not. We could maybe stouten him up right in behind his blade and into his loin edge there. But is he narrow? I don't think so as well. I think he's got plenty to him. I love his skeleton, love his structure, really, really high quality from the side. This gray smoke that comes in 2, he is wider and stouter, especially from the 3/4 and from the rear view. I love his handle quality up high and in behind his blade, into his edge, and out through a stout and powerful hip. He's wide-chested and stout in terms of his lower stifle as well. You know, from the side profile, I don't think everything maybe matches quite as neat and tidy as that black steer in terms of the base of his lower chest, his lower shoulder out through his flank. It's a very good pair of really good high-quality steers to lead us off. Nothing taken away from the light smoke here because he's real good down his top line. You get in behind the cattle, he impressively is so stout in terms of his upper pin set and his lower quarter and stifle, like his head shape and his width of chest. In motion, he wants to drop his chest and come up in his flank, not as coordinated in terms of his rear step as those two that precede him, but love his pieces, especially at the standstill. I think he's big up high and big from behind. This steer that comes next is very aggressive in terms of his shape. He's probably one of the stouter forearm steers, and consequently is the stout, real stout up high and out through a stout hip and lower quarter there. I guess I read him just to be a little coarser about his head, the coarser about his shoulder, and maybe doesn't balance up in terms of his lower lines quite as neatly, but really like his shape up high. And for a heavyweight steer, still pretty fresh. This steer that comes next, shoulders back, I really like his balance. He's probably as good as any down his top line. He's square and level from hooks to pins and got a big, useful hip and hind leg in him. Up front, he looks a little swollen under his chin, maybe suffered something, but I'd like to just relax him in the angle to his shoulder and his front knee, make him more comfortable, but I think shoulders back, there's a world of good. This steer here, highly presented steer, and at the standstill is probably my favorite view of this particular calf. He's awesome-bodied, real boxy and bulky in terms of his kind. In motion, he's a little straighter up front, a little more rigid in terms of his rear leg and rear skeleton there, but at the standstill, certainly nice. Black Baldy here, this young man's done a great job with him. Just a meat and potatoes kind of steer. He's big-bodied, he's got some muscle, just a little plainer in terms of his kind up front, a little plainer out of his hip. Real pretty orange steer here that lines up really nicely from the side in terms of extension ahead of his shoulder. He's long out of his hip and square from that angle. You getting behind him, get in front of him. There just needs to be more cattle there in terms of power, in terms of base width. Smoky steer here does have some body shape. He appears to be really practical, easy feeding cattle, just a little plainer down through the base of his chest, a little plainer in terms of his muscle shape. We close the class with a pretty fresh, pretty deep and practical kind of a steer. Just needs to hit us harder from the side profile in terms of quality and in terms of pieces. Really a good class here. Those kids are working hard, guys. Let's give them a big round of applause.
Results of class number 13.
Well, there you have the wraps on Class 13. Just a little recap of them. Class winner is Tyson Johnson with the heaviest calf in that class at 1570. Parker Shala, an Iowa Cowboy, at 1569 was second. Third goes to Taya Stromberger with a 1549 pounder. Fourth, Bradley Hermes, 1557. Fifth goes to Hannah Noonan, another Iowa exhibitor, 1536. Sixth, Riley Joseph, 1543. Seventh, Colby Fry with a 1549 pounder. Eighth was Sean Rothy, 1569. Ninth was Camden Welp, 1555. And 10th was Callie Hosford, 1535. Class 14 is just coming in the ring right now.
With a 1,589-pound steer. Kinsley Bremer, 1597. Violet McQuake, 1598. Rylan McQuay, 1600. And Dalton.
Getting into some bigger cattle. Ticklin actually got a couple at 1,600 or a little above. So 1579 to 1604 is the weight range on this class, 25 pounds worth.
I can't believe they're this big in just 25 pounds. That's amazing.
Yep. And again, at a quick glance when they first come in, still big, stout, functional, flexible, get around the ring. Lots of product.
Lots of product here.
Ribeyes cover the old plate. You think you could get one of these down, Jake?
Toe mashers. No, I couldn't choke it down. I just don't have that big appetite anymore.
You're more of a little petite.
Yeah, I like those little 6-ounce fillet guys.
You are kind of a petite, a little more on the refined side.
You know better than that. Okay. Them Bremer girls brought a whole trailer load, didn't they?
Yeah, they're getting along good.
They're getting along all right.
Wasn't one of them second in class earlier, maybe?
One was first.
Yeah. This old painted steer on the end looks pretty fresh for one.
Really does.
Getting up there tickling 1,600 pounds.
Of course, I'm telling you, ever since 2020, these Packers got shut down. Where were they going to go with them? They had to grow them up, and then they found out they get more product out of them. You know, so these calves are a little more acceptable now in relationship to the industry.
And then here's what you got to remember as well: there's not as many of them going to town.
Right. Oh, I know. Yeah, numbers are down, so you got to get them bigger to get as many pounds. Or try to have as many pounds. Well, the old National Western's come a long way, Brad, because I did a lot of research when you start looking back. The very first show was held under a tent.
Yeah, I think we discussed that last
Yeah,
year.
yeah. Now look at this new tent.
It's quite a tent.
Quite a tent. Yeah. I can't stress to you guys enough about how special this building is, this new facility is. It's just unbelievable. How great this facility is, and if you've not been to the National Western in a few years, or maybe
Debating about coming out
yeah.
here wanting to exhibit.
Right.
You know, we as a family, my kids, I think, last year we showed was 17 or 18. We only exhibited out here 1 year. If I ever have a regret, I'd have kind of tried to save one in the back corner for. It's a nice time of the year. It's a little easier to get the fuzz on them.
Well,
They've opened it up, the fitting a little bit. So hey,
Yep.
the families that don't have as much experience, if they need a little guidance and help from the people they're buying them from and fitters, that's.
And the other thing too is that they've implemented kind of a Texas style of check-in. I mean, they've got a staging area off-site now, so you go to that site, you go down those aisles, you get checked in, they give you your packet, they give you all your passes, and they send you over here to the facility to unload. And the collar around this building makes it
easy to get trailers backed in and out, and big doors, and not just one or two spots to come in through. And
used to be about 3 holes up there on top of the hill. You'd have to fight to back in. Here you
fight your way in. You got to
fight your way out. Right here, it makes it easy for them to get in. A lot easier. I know, like we talked before, the power situation here is unbelievable. Nobody's running to a breaker to get a breaker switched over. The wash racks are huge. It's the Cadillac. And if you've thought about coming back to the National Western exhibit, we encourage you to come. Come back. I mean, it's still, you can't replace the mountains to the Rocky Mountains, the ambiance.
I mean, it doesn't look the same as it did, but the nostalgia is still
here
to a certain degree, and then you got the luxury of a new facility like this. They're wanting people to come to the mountains.
Yep. And I think you can still. A lot of exhibitors did both. They went to Cattlemen's Congress and they still came here. And I think as the two organizations work together to try to make this work, I mean, it gives people another way to exhibit their livestock. And I just think it's great for the whole industry to have both of them available. But this is sure a special place.
Well, when are you going to fire that last trivia question off?
Okay, let's fire it off.
We got to wait till she comes
We got to
back.
wait till Landry comes back. Namely one, right? The restaurants here are very good. Huh? 801's pretty good. Capitol Grill's pretty good. Ocean Prime's pretty good.
How about STK? We went there the other night. It was very good.
STK's pretty good. I found a killer Italian place. A killer Italian place called Gaetano's. It's on 38th. I will. I'll send it to you. This place, what's cool about this place is you walk in and you expect violin music and somebody in a blue suit coming out from behind packing. It looks like a mob place, but the food matches it. It's awesome. It's so good. The cannolis are really good. Okay, folks, again, we are...
hey, we got another Bremer in here.
Got another Bremer in here. So we go from 1579 to 1604. We got Riley Steffes with a 1,579-pound steer. That's the little girl in the green shirt with the brockle-faced calf, if you're watching. The yellow calf behind that is Lincoln Lutrick with a 1,580-pound calf. And then we got another baldy steer there, Dash Bolin, on a 1,580-pound calf. Eli Hockaday, we've heard that name today, on a 1,589-pound calf. Madeline Norvell, girl in the white shirt with the baldy calf. Calf weighs 1,585. Of course, she's the daughter of Tyler Norvell, who is our executive CEO of the Oklahoma Youth Expo, which we're really proud of in Oklahoma, very proud of, and proud of the job that Tyler does for the great folks of Oklahoma. And then following is that blonde calf. That is Berkeley McKay, and I can tell you that is That's Right out of Red Elephant's mother. That's Right out of Red Elephant's mother is that blonde calf, and Berkeley steer weighs 1,589. Next is Kinley Stoughton with the strip face calf. That calf also weighs 1,589. Then Kinsley Bremer has a steer down there weighing 1,597. Then we have Violet McQuaid on entry 5170 weighing 1,598. And the last two calves down on the end of the line, the black calf weighs 1,600 pounds. Entry 5123 exhibited by Ryland McQuay. And your heaviest calf in this class is a silver calf posing off down there now. That is Dalton Lukovsky, entry 5121. And Dalton steer weighs 1,604. So again, we go 1,579 to 1,604. You know what? That Tyson Johnson calf, I have some information on him. I should have thought about that. That calf that won the last class is a How Great Thou Art out of 8101 at Pratt's. Maternal made calf.
Oh, yeah. That cow's done that outfit a lot of good.
I should have said that when he was in here. I knew that and forgot to say it. And there was a maternal brother coming here in the last class, too. Okay, they're starting to pull a few of these calves out here now. And
I'm guessing Dalton Lukovsky is Chad's son. Chad's been a long time, many years in the clipper room for the Gretzka camp.
Yep, I would say that is exactly who that is.
Mm-hmm.
A couple of these steers are starting to kind of show their maturity.
Yep.
See this calf?
Yep.
Yeah, just hand it to me.
Does he have a new style?
Oh, I bet it'll reach.
Let me give it a little juice.
Okay. Okay, Landry. Final question. Okay? And they'll probably get this. I think it's a great question. But there have been multiple grand and reserve steers in Denver from the side of the same family. But name me the one family, and I got to have the names of the children, the exhibitors, that have had 5 grand or reserve steers in Denver.
And how many are there?
Huh?
How many are there? Is there
There's
just
two members of this family that have had 5 Grand or reserves.
You're talking about one
family. There's 2 family members, and together they have had 5 Grand or reserves. So that's the final trivia question to get your name in the hat for the trip. And I need names of both family members.
anything yet, Jake?
No, it's not Snores. It's not Grady. It's not Mays. Not Snore. Not May.
Not Avon and Jagger Horn.
Not Avon and Jagger Horn.
Not Schnorr.
Not Snore. Nope. Not Grady. Grady's have had 2. Schnorrs have had 4 between the 3 girls. Just for your information. This family has had, nope, not Rash. Huh? Not Vicklands.
Not Vicklands.
Not Mason and Michaela. They've had 2 champions. That's how hard this is. This is how dominant this family was at one time. Not Priestmeyer. Good guess, though, Neil Thompson. Not Fanabaker. That's another good guess. Not Skiles. Well, Joel Leo, you got the right name, but you didn't give me the names. Not Rogers. Not Steerwalt. Not Hilberts. Not Geyer. Not Skiles. Not Bob May. Guys are trying. Not Fanabaker. Not Geyer. Who had one person guess the right. Okay, you got one name. What's the other one, Joel Leo? Huh? Not Ryman's. Joel Leo, you're 50% there, buddy.
Go ahead. Got it.
Who is it?
Russ Harcum is the winner.
Russ.
Hilton Sheffield Wise.
Hilton and Sheffield Wise is the name of the answer. Russ Harkema.
You're the winner, Russell.
Oh my God, now that would be worse than K-Bar having to buy his ticket.
10-4.
Joel Leo, you were a little late, buddy. It's Hilton and Sheffield Wise. They won 5 champions between
I think
them.
You're being a little hard on Joel Leo. You better get his name.
I'll put Joel Leo on there too. Gosh, I'm such a softie. Anything to keep Russ Harkema from winning this. Joel, I'm putting your name in the deal. All right, buddy? But between the two, between Hilton and Sheffield, Sheffield was reserve in 1989 and 90. Had back-to-back reserve steers. How'd you like to be reserve 2 years in a row? But in 91, came back to win it all in 91. So Sheffield had reserve in 89 and 90 and Grand in 91. What a run then. And then Hilton, the next year, had reserve in 92. So 4 years in a row, Wise grabbed her banner and then skipped a year. And in 94, Hilton had reserve again. So what a run for that family back in the early 90s.
Wouldn't that have been when Copus was captain of the ship?
Yep, Copus would have been driving the ship. So we've got quite a little list of people here to pick from. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
You got them getting ready to throw into a hat or not?
Yep, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20 people. Since we were so gracious to giving them on the ties, my co-pilot was.
We got to show them all a little love.
Got to show everybody a little love.
There won't be a big gap between now and the final drive. It's already 3:35.
Yeah. Folks, you won't have to. You maybe can get up and stretch and grab you another bowl of popcorn, but we're going to be doing it here pretty quick. So we'll be doing it at 6 o'clock Mountain Time, which
7
is
Central.
7 o'clock Central, 8 o'clock for all you folks east of the Mississippi.
That's a little bit not true.
Well, not true. Illinois still in it. Okay, they've turned their placings in, and we're just waiting on the finals.
You getting a little Gant, Jake, or not?
I'm getting a little Gant.
You buying supper tonight, or
I'm going to buy if you want to do it.
where are you going?
I'd like to go down to that Capitol Grill just one more time. My favorite bartender, though, he is in Vietnam. He left the night we got here. We went down there on Monday night, and Luke Lynn and I have got a buddy down there that's a bartender at the Capitol Grill, and he and his family, he was taking his entire family. They were all going to Vietnam for 2 weeks. Yeah, that wouldn't have been my destination spot. But I think he likes to see the country, see the world, so he's going to go see it.
Getting a lot of compliments on your trivia, Jake. Not everybody hates it.
Okay, good. Oh, boy. Okay. Well, the judges are all in good humor yet.
Yep, they're not throwing stones or rocks or fighting or.
No. I could see Murph and Blake arguing about some things, but they've gotten along very graciously today. Okay, well, let's see if I've got enough cards here to make up my. No, so we have a piece of paper.
Getting down to 3.
Yeah, we're getting them down to 3. So they pulled the third calf in. Down between.
That would be the Lukowski calf.
Yep. And Berkeley McKay. 2, and Berkeley McKay.
Wins the class.
Berkeley McKay wins on a calf. Berkeley is a That's Right out of Red Elephant's Dam.
Awesome set of young people, very competitive. Young lady O'Yeller didn't want us to handle him, but it didn't matter. That's the best one in this particular class, and he won about 4 steps in. He's the one, especially at this weight, that can combine balance and look and still do it with some muscularity and still good down his top line, fresh in his appearance. I'm not going to tell you at this size, maybe we couldn't just open him up right out of the back of his shoulder and down into the base of his heart and give him a shot more shape right in the center of him. But young lady, that right there, that look he gives us there, he's the only one that can maintain that same look in this class of balance as we ask him to go. We didn't get our hands on him, but a very good class winner. Congratulations to you. After that, there's a lot of scatter. You can do it however you want. I stripped it down, and we talked about cutability, and we talked about freshness at this weight. The Bronco goes ahead in second. Extra heavy duty right out of the back of his blade. Awesome right up over his withers. Really good down his loin edge and out through his pin set. All those things are good. Now, he gets a shot 2 up right up front. He doesn't balance underneath quite like we need him to, especially if we're thinking about giving old Yeller a push. But just his genuine shape up high combined with his composition, that one still collects himself as we ask him to go. We need to change him in a couple areas, but I thought his muscularity and just dense shape got him to second. Silver one right here, if we just look at him from the side in the silhouette, young man, you're second all day, every day. High-necked, good-looking, awesome down the base of his chest, and the way he funnels back into his forearm, still's got muscle shape. He's square up there, and he handles way better than you think he does. He just closes too much from his hip back into his pin set. Watch the cattle go at this particular size. At times, he wants to look just a shot taller, and we need to give him a shot more true red meat in him. But I'll tell you what, you've fed him awesomely. You've presented him good. He's still got square shape up high. Good calf right there. I wanted this one to really handle good, and he couldn't do it for me. I love his kind, moderate, really good in the posture of his hip and his rear leg on the stand. Still attractive enough for one that's starting to show some maturity, getting a shot planer down in the base of his throat, getting a shot planer down in the base of his chest, feet, bone, everything proportions pretty well on that guy. Get your hands on him. He's just too far gone for me. Just got too soft. He's just too plain when you get your hands on him. I love his kind. I love his hip. I love his rear leg. Just need to make that one a shot better compositionally. Give him a shot more attractive look as he goes. Good solid cattle comes next. He's got some length. He's got some width. Still attractive enough. He's good up on the top side of his neck at this weight. Young man, our top line gets us in trouble. We want to break a little bit right there behind our withers, or where tailhead wants to shoot up. He takes a long, good step off his rear leg, but he's got to deviate his pins to do it. We lose some balance as we ask him to go. Bronco's a big, long-bodied one. That one will, for lack of a better words, I guess, Jakey, I am just that simple. That one's tall, and that's a tall calf, and we just need to give him more shape. He's big in terms of his bone work. He's good in terms of his look. We talk about this one needs more feed. We're going to get him awfully, awfully big before we get him at the right time, but you've done an awesome job with him. Good calf comes next. This one's got more shape, one right in front of him. His physical feels a shot more than we need right now, and it wants to make his top line and his loin kind of set up in him, and he doesn't give us quite as balanced look. He is very broad and square up high. He doesn't match from his underline down, young lady. Just need to stouten his foot, his ankle, his bone work, match that big old back, draw a little of that physical feel out of him where his top line can maintain correctly as we ask him to go, and then we can maybe slide him up a spot or two. It's a good calf on underline up just in terms of sheer product. That is a big square withered one that's awesome down his top line. You'd think he'd handle a little patchier and softer than he does, but he handles good, gets a little rounder in his hip, a little frailer in his bone work, young man. But you've done an awesome job with the calf in terms of feeding him very, very well, presenting him well. You brought one that's got muscle. He's moderate. You've done an excellent job with him. Bronco comes next, one that's really high tying in terms of where his neck sets, jet level down his top. His hip and the posture of it's a shot better than old Yeller was right up in front of him. His tail head wants to elevate. He gets a shot too flat from the point of his shoulder to the ball on the tail, young man. We just got to open him up and give him more true shape, but you've shown him at a high level. Congratulations to you. Really long-bodied, up-headed one right here comes next. Gets a shot rounder on both ends, just a shot harsher, if you will, right in the center of his body, just a nickel frailer. But young man, your calf's got a good look, really square up high, really wide in terms of his pin set. You've done an awesome job today. Good way to end, get towards the end of the day. Great set of young people. Give them all a big round of applause.
Okay. Brad Otto. Winning that class is Miss Berkeley McKay from Mulhall, Oklahoma, or Orlando, Oklahoma, on a That's Right out of Red Elephant's mother, weighing 1589. Calf was entry 51.55. Second in that class is entry 51.15. That's Madeline Norvell, Tyler Norvell's daughter, right there in Tuttle, Oklahoma. Two Okies win that. Entry calf weighed 15.85. Again, entry 51.15. Third in that class goes to entry 51.21, Dalton Lakovsky on a steer weighing 16.04. Fourth, entry 51.25, Kinsley Bremer on a steer weighing 15.97. Fifth in that class is entry 51.23. That is Rylan McQuay on a steer weighing 1,600 pounds. So this next class, our last class, these are going to be the big boys. But sixth in that class is entry 5004, Riley Steffes. Seventh, entry 5170. That is Violet McQuate. Eighth is entry 5038, Lincoln Lutrick. Ninth is entry 5014, Dash Bolin. And 10th was entry 5050, exhibited by Eli Hockaday. So as this last class, folks, is coming in the ring, we are coming into class 15, and these are the big fellas, the big eaters.
Big Thunder.
Big Thunder. So we've got 10 steers in this class. We go entry 5090. That is Jack's Grove. And Jack's steer is a, I've got that on it. I've got that. Where is it? Jack's this is a How Great Thou Art, the second calf, the little girl in the purple. That is Kelsey McVicker. The black calf with the big boy, the heavier kid, the black shirt right here. That is Jack's Grove, and that is a How Great Thou Art out of a Predator from Geppert. Then we've got Kelsey McVicker, entry 5099, with 16 weighs in 1610. Entry 5033's Paisley Amos, calf weighing 1618. Then we have entry 5024 Emma Schleining, that calf weighs 1620. Entry 5010 is Quentin Harwood on a calf weighing 1631. These calves are getting big, and they're really pretty flexible and still move good. Entry 5012 is Trotter Thomas, calf weighing 1640. Also weighing 1640 is Cash Pratt, entry 5166. And Cash's steer is an Here I Am out of that 8101 maternal maid donor at Pratt's.
Be a sib to our class.
Well, a maternal sib. That other one was a How Great.
Be a maternal sib to our Class 13 winner.
Class 13 winner from Tyson Johnson. And then you have entry 5087, Tinley Becker on a steer weighing 1640. And then the two bruisers in the deal is entry 5082, at silver steer down there, shown by Cruz Weber on a steer weighing 1657. And the heaviest steer in the class in the show, black calf all the way on the end, 5007, shown by Bryn Kinsel on a steer weighing 1697. Didn't quite break 1700 this year.
Should have given it a little sip of water.
Yeah. I think the purpose was to keep him under 1700.
If you're 1696, what's the difference if you're 1705?
Just sounds better.
Huh?
Just sounds better.
Psychological.
Yeah, I know. Just sounds better. Because they're all asking him what their calves weighed. Guarantee it. Well, I'm making our ballots here.
Boy, you're kind of a talented son.
I want to make it fair for everybody. Yeah. And if I fail to get one in there for K-Bar, so be it. K-Bar, I promise you, I'm going to put your name in the hat. I won't.
He's not listening now. He's probably doing some field work and stuff before the snow comes.
He's listening. He's had hay out since 8 o'clock this morning for the snowstorm. Guarantee it.
Yeah, I think he got up, gathered the eggs, and milked old Betsy.
Went over there to the old semen tank that's got old 734 in it. Make sure there's nitrogen still in there.
Shot a witch doctor.
Probably some witch doctor left. Okay. I think it's gone by pretty quick to me.
We've been at it just almost 8 hours, though.
Well, I know, but time flies when you're having fun.
Yep, that's right. When you're in good company like this, Jake.
That's right, buddy.
No day's work then.
Great
right?
friend. I get to spend the day with you. I don't get to spend very many days with you. We got to spend some time down in South Texas one time. It was a little warmer that day.
Yeah. It was.
Folks, if you don't think Brad Otto doesn't work at Judge of the Steer Show, I got news for you. I have a witness to the day.
It's a dry heat, though.
I witnessed the day that he sweat through 3 shirts one day.
I was in a little better shape back then, too.
Hey, but our restaurant's gone.
I was wondering about that after that flooding and stuff they've had down there.
Yeah.
That was right along the river.
Yeah, right along the Guadalupe.
Bloomberg's getting wore out there. He's dragging the feet. I think
Bloomberg's dogs are barking.
Too much red meat last night. Got a little shot of gout.
Somebody better get him some Reeboks.
Reeboks and maybe a little Gold Bond.
Okay. Hey, we want to appreciate everybody and thank everybody for tuning in today.
Hey, one thing we haven't mentioned, what have we had? Maybe 2 calves get loose today.
That's it.
Ring help was tremendous.
Awesome.
And you'd think maybe after being cooped up back in the barn for a couple of days, they'd want to feel their oats and kick up their heels. But by gosh, they got them dialed in today. Just so many outfits and get them presented and looking the way they do. It's used to be there was a big old gap between that elite club and the next, and isn't so much of a gap anymore. They got the right pony in the stall. They can run right with them.
All right.
And just a reminder, if you hadn't heard, the final drive is 6 p.m. Mountain tonight. It'll be broadcast, and be interesting how they set it up versus how they did up on the hill.
Well, maybe they'll put those little wooden, like they did last night for the hogs.
I jinxed it.
You jinxed it?
There's number 3 for the day.
Oh, yeah, you did.
Not a violent getaway, just
no.
One more birthday. Just seen on my Facebook. Ashley Pratt's birthday today.
Oh, well, happy birthday, Ash.
Reed's out here showing right now as
Yep.
we speak.
Yep. Cash is. Cash is.
Cash.
The Cashinator. Well, we're about done here.
We're getting down the short rows, Jake.
Yep.
I'm ready for a good stretch. Huh?
I am too.
Cheese fries or something?
I need
I'm
to
starting to get ganned up.
I need to
count
get
my
something.
Ribs.
I need to get something on my stomach.
I thought that was no Archway 425 hammer meal grinding over there, and that's just been your gut the whole time.
Believe it or not, I've lost weight since I've been out here.
A lot of walking.
A lot of walking. Okay. Should we let Landry pick this?
Yep.
We're going to let Landry pick this since she has been so gracious to let us jeopardize her business.
Use my hat. Hope I don't have any head lice in the dang thing.
Yeah. Huh? Yeah. Ringside Live does not take any responsibility for the comments or the what do they say before
the content?
Before they say on the Pat McAfee show, they always have that deal. You should have that disclaimer on your Landry.
Kind of like the special terms or something on the sale.
Right. Yeah, but I always say before a sale, any announcements made from the block take precedence over the printed material.
And that's especially if you're proofing the catalogs and stuff, because you know there's going to be a lot of mistakes.
There's going to be a lot of mistakes. All right, we're going to make this very democratic. We're going to make this very fair for everybody. K-Bar, if you're listening, your name is in here. I did not hold back.
I did see it, Dino.
Harkema, you too, even though I made it very small. Okay, so the winner of the...
We're shaking them up right now.
The winner of the
and you can't
automatic and Jake trivia question contest, whoever she pulls out, I promise we're going to get you a round trip airfare and 2 nights hotel at Denver in 2027 to come to the steer show. And the winner is, drum roll please, Chris Effling. Chris Effling.
The F-man.
The F-man gets a free, and he'll probably be here.
Yeah, so hell, you're going to.
I'm going to save money.
Yeah, you're going to save money.
Yep, that was probably a smart deal right there. Thanks, Land. Here, you can grab them all out of there. Chris Effling, who answered question. What one did he answer?
I got him on the text.
Oh, yeah, he answered question 8 about the, Troy Thomas.
Yep.
That's fitting. Johnny Johnson, you had a name in there too because Kyla Neesham gave up her spot for you. You did not win. The announcer did not win. You didn't answer one trivia question right. I
didn't win the Clippers.
You didn't win anything. Well, thanks for everybody participating today in our trivia contest. it's gonna hustle me to get new questions for next year. If I get invited back. Yeah, I'm going to do a little more research next year. Hey, really, all in all, the freshness in this class is really good. I mean,
yeah, there
considering
ain't a bunch of hammer-headed ones
no,
out here.
there's not. Hair's quality's good.
And mind you, a lot of them probably were showed somewhere maybe in the summer or late fall, and then you got to kind of fire them up. There's a lot of elbow grease goes into
No,
it.
these big calves are hard to. Cash Pratt. Yeah, Cash's steer was the Here I Am 8101. So this should be, we should be ready for Blake, right? They all have had a chance to talk 5 times.
Want to give a quick shout out to my mother. She's been under the weather a little bit, so maybe she's tuning in today listening.
And we need to give a big shout out to Sutton Murphy up in South Dakota. Sutton, if you're listening, we're all praying for you, buddy. You keep your mind strong. And also Jet Hale, too. Jet, I know Jet's listening. So, Jet, you be listening, buddy. You keep fighting. We need you both. And I know Sutton's got a long way to go in his recovery.
Seen updates here lately.
I haven't seen anything. I haven't heard from anybody. They were trying to get him. They were trying to get him to Denver, to a facility here, to a hospital here, to get to working on him. He just needs to heal a little bit. I think once he heals, he's young. That's a good boy. That is a good, strong boy. Good South Dakota boy. So, also my thoughts and prayers are going out to my CSR at Transova, Kimberly Wagner. She lost her dad here this last week. So, Kim, if you're listening, my prayers are with you too. So, anybody else that's out there that's struggling with a few things, just know that the good Lord will take care of you. Trust me, He is good.
Hey, we got a deal from F. Donate your deal to the South Dakota Beef Boosters.
I will. Chris, I'll do it.
Thank
you, Chris.
Little trivia on the Y steers. It sounds like both of them originated from the Hilbert camp back in the day.
Oh, really?
Yep.
Well, I just got an update from my good friend Chris Heim up in South Dakota. They got Sutton to Denver. Flew him in there today. So he's in a facility here that's going to help him heal. And Sutton, if you're listening, I hope maybe you aren't able to listen. Maybe they won't let you listen to the steer show at the National Western in the hospital. But I hope they did, my friend.
And for those of you that maybe don't know, the issue with Sutton had a kind of a freak wrestling accident, and has got some
got thrown on his neck, and lost all of his feeling from his waist down. Good young kid, good ranching family up there in
eastern side of.
Yeah, why can't I say their town? I'll say it.
It's around Donnie Bagalka country.
Well, yeah, it's just west of Brookings. Why can't I say that little town they're from? Arlington, South Dakota. Catherine, if you're listening, all of our prayers are going to you and the family. Now all my South Dakota friends are sending me Arlington. Oh, that's hilarious. And once again, I just got a text for those of you that haven't listened or haven't heard us say it, tonight at 6 o'clock Mountain Standard Time will be the grand drive. So Joe Epperly is making his final pull on Class 15 here. Again, folks, as we go through this class, again, be back with us this evening. It's going to be quite the show. I think the quality in this champion, don't you think?
Absolutely. I'd say there's 4 or 5 dogs that can hunt.
I agree.
It'd be interesting, to get them all sized up
Right.
next door to one another.
Right. Because these boys right here are a little bit bigger frame, maybe.
And
But really,
probably past their point of.
Yeah. But the cool thing about it is, whoever wins this class has got an equal shot. It's just like everybody else.
And what is it? Did you figure it out? What makes a sale? 1 and 2 in each class, or is it just class winners?
I don't. Hey, hold on a
Ask
second. I will.
Luke.
Hey, Lucas, how many calves make the sale? 30. There's 30, so 2 per class?
2 per class.
2 per class. 2 per class make the sale. There'll be 30 steers, so if you were in the top 2, you make the sale. Oh, they pulled it down to the top 3 here.
You got Reed Pratt, and I believe that is Jack's Grove.
That's Jack's. And Jack's Grove is going to win it.
Class.
That is awesome. So that calf is a How Great Thou Art out of a Predator cow by Jack's Grove, wins 16-10. And your second place calf is Cash Pratt on a Here I Am out of 8101, which is a maternal made cow. Congratulations, those 2 boys.
1 and 2, all 3 judges unanimous.
Yep.
On the first pair. Actually, first 3.
First 3.
First 4. First 5.
First 5. Top 5 was unanimous.
Top 5 unanimous all the way.
I think my counterpart set me up. The heaviest judge talks the heaviest class of steers here as we end up the day. But what a show. I'm telling you, it was one hell of a show now. And a guy like me needs a little lunch. We're going to get regrouped here for the championship. But this calf that wins this class, he kind of wins like Grant took Richmond. He's big-bodied. He's powerful. He's stout. He's good-looking. The calf's got the right rib cage. He's got the right freshness. He's got the right stoutness. He walked in and I said, thank you. Go get you a blue ribbon. Luckily those 2 found him too. The calf that comes in second, I like him up through his front end. He's fresh and he's attractive. Got a big old square back in him. I like his hip shape. He doesn't handle his underline as nicely as the steer that wins the class, nor is he just quite as good in his top line, but a high cutability rascal that's going to stamp a low number from a numerical yield grade perspective. You like his shape, you like his spread. I think a comfortable second for me in this particular class. I like this calf in third. He's really trim handling. He's just got more freshness and youthfulness to him, and I know we're climbing up there, but pounds still matter, and we're going to sell these at the end of a hook on some weight, so there's still value in these cattle. This calf's look and his balance and his eye appeal, still got an attractive look to him, runs out of substance and strength compared to our top 2 cattle in terms of the shape of his forearm and the density of his hind leg, but still a quality steer. To be this big and still hold yourself together this good, you got to commend this young lady. This calf's just shy of 1,700. He's a big-bodied, powerful rascal that's shapely. He gets a little stilty off both ends of his framework. He's just a little ouchy from a structure standpoint. If you get your hands on him, you wouldn't know that he is that high in terms of weight because he's still got a fresh touch to him. I wish the yellow calf had more muscle. I like his basic kind. He's a good-footed steer, fairly athletic on the go. Doesn't have the horsepower, the shape, the muscularity, won't have as much red meat yield in relation to his carcass weight as what we find in some steers on up the line. But still a quality calf, very well presented and very well cared for. This calf's got some really unique pieces. He's up-headed. He's really tall-fronted. He's got a good look. A little tighter in his shoulder, wants to open up there and just doesn't piece together quite as good from the side. I wish he just was a little more authoritative in the way that he grabs the ground. Here's a big-bodied, real Packer-preferred kind of a steer from a finish standpoint. Like his midrib, and I like his flank. He's just a little plainer as you study him. Doesn't have quite that eccentric look from the profiles of cattle on up the line. Big, more extended calf here. Got a little more elevation from a frame standpoint to accommodate his extra frame. I'd like to just power him up in terms of his muscle. Young man's done a good job, though. That calf's on point from a presentation standpoint. He's done a really good job with that calf. Calf that comes out here next to the end, a pair of muscular, carcass-driven cattle. They'll be a little more impressive on the end of a hook maybe than they are. They just don't have quite the look and the eye appeal of some steers on up the line, but you can't beat up those cattle from a carcass standpoint. Just need to rework them structurally a bit. Heck of a show. My congratulations to all the kids, and we'll see you tonight.
Well, that wraps it up, Jake, for our 15 classes. We got about a short 2-hour break before the champion drive.
Yep.
And looking forward to it.
I am too. But our class winner in class 15 was Jax. Was here. Let me get my sheet here.
Grove.
Jax Grove on a Hal Great Pal Art Predator weighing 1610. Second in that class was entry 5166, Cash Pratt. That was a Here I Am out of that maternal made 8101. He weighed 1640. Third went to entry 5010, Quentin Harwood on a 1,631-pound calf. Fourth was entry 5007, Bryn Kinsel. That calf weighed 1696. Fifth, entry 5033, Paisley Amos on a 1618. Sixth went to entry 5087, Tinley Becker. Seventh, entry 5099, Kelsey McVicker. Eighth, entry 5082, Cruz Weber. Ninth, entry 5012, Trotter Thomas. And 10th, entry 5024, Emma Schlenning. So, ladies and gentlemen, hey, we're
off to the taco truck.
We're off to the taco truck. Folks, be back with us here in a short 2 hours. We'd love to have you all back to watch the coronation of the
getting them all lined up.
First steer ever chosen in Cobank
here.
Arena.
Yep.
So, this will be quite an evening. We'll see you all later.